Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Entered Solo Leveling. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Park is a 24-year-old being of mixed human and godly heritage, known by many fearsome titles: God Killer, Slayer, Death, Killing Machine, the Unstoppable Beast, Doom Hunter, Apex Predator, the Pinnacle, Monarch of Primordial Flames, King of Annihilation, and Butcher of Monarchs. He possesses a near-perfect physique and an imposing presence. He values his parents, his girlfriends, the Sung family, Jenna Shadows, training and martial arts, his technology, kind people, hunting, weapons, the Hunter Association, S-rank hunters of Korea, challenging strong opponents, helping the weak, Ashbourne, and Kaldrak. He harbors intense hatred for his old world and his past, Arpies, arrogant people, monsters, bad hunters, Gotoruji, Huang Dong-su, Huang Dong-suk, demons, the Dark Lords, the Monarchs, demons from his parents' world, people who threaten his loved ones, and those who damage his technology. His abilities include transcendent human physiology, exceptional physical conditioning, immense strength, durability and endurance, the capacity to utilize power-ups, rune absorption, immortality, and mastery over dark elemental, void, and energy manipulation. He possessed an impossible arsenal: primordial fire, eternal flames of death, weapon creation, aura manipulation, an unquenchable bloodlust, a personal inventory, metavision, emperor eyes, all forms of haki, perfected mastery of speed, endurance, technique and strength, indomitable rage and will, a reserved ultra instinct, a dangerous heat-driven mode, perfect copying, demonic arts, a king-like authority, a hell domain, elemental magic and stealth. As the series progressed, he gained more abilities. Martial arts were his foundation: boxing, Muay Thai, Kyokushin karate, taekwondo, systema, wrestling, capoeira, MMA, aikido, and dozens of techniques. He had invented an invisible attack, a hand-edge strike, a hard fist method, close-quarters combat, and a void technique. His weapons were legendary: a 1,000-year demon dagger taken from a foe in the underworld, guns he fashioned to fire endlessly with his energy, hellfire-forged blades he crafted from runes, crucible daggers, and a crucible sword given by his parents. Before he died and was reborn as the son of the Doom Slayer, Izuku's life had been crucible and exile. He grew up neglected and abused, no one stood by him. Those wounds hardened him into the Green Demon, a quirkless pinnacle who had trained past those once considered invincible. He rose without a quirk and earned a reputation as the strongest among the quirkless, mastering techniques and creating new ones. His name spawned fear and bounty. Japan had declared a war for him, hunting the man they feared and loathed. On a rain-slick night he emerged from a tunnel and paused beneath dim light. He lit a cigarette and shielded himself with an umbrella. He moved with the confidence of someone who had survived everything the world could throw at him. He thought it a small thing that so-called heroes and villains continued to send lackeys to test him, and his resolve tightened. Today, he intended to finish what he'd been refused for years. He uploaded a folder to the public web and waited while the world watched. Screens lit across continents as reporters picked up the file and narrated its contents. The footage in the folder showed Izuku as a child enduring long-term, cruel mistreatment, with scenes of physical harm and deprivation. The visual record conveyed the intensity of those abuses without graphic detail. Some of the abuses were of a deeply personal nature. Those details were withheld. Audiences across the globe fell silent, stunned by the evidence of how he had been treated. A young Izuku rose from the footage, wounded and trembling but alive. He retrieved a hidden first aid kit in the video and treated himself, bandaging raw injuries while holding back tears. In the recording his voice carried a brittle, exhausted resolve. He explained that he had recorded everything and would make it public so the world could judge. He said that the day had come to end the Yagi bloodline and that he would not be chased by proxies. He issued a direct challenge: if anyone wanted him dead, they should come themselves. A reporter in the studio stopped the playback when the sorrow became too much. She left the desk in tears. Another reporter took over and switched to a live feed of Izuku. He sat with cold, unreadable eyes and delivered his ultimatum calmly, calling out the Yagi family, Bakugo, the Todoroki twins and the heroes aligned with them. He declared that things would be settled then and there, that it would be either them or him, and pleaded that they stop sending underlings. He asked them to come face him themselves. Then the stream disconnected. The broadcast reached UA High and spread through social hubs. The student body and faculty watched in stunned silence as the recordings played out. All Might dismissed him with contempt, calling him a quirkless brat and a mistake. Gran Torino, horrified and furious at the thought of someone he had trained being treated this way, lashed out physically at All Might in anger. Others at the school reacted with shock and shame. Inko Izuku's mother in his past watched with a face that crumpled under the weight of regret. The world had been shown a fracture, and people began to choose sides. Izuku, the Green Demon, had made his announcement. The next days would decide whether the past would be erased by force or by truth. Recovery Girl slapped Inko across the face, furious at what had been done to her grandson and insisting that he was her son. Inko bristled but remained quiet. Narration explained that the only people who had supported Izuku were Recovery Girl and Gran Torino, who loved him dearly. Neither of them had been present because they were overseas. Izumi wondered aloud why anyone still cared about that mistake. Katsuki sneered that Deku was pathetic and did not deserve happiness. Shoka dismissed him as a waste to the world. Katsumi shouted that he should have died. Uraraka, Denki, and Mina joined the chorus of scorn, each adding their own harsh verdict. As the group continued to badmouth Izuku, their phones began to buzz with notifications. A video had been released revealing the truth about One for All, and the fallout rippled through everyone who had ever hated him. All Might was furious. In Class 1B, Momo and Jiro watched the video in stunned silence. The girls were in tears as they realized how much Izuku had been hiding. They lamented that he had carried so much pain alone. Yui noted that he had rarely smiled, Kendo reflected on the solitude he must have felt, and the boys remarked in quiet awe that he was still standing despite everything. Outside, Izuku stood surrounded by an encircling force of heroes and villains. He taunted them, calling them weak and questioning whether their numbers would be enough to stop him. The assembled heroes demanded his surrender, promising mercy if he yielded. Some villains countered with threats that surrender might only make his end easier. Izuku dismissed them all, saying they were nothing to him. He moved like a force unrestrained, striking groups of opponents and sending them flying. His control shifted, his eyes going dark with pale pupils as he accessed a reserved state that felt otherworldly. He demanded that his allies be brought to him by name. At the Hero Commission, the President and All Might discussed what to do about the situation. The Commission representative urged that the threat be eliminated, and All Might agreed. Katsuki gloated that Deku was going to die. A bodyguard burst in to report that quirkless people and some with quirks were marching on the association building, and the president reacted with alarm. The attackers flooded the building. The commission was overrun and the president was forcibly removed from command as the invasion unfolded. Back on the street, Izuku finished with the first wave of attackers. He surveyed the demolished crowd and spoke with cold contempt, calling them unworthy challenges. He moved on, entering another tunnel where more heroes and villains awaited. His expression was impassive, predatory. He told them that they were in his way and implied they would be eliminated. The battle that followed was fierce but non-graphic. There were crashing impacts, cries of surprise, and the sounds of clashes as Izuku fought with relentless force. He moved through the opposing ranks like a storm, neutralizing them with calculated strikes. The confrontation ended with the opposing combatants incapacitated, exhausted, and scattered across the ground. Izuku stood over them and dismissed them as a waste of his time before continuing onward. Emerging from the tunnel, Izuku saw figures waiting for him in the distance. As he approached, the scene shifted into a confrontation with his past. Class 1A members gathered with Bakugo and Todoroki, the twins, and others, while Momo and Jiro were absent. He also saw his family Inko and Izumi and All Might among them. For the first time in a long while, emotion broke through. He grinned with the intensity of someone who had long awaited this moment. Inko stepped forward, furious and ready to end him. Izumi accused him of bringing them here. All Might promised he would make Izuku pay for revealing One for All's secret. Izuku declared that he had already defeated All for One and Shigaraki and that they were next on his list. Shoto challenged whether Izuku truly believed he could defeat them all. Rain began to fall heavily. Izuku lit a cigarette and stood surrounded by those from his past, calling them weak and suggesting there was no point in further words. He challenged them to fight, daring them to come at him. The assembled group hesitated, then rushed forward together. Izuku flicked the cigarette away and walked into the clash. The combat that followed was intense and dramatic but portrayed in anime-style action rather than graphic detail. Explosive collisions, rapid exchanges of power, and the shattering of defenses echoed through the battlefield. Each exchange was marked by speed and force, the air filled with the sounds of impact and the tension of a final, desperate struggle. The confrontation continued as Izuku engaged his former allies and opponents in what he called his last hunt. The screams came from Class 1A and from the echoes of Izuku's past as Izuku rampaged through them. They had managed to poison him, but it was not enough. He kept going even as the poison took hold. He seemed unstoppable and tore through anyone in his path. Izuku taunted them, demanding that they show him something to fight. He struck Kirishima and Denki with devastating force, killing them quickly. Mineta was frozen with fear. Izuku seized Mineta and rendered him unconscious. Izuku continued to overwhelm Class 1A, leaving no one able to stand against him. Todoroki and the Bakugo twins were struck down even more severely than the others. Izuku laughed triumphantly and told them he enjoyed overpowering those weaker than him. The Yagi family was the only group left standing. Izuku's hands were stained with blood as he warned that they would be next. Before All Might could react, Izuku rushed at him with inhuman speed and struck him, sending him tumbling backward. Izumi tried to use her quirk, but Izuku intercepted, seized her, and slammed her into the ground hard enough to leave a crater. She lay coughing and incapacitated. He then assaulted Inko, leaving her wounded. All Might cried out for Inko and swore he would stop Izuku. Izuku grinned, grabbed Izumi and Inko, and slammed them together. He dodged All Might's retaliatory blow and delivered a devastating kick that forced All Might into a weakened, skeletal form. All Might was left gasping and bleeding, struggling to breathe. Izuku mocked All Might, saying that he had once been called useless and now the villain was reduced to groveling in the dirt. All Might managed a broken insult in response. Izuku began to cough as the poison finally took effect. He realized he was reaching his limit and that he had to finish this quickly. All Might smirked as he felt the poison take hold, believing he still had the upper hand. Izuku, grinning coldly, promised to make him suffer before leaving the world. He summoned the two high-end Nomu he had taken from All for One. All Might registered the sight with rising dread as he realized what Izuku intended. Izuku ordered the Nomu forward. Inko and Izumi froze in horror at the command. The Nomu overwhelmed the two women, and All Might was forced to watch as his family endured unspeakable brutality. For hours Izuku tormented All Might, keeping him helpless while the Nomu assaulted the household. When the Nomu withdrew, Izuku continued to break the family emotionally and mentally until their eyes had lost all life. Izuku stood back with a satisfied smile and taunted the Yagi family, asking if they had any last words. He then delivered a final, decisive strike that ended their lives without graphic detail. He looked up at the sky and allowed himself a small, grim smirk. The poison, however, had been spreading through his body. Izuku collapsed to the ground and began to cough as the toxin ravaged him from the inside. He thought that this might be the end, reflecting that, despite a life of pain, he felt no regrets because he had finally taken his revenge. With a faint smile, he accepted his fate and closed his eyes. Time passed. Izuku found himself suspended in a quiet void, eyes closed, accepting that he was dead. He sat and let the strange stillness wash over him, almost welcoming. A voice broke the silence, asking whether he intended to remain there forever. Izuku turned and saw a mysterious figure standing behind him. He bristled at the aura of power and darkness around the stranger and demanded to know what the figure was. The figure introduced himself as King and claimed to be the creator and supreme ruler of the multiverse. King released a fraction of his aura, enough to make Izuku feel a chill and grind his teeth under the pressure, then let it recede. King offered Izuku a choice: ascend to a peaceful rest in heaven, or reincarnate into another world and live the life he never had. Izuku, hearing the offer and still burning with the aftertaste of revenge, asked if there was a catch. King insisted there was none and explained that Izuku had been kind at heart despite his hardships, which merited the opportunity. Izuku accepted reincarnation. King told him he would be sent to two worlds. The first would be the Doomslayer universe, and the second would be the solo leveling world. King explained enough about the latter to prepare Izuku for the power system, gates, and hunters, but deliberately omitted mention of larger forces like the monarchs. Before King finalized the arrangement, Izuku hesitated and demanded compensation for the wrecked life he had been given. He pressed the creator, pointing out that the goddess of his original universe had been created by a higher power, presumably King himself. King paused, taken aback by the charge, and the conversation stalled on that uneasy point. The least the benefactor could do was grant Izuku his wishes. The benefactor asked Izuku what he wanted. Izuku requested that his body grow rapidly both physically and mentally, that he gain resistance to all poisons, that he understand every language, that he have an accelerated healing factor, and that he retain his memories. The benefactor confirmed that Izuku wanted to avoid a repeat of dying from poison, and Izuku affirmed that. The benefactor agreed to grant all of those requests and added additional powers to be discovered later. He said Izuku would receive Haki along with Emperor Eyes and Metavision, and that Izuku could keep his Ultra Instinct, Crazy Mode, and Perfect Copy. The benefactor explained that some new abilities would be revealed to Izuku as he grew. When Izuku asked what Emperor Eyes, Metavision, and Haki could do, the benefactor explained their functions and uses. Izuku thanked him. The benefactor advised Izuku to learn to use the abilities early and to build his overall strength and stamina, then sent him on his new life with a decisive snap. A woman had just given birth to a baby. The newborn blinked into darkness and then saw two figures, a broad-shouldered man and a graceful woman with black hair. The mother, Yuna, cooed at the child and called him cute. The father, Hisashi, known to many as the legendary Doomslayer, smiled at his son with an emotion he rarely showed. Hisashi declared that the baby would be Izuku Park, their pride and joy. Izuku noticed the familiarity of the name and realized he was starting over as an infant. 10 years later, Izuku had learned about his parents' missions and their remarkable feats. He understood that he and his parents lived in a harsh realm where they had been sent by the government to confront demons. He had been training relentlessly, pushing his body toward the limits. At that age, Izuku could use the forms of Haki but had not yet mastered them. He had already developed Emperor Eyes and Metavision and was focusing on increasing his strength and stamina. He lived in a fortified base his parents had built far from demon territory, and on this day he trained alone in their special room. Izuku worked through a rigorous routine of bodyweight exercises, completing sets of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups, then going for a long run around the base. He felt the strain in his breath but noted how his body adapted to the routine. He reminded himself that he still needed to master Haki types observation, armament, and Conqueror to learn coding techniques, and to create attacks that integrated Haki. He began shadowboxing to reawaken the martial styles of his past life and to refine the techniques he had once known. He believed that facing stronger opponents would accelerate his mastery. When his parents returned from a mission, Yuna announced their arrival and wanted to check on Izuku. Hisashi noted Izuku's intense training and suggested that they could help guide him. Izuku explained that he had intended to ask for help but had been unsure how. Yuna reassured him that he could ask them for anything, and Izuku asked to be trained to reach their level of strength. Yuna smiled and kissed his forehead in a tender, reassuring gesture. Hisashi allowed a small, proud smirk. They began to train Izuku together. 14 years later, after years of disciplined training under his parents' guidance, Izuku had mastered hockey and its applications and had sculpted his body into peak condition. He had revisited and perfected his martial arts and techniques from his past life. Izuku had fought alongside his parents against demons in dynamic, non-graphic engagements, developing fearsome combat experience and crafting his own weapons. He also developed a personal AI, modeled on his father's design, which he called Friday. When Izuku finally revealed the truth of his past life to his parents, their reaction was fierce. They were furious at the revelation. Hisashi's anger flared at the idea that anyone could have put Izuku through such danger. The confession left a charged silence as the family confronted the implications of Izuku's memories and the power he now possessed. Izuku had just finished clearing a horde of demons. He pressed the controls and watched his helmet retract from his face while he muttered that the demons seemed endless and kept coming back. He let himself smile. The hunt had a rhythm he could not deny. When another wave appeared, he moved with effortless precision, launching into the mass with swift, stylized strikes that sent shadows scattering. The combat was clean and intense, like a choreographed storm, and soon the last foe slumped in defeat. Nearby, his parents fought through their own cluster of enemies. Yuna looked at her husband and told him that she thought they should send Izuku to another world. She did not want him to be consumed by this life of constant battle. Hisashi agreed and activated an AI he had designed to open a portal to a different realm. They kept fighting until the battlefield was cleared, then began to search for Izuku among the scattered remnants of the skirmishes. They found Izuku sitting atop a mound of defeated enemies, composed and almost amused. Hisashi noted with a wry pride that Izuku was truly his son, and Yuna observed that his ferocity reflected his father's nature. When Izuku saw them, he hopped down from his makeshift perch, landing with a small impact that showed his strength without a trace of cruelty. Izuku asked what they wanted. Yuna explained that they would be sending him to a different world so he would not spend his life only fighting demons. Izuku's eyes widened at the news, remembering what the creator had once mentioned. He did not want to leave his parents, but he trusted their judgment and the information the creator had given him about the new world. He asked if they were sure, and Hisashi reassured him that they were. Hisashi promised that once they had dealt with the remaining threat in their realm, they would seek Izuku out in that new world. Yuna wished for him to have a peaceful life, to grow, and to find someone he loved. Izuku accepted their hopes with a quiet, determined smile. The three embraced, a brief moment of warmth amid the ashes of battle. A few months later, Hisashi's AI named VJ had prepared a stable portal. Izuku packed a bag of his tech and donned practical black clothing and combat boots, tucking his collection of demon daggers at his waist. He told his parents he was ready to depart. Yuna kissed his forehead and wished him safety, reminding him to stand up for himself if anyone tried to harm him. Her gentle teasing about introducing any future love to her made him blush, and Yuna laughed softly. Hisashi hugged Izuku and told him to take care, and Izuku replied that it was not goodbye but a see later. Before stepping through, Izuku checked in with his companion AI, Friday, to confirm that his gear and supplies were prepared. With a final warm look at his parents, he stepped into the portal. His expression turned serious and determined as the light closed behind him, and he set off to discover what the new world held. Narrator point of view. The scene opened on Izuku alone in a void. He explored cautiously, noting that the place looked familiar to the void where he had died, but the aura here felt different, strange and almost worldly, as if it were a living presence. Izuku wondered aloud to himself where he was and why the energy around him felt so resonant and connected to him. He began to test the space, trying to open a portal with his sword, but the effort failed. He took a stance and summoned his blade, attempting to coat it with Conqueror's Haki, but something interrupted him. A man in dark armor appeared, and Izuku immediately sensed a deadly, sinister presence emanating from the stranger. Izuku noted that the man's aura was no joke and suspected the man was not wholly human. The armored figure told Izuku that the Conqueror's Haki would not work here and that it was not yet time to reveal more. He said that Izuku already knew who he was and that when the right moment came, they would meet again. The man urged Izuku to become stronger before that encounter and asked him to protect his brother, the successor Genna Sung. He promised they would meet again soon. Izuku was left confused by the request and the figure's rarity. Before he could ask more, a portal opened beneath him and he fell through, the portal closing behind him. The armored man watched the spot where Izuku had disappeared and repeated that they would meet again and that Izuku should grow stronger until that day arrived. Izuku fell through the sky and soon found himself looking down at a sprawling city. He realized he was plummeting and tried to make sense of the situation. He suspected this was the world the creator had mentioned and wondered why he was falling toward it. He thought about the armored man's deadly aura and the strange sense of connection he had felt, and about the name Jenna Sung and the responsibility he had been asked to take on. He pushed those questions aside for the moment, deciding to focus on surviving the fall. He pressed at his chest and watched as his suit began to assemble around him. The nanotech armor, reinforced with special runes, spread over his body, granting resistance to magic, intense heat, physical impacts, and other attacks. He instructed his personal AI, Friday, to scan for a safe landing spot. Friday identified a nearby building to his right that would serve as a place to land. Izuku acknowledged Friday and the AI reminded him that assisting him was its purpose. With his blades of chaos summoned, Izuku spun them and used them to anchor a line to the building, pulling himself toward it. He rolled and landed on the rooftop, letting his suit retract as he took in the cityscape. The environment suggested he was in Korea. The landscape and architecture stirred memories of his previous life. He activated observation haki to gather more information. The haki confirmed his impression. The population was local to the region, and a gate had opened nearby from which an S-rank dungeon beast had emerged. The creature's aura registered as top-tier and demonic. Izuku sensed hunters already confronting the threat and vanished from the rooftop, reappearing at the site of the disturbance. Chaos erupted as civilians fled and hunters of C, D, and B ranks attempted to stop the beast. Izuku recognized the hunters' ranking system from what the creator had told him E through S, with national rank hunters being the most powerful. He judged that the present hunters were outmatched and that civilians would perish if he did not act. He summoned a condensed projectile using his energy manipulation, compressing it into a single, dense bullet and infusing it with haki to increase its potency. He aimed at the creature's head and fired. The shot struck with overwhelming force, tearing through the creature's defenses and detonating in a brilliant burst of energy that left the monster collapsed and helpless. The impact was dramatic and decisive but described without gore, more like the extravagant, explosive finish of an intense anime battle. The hunters and bystanders stood in stunned silence, watching the creature fall. A random hunter expressed confusion and disbelief, noting that the creature had been defeated so suddenly and powerfully. Others wondered who could possess that level of strength to fell an S-rank beast in a single strike. The Hunters Guild arrived to a scene of sudden destruction. The beast's head had been shattered in a violent burst, an unnerving display that left the hunters frozen in shock and disbelief. They clustered together and asked one another what had happened, voices tight with concern. Izuku decided that was his cue to leave and slipped into a nearby alley. A mysterious figure watching from a distance sensed a dangerous, ominous aura coming from that direction and narrowed her gaze. She could tell the presence felt like that of an S-rank hunter, perhaps even stronger. In the alley, Izuku exhaled, relieved. He could not let the hunters find him until he was settled in this world. A screen materialized in front of him, bright and official. The system announced that he was now a player. Izuku looked at the screen with a flicker of disbelief, then irritation at the unknown. He demanded to know what it was. The system explained that it had been designed to help him grow stronger. When Izuku asked who had created it, the system began to glitch and cut off. Izuku raised an eyebrow and inferred that the creator of the system did not want to be revealed. For now, he resolved to play by the system's rules. He asked the system to show his stats. The screen displayed his status. Name Izuku Park, level 85, job none, title Godslayer plus 10, fatigue 0, HP immortal, MP 10,000 strength, vitality, agility, and sense were listed as unmeasurable. Intelligence was physical damage reduction was 100% and magical damage reduction 90%. Izuku studied the numbers and concluded that his magical power and intelligence could use work. He then asked to see his skills. The system listed them: Haki, Bloodlust, Energy Manipulation, Perfect Copy, UI, Reserved, Eyes, Reserved, Rune Absorption, Power-Up Usage Mastery, Metavision, and Emporize. Izuku noted that his abilities had been translated into skills and that leveling up would make him stronger, so he would need to take on quests. A new quest alert flashed. The system instructed him to protect Sung Jenna no matter what. Izuku demanded to know who Sung Jenna was. He paused, then remembered the armored figure had mentioned protecting someone by that name. He told the system he would need more information. Izuku's senses then detected a portal opening nearby. A girl in a hoodie stepped through and closed the gate behind her. She muttered under her breath about the gate's difficulty and immediately noticed Izuku. She summoned twin daggers and raised her guard, eyes glowing purple with defensive intensity. Another voice, identifying herself as 14, instructed a system scan to determine Izuku's strength. The system tried to read his stats but failed. The scan returned an error: the target was too strong to measure. The second woman's eyes widened. She explained that the system could normally measure even national rank hunters, so inability to read Izuku implied he might be stronger than a national rank hunter. Izuku said that he should be the one asking questions and demanded to know who the woman was. He activated his Conqueror's Haki, and the system confirmed that the Haki skill had been activated. He released the Haki and the girl was pressed back by its force. She responded by releasing her own bloodlust. Their auras collided in a tense standoff that had the feel of a dramatic anime battle rather than anything graphic. The system cautioned them not to fight, and Izuku withdrew his Haki. The girl lowered her blades as well. Izuku told himself the system had said to make her an ally, so he decided to try. He apologized for the abrupt confrontation and suggested they start over. The girl agreed. Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Park and offered a polite smile. The girl blushed and removed her hoodie, revealing a lovely face that made Izuku blush in return. She introduced herself as Sung Jenna. Izuku realized she was the person he had been instructed to protect. He smiled inwardly at her. Sung Jenna asked how strong he was, explaining that her system had been unable to measure his power. Izuku was surprised that she also had a system and admitted that he had one too. She had assumed she was the only person with such a system. When Jenna asked what rank he held, Izuku hesitated. He explained that he was not a hunter and that he did not originate from this world. He considered whether to disclose that fact fully and, after sensing her trustworthiness, decided to tell her the truth. He asked if they could speak somewhere quieter. Sung Jenna suggested they go to her place. Izuku agreed and followed her home. In the tranquility of her house, he explained that he truly was from another world. Jenna listened with surprise but offered him hospitality, proposing that he stay with her and her sister. Izuku initially declined, not wanting to be a burden, but Jenna insisted, and he relented. She showed him to a guest room and gave him a tour of the house. While they walked, she explained everything she knew about the power system, hunters, and the structure of their world, sharing what little she had learned from her own experiences. She promised not to tell anyone that Izuku was an outsider, keeping his secret as they planned their next steps. Jenna was from a different world. She and Izuku discovered they had a lot in common and got along quickly. Jenna explained how she had acquired the system and risen to become the Shadow Monarch, and Izuku listened with surprise. They shared details about their abilities and compared experiences, learning more about each other's lives. Izuku then explained that he had come from a world where he and his parents had spent much of their lives fighting demons, and Jenna reacted with sympathy at how much he had endured. At that moment, Jaina arrived home, announcing her presence energetically. Jenna stood and smiled warmly to welcome her younger sister. When Jaina saw Izuku, she blushed at his appearance, and Izuku introduced himself politely as Izuku Park. Jenna suggested showing him around the city, and Izuku accepted with enthusiasm. Several months passed. Izuku settled into the Sung household and grew closer to both Jenna and Jaina. Both sisters quietly developed feelings for him without having confessed. Izuku completed many system quests and became significantly stronger. He helped Jenna train, teaching her martial arts and some of his techniques, which raised her capabilities. He also taught her how to use haki. She learned quickly and mastered it after 2 months, impressing Izuku, who regarded her as a prodigy. They trained and leveled together, growing more capable than before. Izuku fought Igris in sparring, and Igris came to admire Izuku's swordsmanship and strength. One morning, after finishing a shower, Izuku reflected on how much stronger he had become since arriving in this world and how the system's progress had continued to surprise him. He thought about the possibility of a job change quest and wondered when it would appear. He also found himself thinking about his parents and about the feelings that had slowly developed for both Jenna and Jaina. He was unsure how to confess them. In the living room, Jenna and Jaina discussed how to tell Izuku how they felt. Jenna asked Jaina if she loved him, and Jaina admitted that she did, noting his kindness, care, and quiet strength. They agreed it would be best to confess when Izuku came out so they could tell him honestly. When Izuku emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a fresh shirt, the sisters blushed at the sight of him. Jenna and Jaina both took a deep breath and then together confessed that they loved Izuku and asked him to be their boyfriend. Izuku smiled warmly. He returned their feelings, saying that he loved them too and that he would be their boyfriend. The three shared a quiet, heartfelt moment, holding each other close in a gentle embrace that sealed their new understanding. The girls hugged Izuku. He hugged them back and smiled warmly, feeling grateful that he had found them and promising quietly to always protect them. Izuku told the girls that since they had shared their pasts with him and they were now in a relationship, he did not want to hide anything about his own history. Jenna expressed surprise, and Izuku explained that they deserved to know the truth about him and where he came from. He placed his hand on each of their foreheads and showed them memories of his life in his old world. They witnessed how he had suffered, how he had been neglected and abused, and how the world had rejected him. They saw how he had become stronger and how he had stood his ground without yielding to anyone. The girls became emotional as they looked at him. Jenna realized how much he had endured. Jaina wondered how he could still smile after everything. Jenna reflected that anyone might have given up long ago, and Jaina admired that, no matter how many times the world broke him, he had never accepted defeat. Izuku smiled warmly and pressed a gentle kiss to each of their foreheads. He explained that he had never given up and had kept pushing forward. In his old life, his only goal had been to eliminate those who had made his life miserable. Then he had been given a second chance at life, reborn into a new world and raised by loving parents who refused to let him continue a cycle of violence. They had sent him to this universe, where he had met the girls and found a new purpose. He promised to always love them and to do his best to keep them smiling. They had become his reason for living. The girls wiped their tears and returned his affection. Izuku told Jenna-sung and Jaina-sung that he loved them, and both girls told him in turn that they loved Izuku Park. He thanked them for loving him. He then suggested they watch a movie, and they agreed. Izuku went to the kitchen to make popcorn. In the living room the girls cuddled close as the movie started, and Izuku watched them with a contented smile. He thought that his mother had been right. He had finally found a purpose and something that truly made him happy. They shared a quiet, affectionate evening and woke up together the next morning. At 7 in the morning Izuku and the girls rose, completed their morning routine, and set out on their daily quests. He accompanied Jenna to college and asked what they should do next. Jenna suggested getting their ranks evaluated, and Izuku agreed. They went to the Hunters Association. As they entered the building and made their way to the evaluation section, many people glanced their way. The assistant at the desk greeted them politely and asked how he could help. Izuku explained that he and his girlfriend wanted to have their ranks evaluated. The assistant blushed slightly at Izuku's presence, and some of the men who had seen Jenna blushed at her beauty. Izuku caught their looks and gave a sharp warning glare that caused them to step back. A tense aura seemed to surround him. The assistant asked for their names. Izuku gave his name as Izuku Park and introduced Jenna-sung. They took a seat and waited. Izuku noticed an uneasy atmosphere. People seemed nervous about their own evaluations. He thought about how E-rank hunters were often looked down upon, how some people became hunters for money while others did so to support their families, and how this world, though it had gates and hunters, felt different from the violent one he had left behind. The assistant called the next person. Another attendant, sensing the growing line, offered Izuku and Jenna the chance to go in first. They agreed and entered the evaluation chamber, where a large crystal measured mana levels. The attendant asked Jenna to place her hand on the crystal so the system could assess her power. When she did, the machine returned an error. The attendant frowned and tried the alternate crystal, but the same error appeared. Izuku approached and considered his options. He did not want to reveal the full extent of his strength. He lowered his mana output intentionally so the crystal would not register an overwhelming level. Even with his restraint, the system reported an error. The attendants exchanged worried looks. Another staff member arrived to inspect the issue and murmured that there had not been an error like this in 2 years. The last time it had occurred when a particular person had come for a ranking check. The staff concluded that the machine could not measure their mana levels. Whispers ran through the room, and some suspected that the two before them might be among the highest-ranked hunters in Korea. Izuku and Jenna waited in tense silence. Outside, an attendant approached and explained that the machine could not measure their mana levels. A more advanced mana meter and permission from higher-ups would be required, so they should return in 3 days. Izuku agreed that 3 days would be fine, and Jenna agreed as well. They walked out of the room. As they left, another attendant glanced toward a door and saw a red-haired man in a red suit with multiple rings and one hand in his pocket, handsome for his age. The attendants recognized him as the guild master of Korea's Hunters Guild, Choi Jong-in. Izuku thought of him as the best fire user in the world, and Jenna noted that that was one of his many titles. Choi Jong-in stepped forward and announced that there was no need for an evaluation. The two were clearly S-rank hunters and did not need to wait 3 days. Woo Jin-chul declared that Sung Jenna was S-rank and said the upcoming days with the woman and the man would be entertaining. Choi Jun observed that their auras made their strength obvious and that they were undoubtedly among the strongest. He fell silent as he realized the man's aura was unexpectedly stronger than the woman's, leaving him stunned as if standing before something remarkable. Choi Jong-in noticed a dark, sinister aura when he looked at Izuku. When the two stood together, it felt like the embodiment of death itself. He stepped forward to address them and introduced himself as the guild master of the Hunters Guild. Both Izuku and Jenna greeted him politely. Choi Jong-in asked whether they had a guild they were interested in joining. Izuku explained that they did not have one at the moment. Jenna added that if they ever chose to join a guild, they would contact him. Choi Jong-in thanked them, handed over his card, and said he hoped to hear from them. The two nodded and then vanished quickly, leaving Choi Jong-in surprised by their speed. He mused that vanishing without a trace indicated an assassin type. Baek Yoon-ho arrived and recognized Choi Jong-in. Choi Jong-in glanced at him, then away, a small smirk forming as he thought he had caught someone red-handed. He wondered if Baek Yoon-ho knew about the pair. Possibly the girl from the Red Gate incident who had saved guild members. Choi Jong-in concluded that the girl must be Sung Jenna. Izuku and Jenna visited Jenna's mother, who lay in a coma after falling victim to the disease known as the eternal sleep. Jenna watched her mother with a haunted sadness. Izuku pulled Jenna close, kissed her forehead, and promised that they would save her mother. Jenna smiled faintly and said she believed they would succeed. The system then displayed the list of ingredients required to craft the holy water of life, the elixir needed to break the eternal sleep. Jenna vowed to save her mother no matter what it took. After the hospital visit, Izuku and Jenna were about to head home when they encountered Woo Jin-chul standing in the hallway. Jin-chul said that as a member of the surveillance team he had a responsibility to manage hunters and asked them to accompany him to speak with the chairman. Izuku agreed and followed Jin-chul. They entered the chairman's office, where Go Gun-hee was waiting. Go Gun-hee introduced himself as the chairman of the Hunter Association and congratulated them on becoming S-rank hunters. Jenna noted that they had not yet been re-evaluated. Go Gun-hee explained that re-evaluating their mana would be pointless because the evaluation could only measure within its limited range. He described the re-evaluation PRD as a kind of grace PRD and said he did not intend to waste their time. He could not promise money or fame, but he could offer other help. Go Gun-hee proposed giving them the power to regulate hunters and making them part of the association. Jenna found the offer suspicious and wondered whether it was merely an attempt to recruit them. Izuku acknowledged the temptation but pointed out a major flaw: joining would dull their ability to hunt. He valued the thrill of raiding dungeons and declared that hunting was where he belonged. Jenna echoed him, saying she loved the hunt and wanted to continue raiding dungeons. He listened, impressed by their unwavering resolve and the way their eyes did not waver. He admitted that their passion and steadiness excited his curiosity. Izuku and Jenna declined the chairman's offer, explaining that managing hunters was not something they wished to do. He accepted their decision gracefully, thanked them for their time, and expressed that it had been an honor to speak with them. As Izuku and Jenna left the hospital, the chairman watched them go and reflected that they were the future of the country, the ones who might give hope to the people. Later that evening, Izuku, Jenna, and Jaina shared a simple dinner, then each freshened up before settling down to watch a movie together. Afterwards they returned to their room, where they made the house feel more like home. They climbed into bed and cuddled together, comforted by one another's presence. Izuku told them he was glad to have met them and that they had changed his life for the better. He spoke warmly of his love for them. They fell asleep close together, peaceful and reassured by their resolve to face the challenges ahead. Narrator POV. Izuku woke and found two people sleeping at his side. A soft smile crossed his face as he leaned in to place a gentle kiss on each of their foreheads before rising. It was Saturday and the room felt calm. He checked the time and saw it was 7 a.m. He decided a morning jog would be a good way to complete his daily quest and maintain his conditioning. The system displayed his daily objectives: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 curl-ups, 100 squats, and a running goal. He accepted the routine and began preparing. Jenna woke and rubbed her eyes, greeting him cheerfully. He returned the greeting warmly and kissed her forehead. When she asked if he was going out, he said he planned to complete the daily quest, shower, and then make breakfast. Jenna offered to join him for the workout, and he agreed. They headed out to train together, completing the listed exercises. After the workout they showered and dressed in casual clothes. Izuku moved to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Jaina soon woke and found Jenna sitting in the living room, studying the system display that only certain people could see. Jaina did not see the system herself. Jenna explained that Izuku was in the kitchen making breakfast, and Jaina went to check on him. Jaina approached Izuku in the kitchen and embraced him from behind. He smiled at her affection. She asked for her morning kisses in a playful tone, and he obliged before they all sat down to eat. After breakfast, Jenna decided to join a mining raid with Izuku while they were still low-ranked, figuring they would enjoy the work until they advanced to S-rank hunters. At the mining site, other workers noticed Jenna's hunter tag and Izuku's appearance and reacted with surprise. Several of the extras questioned whether they could really be E-rank hunters, commenting that an E-rank should not look so physically fit and suggesting chilling theories about their talents. The mining crew worked quickly until they were told to step aside for the Hunters Guild strike team. Jenna recognized the approaching squad as the country's best strike unit from the Hunters Guild. Izuku observed a blonde woman emerging from a gate, surrounded by a warm, glowing aura. He recognized her as Cha Heian, an S-rank hunter known as the Dancer and one of the nation's top fighters. Jenna confirmed the recognition. Cha Heian paused as if she felt a presence and glanced toward where Izuku and Jenna were standing, but she saw no one and seemed to sigh quietly. She muttered to herself that she might have been mistaken about sensing someone powerful and continued on, covering her nose with a handkerchief as she passed. Izuku noted that his suppression of aura had prevented her from detecting him. At lunchtime they ran toward the dungeon boss room and found that the boss was a giant. Izuku smirked and offered the challenge to Jenna, who shrugged and told him to take it if he wanted. Izuku summoned one of his blades of chaos, watching the giant and reflecting that killing the boss would close the dungeon and could cause a difficult situation for the Hunters Guild if done recklessly. Jenna observed that Izuku often prioritized opportunities to level up over the guild's concerns, and he simply smiled, eager to train. Suddenly an off-screen voice asked what the two of them were doing there. Izuku and Jenna glanced back and recognized the presence immediately. Cha Heian stood nearby, holding her handkerchief up to block the smell as she addressed them. Cha-Heian's hearing was very sensitive. She looked at Izuku and Jenna and thought it impressive that someone had managed to get behind them for so long. Izuku explained that they had gotten lost on their way to lunch and ended up here. Cha-Heian asked if they were lost and whether they were part of the mining team. She warned them to move away because this was where the boss lived and he might react violently, so they should leave. Izuku apologized. Cha-Heian glanced at Izuku's hand and realized she had seen a weapon moments earlier, yet now it was gone. She wondered if her eyes had deceived her. Izuku told Jenna to go ahead and that he would catch up. Jenna nodded and headed for the exit. As Izuku passed, Cha-Heian suddenly noticed his scent and was surprised by how pleasant it was. She found it unexpected. She asked if he was really a hunter, grabbed his tag, and read that he was an E-rank hunter. Concerned, she told him to be careful on his way out and noted that she could not sense his aura, as he seemed to far surpass hers. Izuku agreed and left while thinking it had been a waste of his time and that he would wait for the system to assign dungeons and quests to grind and level up. Cha-Heian reflected that his lower rank might explain the absence of any foul odor and that, in fact, he smelled rather nice. Later, the mining crew offered Izuku and Jenna positions, but they politely declined. The boss explained that they would be mining a second time and that the Hunters Guild Squad B would arrive to assist. Both agreed to return and help when Squad B came. When they arrived home, Jenna announced their return and Jaina welcomed them warmly. Jaina greeted Izuku with a familial, affectionate kiss and he returned the gesture with a smile. Jaina said she had made dinner and told them to freshen up before eating. Both Jenna and Izuku agreed. They had dinner, watched a movie, and then went to sleep. During the night, Izuku received a quest from the system, an A-rank dungeon. He accepted and entered the dungeon. The monsters inside were weak and scattered. Izuku moved with swift, precise strikes in an anime-style display of skill, avoiding any graphic detail. The creatures fell quickly to his techniques, and the system acknowledged his performance by awarding him 2 level-ups. A status window appeared to display his current information. The system identified him as Izuku Park at level 90 with no assigned job and the title God Slayer 10+. His fatigue was 0, his HP was listed as effectively immortal, and his MP was 15,000 out of 15,000. The window recorded his strength and vitality as unmeasurable, his intelligence at 320+, and his senses as unmeasurable. Physical damage reduction registered at 100% and magical damage reduction at 90%. Izuku reflected that he had grown stronger over the past few months and suspected he might have been level 95 if he had not been sharing experience points and stats with Jenna. He recognized that, in terms of strength and speed, Jenna was roughly where he had been at his peak in his previous world. He took a quiet satisfaction in how much she had developed and noted that party sharing of stats and experience was helping her level faster. Another notification appeared. The system informed him that the player had reached the required level and that a job change quest had arrived. The system prompted him to accept or refuse the job change quest. Izuku noticed the system offering a job change quest and decided to postpone it. He told himself he would enter the dungeon tomorrow because he and Jenna had to return to the mining squad the day after, and right now he needed sleep. He went home, found the women close beside him, smiled, and kissed their foreheads before closing his eyes and drifting off. The next day, Izuku stood in a forest wearing his gear, ready for the job change quest. He tested his breath, stretched, and prepared himself. The system opened a portal wrapped in black and pink flames. Izuku felt a dangerous aura emanating from it and grinned with anticipation before stepping through. He arrived in a long hall whose design reminded him of the place his father had been welcomed back from his first mission. The system informed him that he could not leave the dungeon until he cleared it. It also warned that potion and shop abilities were restricted in the area, leaving Haki, UI, and Crazy Mode as the only abilities that could be used. The system added that on level up he would not receive status healing. Izuku pushed open a door and entered a wasteland streaked with rivers of molten rock. It looked like a different version of hell. He barely had time to take in the landscape before a dark energy spear narrowly missed him. He turned and saw armored demon knights wielding spears that dripped with shadowy power. He smirked at their appearance. Izuku moved with practiced speed. When one knight lunged with a sword, he dodged and struck, sending it reeling. He evaded a fireball from another knight, closed the distance, and landed a powerful blow that scattered the enemy's form. He seized a fallen knight's spears and used them to disable two opponents with precise strikes. Around him, more knights advanced, forcing him into the center of their ranks. He welcomed the challenge and charged into the horde. Izuku moved like a whirlwind, cutting through their formation with relentless force and overwhelming speed. The knights were knocked off their feet or sent tumbling away as he pressed the attack, grinning at the thrill of combat. The knights retaliated with coordinated volleys of arrows, dark spears, and sorcerous blasts. Izuku dodged with quick, fluid motions and laughed at their attempts. He observed how they worked together and anticipated their patterns before they could close in. He activated Haki, feeling it coil around his limbs, and discovered a new affinity with mana as it merged with his physical strikes. The system notified him that mana manipulation had been learned at level 1 and that his use of mana was now more effective. He acknowledged the update briefly, then focused on the battle. Leaping into the air, he channeled Haki and mana into his weapon and his movements. He struck the ground at the heart of the enemy cluster, creating a massive shock that blasted many knights back and carved a crater where they had stood. When the smoke cleared, more knights surrounded him, their ranks reforming quickly with arrows and dark magics poised. Izuku widened his grin at the fresh wave of foes. He combined Advanced Conqueror's Haki with his newfound mana control to coat his strikes in an overwhelming intensity. With a sweeping, focused slash, he cut through the approaching knights, leaving their forms to dissipate into ash-like remnants rather than linger in detail. The system announced multiple confirmations that he had defeated several Hell Knights as notifications crowded his vision. He prepared to press onward, exhilarated by the fight and eager to see what challenges awaited next. Izuku found the whole thing exhilarating. His senses sharpened as he turned toward the castle and detected a strong, dangerous dark aura. He grinned wildly and promised himself he would claim the experience points waiting inside. A dark, sinister aura gathered around him as he strode toward the fortress, eager to see how the job change quest would play out. Outside the castle he paused and observed the Hell Knights posted at the gate. He shook his head with a touch of impatience. With a swift motion of his thousand-year demon dagger, the Hell Knights' formation collapsed under the force of his attack. They were sent flying and incapacitated by the impact. His instincts screamed a warning, but he only smirked, sensing something more dangerous ahead. He moved through a long corridor and reached a massive door leading into the main hall. The pressure behind it promised a worthy opponent. When he opened the door, he found someone seated on a throne whose presence made his eyes widen. It was his past self. Recognition passed over him. The aura he had sensed came from this figure. He allowed a brief, sardonic thought that his past self had been striking. The system issued a stern notification that defeat of his past self was required, and that failure would result in player death. Izuku dismissed it mentally as a bluff. The system knew of his immortality, and he suspected the creator was trying to intimidate him. He decided to play by the rules and see which version would prevail. Looking into the throne's occupant's eyes, he noticed the same UI aura. He sighed and accepted that he would have to fight his past self, knowing that in this mode he became a relentless combatant. His past self did not hesitate. He launched forward with blistering speed. The opening strike came like a lightning blow, and Izuku narrowly dodged. He acknowledged to himself that his former self retained impressive power strong enough that Izuku could respect the challenge, but he believed the original would still triumph over a copy. The two clashed in a blur of hand-to-hand exchanges. Izuku parried and countered, landing a rapid knee and a spinning kick that kept his opponent on the defensive. The fight escalated into close-quarters combat, each movement analyzed and adapted to by both sides. Izuku noted that his past self was learning, mirroring, and adjusting, but that the adaptive speed could not match his own in this state. He fought with superior instinct, pushing his strength forward. A weapon suddenly appeared in his opponent's hands and was brought to bear with even more speed. Izuku summoned his blades of chaos in response and prepared to match the assault. He activated a skill enhancement, and the system confirmed that the sprint skill had been engaged, increasing his movement speed by 30%. The two blades met in a storm of force. The shockwaves of their strikes shook the hall and began to tear at the castle's interior. Izuku felt the match sharpening him. He chose a moment and struck decisively, seizing his past self by the collar and slamming him to the ground before a flurry of impossibly fast combinations left no room for counterattacks. He urged himself not to give the copy a chance to breathe or regroup. Reaching into his inventory, Izuku drew his thousand-year demon dagger and gripped it tightly. He readied himself to finish the fight. He called upon advanced techniques, layering Conqueror's Haki with his mana manipulation to form a powerful coating around his weapon. His sword hummed as it became infused with Haki and mana, a visible surge of energy signaling that his mana manipulation and advanced swordsmanship had been activated. The system announced that mana manipulation and advanced swordsmanship had been activated. The system then displayed that advanced swordsmanship was now at level 2, a passive skill requiring no mana and usable only with swords. Because he had used the sword for an extended PRD, he could wield it with greater proficiency, and attacks with it dealt 40% additional damage. The system also noted mana manipulation at level 2, another passive skill requiring no mana, which made use of mana through his body and weapons 40% more effective. His past self rushed at him and vanished into particles as Izuku unleashed a Haki move called Demonic/Barrage and finally defeated it. The system announced a double level up and said he had received awards. The system displayed the quest rewards: 5 stat points, Ruler Hand at level 1. Primordial Sword of Eternal Flames with an attack rating over 1000, and Vital Strike at level 1. Izuku noted the new weapon and skills and wondered if the job change quest was over. Instinct kicked in as multiple portals opened around him. The system warned that the job change quest was beginning and that waves of Hell Knights, demons, golems, and mages were pouring out. The system instructed him to survive as long as possible and promised that the more points he earned, the higher his class ranking would be. Izuku stared at the approaching forces and checked his mana, which read 5,000 out of 15. The knights and demons were stronger than before, at the level of foes from his old world. He blocked a knight's punch, dodged a kick, caught an arrow, and leapt away from a golem's swing. A golem then struck him and sent him flying into a wall. The mages unleashed magical attacks that detonated into a large explosion. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was still embedded in the wall and began to smirk. He thought that they would not let him think his way out of this and decided to engage. He entered heat mode and wore a wild grin, preparing to take advantage of the XP opportunity. The knights, demons, archers, and mages closed in, and Izuku laughed with exhilaration. He charged into the fray, pummeling foes and throwing them aside with brutal speed but no graphic detail. He slammed his knee into a group of knights, sent others crashing back with heavy blows, and moved like a whirlwind through the ranks. He was louder, wilder, and more dangerous in heat mode, a state that made him reckless and overwhelming to his enemies. He had restrained himself around friends earlier. Now, in this state, those restraints were loosened and he fought with abandon. He struck 2 opponents in the face and channeled mana and Haki through his hand, unleashing a powerful punch that wiped out many of the attackers. More knights streamed from the portals, and he grinned at the prospect of more experience. He accelerated with insane speed and leapt into the air. The system notified him that the skill jump had been learned. He noted the new skill but pushed it aside. There was too much to deal with right now. He slammed into groups of knights and demons, moving so fast they could barely track him. He summoned Blades of Chaos and began cutting through enemies in a rapid, non-graphic, anime-style flurry of motion. He called the enemies useful experience generators and taunted them as he fought. After 2 minutes of relentless combat, he realized something strange. The more enemies he defeated, the more seemed to spawn from nowhere. He dodged a golem's punch, leapt onto its shoulder, and then onto its face. He covered his hand in his nanotech suit and punched the golem, sending it reeling. The system activated the stealth skill. The system described stealth as an active skill at level 1 that consumed mana and rendered his appearance and all traces of him hidden instantly, with a 10% mana drain per second. Izuku vanished from sight and reappeared behind enemies, cutting through them with his new sword, its tip glowing faintly. He tested the primordial sword of eternal flames, acknowledging that while it might not surpass a millennial-old demon dagger in legend, it was still a potent weapon. He noticed the mages were continuously summoning more knights and demons, protected by archers. He understood their tactic and grinned. He leapt into the air, charging haki and mana through his sword, ready to punish them. He slashed through remaining knights with blinding speed. The system announced that Ruler's Hand had been activated. The skill allowed him to control objects without touching them. Using it, he manipulated the battlefield, bringing enemies into range and disrupting formations. He crushed the defenses around 2 mages and the system confirmed those defeats. The system reported that 4 mages remained. Izuku activated stealth again, but the mages used a detection skill that temporarily negated his stealth. It did not stop him. The 4 remaining mages summoned a huge golem, a composite of knights, demons, archers, and other elements. Izuku acknowledged the escalation and prepared himself for the larger threat. He dodged the golem's punch, rushed in, and severed one of its arms with blinding speed. He moved so fast that he risked overextending. A tense moment followed. Izuku used the ruler's hand to shift his body and closed the distance to the golem, delivering a decisive strike that shattered its core. He activated his bloodlust skill, and the system confirmed its activation. The mages froze as Izuku charged mana and haki into his twin swords and performed the haki technique Twin Meteor Slash. He reappeared before the mages, dismissed his blades, and struck a confident pose. With a single spoken command, the mages were consumed by a burst of energy behind him. Izuku allowed himself a satisfied smirk as steam rose from his body and cold air escaped his breath. The system notified him that he had defeated 4 mages. The system then reported that all the monsters in the room had been eliminated and the quest would end. It informed him he would be able to choose a class based on the points he collected and that a job would be granted after his actions were analyzed. Izuku muttered that this was troublesome but admitted he was curious what the system would assign him. The system described the player's reputation. Wherever the player went, destruction and chaos followed. His path was strewn with ruins and fallen foes, and his determination burned like an unending flame. It declared that as the player possessed strength, he fought alone and completed tasks by himself. The system characterized the player as a lone wolf, a one-man army who overcame everything on his own, and it announced a job, Hell Summoner. Izuku hesitated at the idea of summoning creatures from hell. He preferred to operate solo, so he initially refused the job. The system noted that Hell Summoner was a hidden class and insisted, but Izuku stayed defiant. He accepted the challenge in his own way, deciding to see who would prevail between him and the system. The system declared him chosen. Based on his points, it offered him a chance to promote to a superior color class, added bonus points, and confirmed that all enemies had been slain. It then promoted him from Hell Summoner to Monarch of Primordial Flames. A deep pink, flaming aura began to surround Izuku as immense power flowed through him. He felt exhilarated by the new surge of strength. The system interface shifted to match the new color and announced that he had learned a job-exclusive skill and earned bonus points. The system noted that Hell Summoning could be used on targets. The system explained Hell Summoning Level 1 as a job-specific skill that required no mana. Primordial Flame Soldiers were created from lifeless bodies and the mana they retained. Dead creatures or beasts could be turned into Primordial Flame Soldiers, though the chance of success decreased for stronger targets and the more time that had passed since death. He could summon up to 50 such soldiers. The system also introduced Hell Save Level 1, which allowed him to absorb created primordial soldiers into storage. Saved soldiers could be summoned and reabsorbed at will, with an initial capacity of 0 out of 50. Izuku took out a cigarette, lit it, and watched the fallen enemies as his eyes glowed deep pink. He spoke the command Ascend, and the newly created soldiers rose to stand for him. The summoned forces were varied: 10 archers, 10 knights, several mages, and a number of standard primordial flame soldiers. The mages resembled familiar figures but bore the same deep pink flame aura as their creator. 2 mighty hell golems stood among them. Izuku observed the differences between these soldiers and those of others. They were unique and seemed capable of growing stronger as he did. He noted that he could save up to 50 of them in his shadow storage and compared his numbers to another's larger army, resolving to grow his forces in time. He absorbed 50 primordial flame summons into his shadow, storing them with a small, satisfied smile. The status window displayed his information. His name is Izuku Park, level 95, job Monarch of Primordial Flames, title God Killer 11+, fatigue 0, HP listed as immortal, and MP at 15,000 out of 15,000. To be continued. Strength was unmeasurable. Vitality was unmeasurable. Intelligence was 323 and rising. Sense was unmeasurable. Physical reduction damage equaled 100% and magical reduction damage equaled 90%. Izuku thought to himself that he had grown stronger, his mana had returned to full, and he had acquired a new weapon. A small smile crossed his face as he considered it a win. He decided it was time to head home. A pink flame portal opened. Izuku stepped through and arrived in the forest, feeling a new dark pink aura around him. He admired the color of his mana and allowed himself a quiet appreciation of how it looked. He prepared to go home, imagining the comfort of his bed. Izuku flashed away in a streak that left a pink flaming trail and reappeared in the Sung household living room. He freshened up, changed into shorts and a black shirt, and entered the bedroom where Jenna was reading and Jaina was asleep. Jenna noticed his return and asked how his job change quest had gone. Izuku reported that it had gone well. His class had become a hell summoner that evolved into Monarch of Primordial Flames. Jenna asked if she could see his summoned soldiers. Izuku obliged, summoning them briefly. Jenna was impressed. He then desummoned them and slid onto the bed to rest against her. Izuku told Jenna that he was tired and wanted to sleep. Jenna agreed, and they shared a tender, affectionate moment together. Jenna remarked that he was a very good kisser. Izuku smiled warmly and accepted the compliment. They relaxed together while Jaina shifted and lay on Izuku's chest, and he gently kissed her forehead as she slept. Comforted by each other's presence, Izuku and Jenna fell asleep. The next morning, Izuku woke at around 5 and stretched, feeling refreshed. He kissed the girls on the cheek as he got up and moved to the couch, taking out his tech and beginning to tinker. He explained in his thoughts that his nanotech suit needed upgrades to be more durable and to add features. The suit had nearly been damaged when he had punched a golem during the job change quest, and he wanted to improve its resilience. He also compared the monsters from his world to those here, noting that while his monsters were stronger overall, the local monsters were more durable. He planned to create protective gear for Jenna and Jaina and to teach Jaina how to fight, since he could not always be there to protect her. For now, he decided to focus on updating his own suits. Jenna woke a few minutes later and saw Izuku busy at work. She greeted him and noted that he seemed occupied. Izuku responded that he intended to update his nanotech suit, add durability and new features, and create a dedicated lab to store and work on his technology. Jenna suggested they could buy a new house, since they had the means. Izuku remembered she had been attached to the current house because of memories of her parents and hesitated, but Jenna reassured him that she was okay with moving. She felt the old house had served its purpose and believed Jaina would be happy to move as well. Izuku accepted her feelings and agreed that buying a mansion might be the right choice. They shared a warm kiss, and then they prepared to leave for the day. After getting ready, they dressed and set out. They dropped Jaina off at college. She called a casual nickname to Izuku and wished him well before heading inside. Izuku hugged her and told her not to worry and to go straight home when she was. He and Jenna placed his summoned soldiers into Jenna's shadow to guard her while they were away. Izuku announced that they should go inspect the mansion he had purchased and then spend their last day working as E-rank miners at the guild, since starting tomorrow they would be promoted to S-rank hunters. Jenna agreed, and they headed to the mansion together. Jenna was impressed by the property and its interior, which matched her favorite colors of black and purple. They unpacked their belongings, organized what they could, and then went to the Hunters Guild mining site to finish their shift. At the mining site, they worked alongside the other miners. When the second strike team, Squad B, arrived, their leader Sun Kahun asked if anyone was willing to act as the squad porter because the assigned person had not shown up. Several miners refused for various practical reasons. Both Jenna and Izuku raised their hands when asked, volunteering to help while the other miners declined. The miners reacted in shock and warned that going in would be dangerous and there was no guarantee anyone would return. Sun Kihun asked the newcomers about their ranks. Jenna explained that they were E-rank hunters but reassured him that they would manage. Izuku Park introduced himself and noted that Jenna Sung was his partner. Both Izuku and Jenna lifted large bags with ease, which surprised Sun Kihun. The bags felt unexpectedly lightweight. They entered the cave. Izuku's instincts began to scream that something powerful was ahead. Jenna shared the feeling and nodded toward him. Izuku observed that the raid party consisted of A and B-rank hunters, with the B-rank fighters nearly matching the A-rank strength. One of the other hunters remarked that if mages were getting attacked it was the tank's fault, and if healers were targeted it was the strike team's fault. It was even rarer for a porter to become the focus of an attack. Izuku acknowledged the truth of the warning but accepted its deeper meaning. Jenna urged the team to lock in and make sure the strike squad did not fall. Something moved ahead. Without orders, the team snapped into formation, which impressed Izuku and Jenna. Dungeon jackals appeared, and the strike team reacted with surprise. Sun Kihun demanded to know why jackals were in an A-rank dungeon. Izuku examined the animals and noticed collars around their necks, which confirmed his suspicion that someone or something was training them, likely a monster of unusually high rank. The strike team quickly dispatched the jackals, but Gina expressed confusion because jackals should not be present in an A-rank area. Footsteps echoed from deeper in the cave, and a band of high orcs emerged. The strike team engaged them, but the battle turned difficult. One member was badly struck and went down. The healer worked quickly and restored them. Jaiwoo was slammed against the wall and staggered, struggling to breathe. Sun Kihun feared they were going to die. 22 orcs against 17 hunters left little margin for error. He pleaded for everyone to survive and keep the team intact. As a high orc lunged for a healer, an unseen force intervened and sent the attacker sprawling. Izuku revealed that he could not stand by while the hunters died and activated an ability called Ruler's Hand. A system notification confirmed the activation and described the skill as an active power that required no mana and allowed control of objects without touching them. Using this ability, Izuku restrained several high orcs. Jenna slipped into stealth and moved with precise strikes at weak points, allowing the strike team to finish their attacks. With Izuku and Jenna supporting them, the strike team overcame the high orcs. After the fight, the groups gathered. Sun Kihun instructed any injured to line up for the healer. Other hunters exchanged stunned comments about the sudden army of high orcs and remarked on how calm the two porters, Izuku and Jenna, had remained. One hunter suggested returning to report to the guildmaster or vice guildmaster. Sun Kihun hesitated but ultimately agreed that pulling back was the necessary decision for survival. They headed toward the gate, but the path was blocked by a powerful barrier. Attempts to break it caused the mages to recoil, injured by the magic. Izuku sensed something in the air and found the situation intriguing. Jenna tapped Sun Kihun and pointed behind them. Another wave of high orcs had appeared, far more numerous than before, their ranks doubled and closing in. Sun Kihun realized with despair that their earlier victory had only been a prelude to a much larger force. An imposing orc stepped forward and introduced himself as Karaglan, the shaman of the proud orcs, declaring that he had blocked the entrance and that human strength could not break his magic barrier. Sun Kihun asked whether there was any beast stronger than Karaglan inside the cave, but Karaglan's reply trailed off as the confrontation intensified. Karaglan presented them with a choice: follow his soldiers or die. Sun Kihun had no choice and agreed to meet Karaglan. He then turned to Izuku and Jenna and explained the plan. Sun Kihun said that the moment they saw the boss they would attack. Whether they won or not, the boss would not be able to maintain the barrier blocking the entrance. While they fought, someone would run outside to contact the main strike team. He emphasized that their goal was to close the gate, not to survive. Many had invested in closing it. He told them to do what they were trained for and urged Izuku and Jenna, who were not part of his team, to get out alive. They arrived at the dungeon boss room and saw multiple high orcs radiating a deadly, sinister aura. The strike team focused on the boss seated on a throne while Izuku and Jenna remained behind carrying their gear. Izuku and Jenna watched the high orcs with a mix of interest and calculation. Izuku privately thought of the experience and strength he could gain here, while Jenna found the whole scene intriguing. A lesser magician nearby muttered that compared to such magical power he felt like a third-rate caster. Karaglan greeted them with contempt, calling them human worms. Sun Kihun explained that their warriors could have killed them outright and demanded to know why they had been brought here. Karaglan answered that he had brought them for entertainment. For the remaining time inside the dungeon he intended to amuse his soldiers by killing the intruders one by one. The other monsters roared in agreement. Sun Kihun barked orders for everyone to attack, but fear froze most of the strike team. He rushed at Karaglan himself, but Karaglan raised a magical ice shield that blocked the strike and then accelerated gravity around Sun Kihun, slamming him against the floor and throwing him repeatedly in a brutal, non-graphic, anime-style barrage of force. As Sun Kihun was about to be struck again in a way that would have been fatal, he vanished in a flash. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was carrying Sun Kihun toward the entrance while Jenna watched. Izuku moved swiftly, placing Sun Kihun where the healer could tend his wounds. He explained to the stunned onlookers that he and Jenna had not intended to interfere at first because this was not their dungeon but the Hunters Guild's. Now, with Sun Kihun and his team facing death, Izuku stated that he and Jenna would act. Izuku and Jenna asked for permission to eliminate the monsters in the dungeon. Sun Kihun hesitated but could only plead for help. Izuku smiled faintly and assured him that they were in good hands and that the healer would take care of him. Karaglan tried to speak but Izuku cut him off by drawing on a dark, commanding aura. The system announced that Izuku had activated the Bloodlust skill at level 1, a powerful active ability that induced fear in several targets for 2 minutes and reduced their combat effectiveness. The surge of power forced many of the monsters and weaker opponents to their knees. Jenna remained steady, unaffected by the effect. Izuku directed his fury at Karaglan, telling the boss that his arrogance and cruelty would not go unchallenged. Karaglan retaliated by sending an orc to strike, but Jenna used a precise control technique, the ruler's hand, to hold the orc firmly in place. Izuku's eyes glowed with power as a dark, dangerous aura gathered around him, and he asked Sun Kihun for permission, along with Jenna, to clear the dungeon of the monstrous forces. The scene hung tense and charged, the two sides poised for a confrontation that would decide who would control the gate and whether the dungeon's horrors would be stopped. Izuku stepped in front of Karaglan as their shadows began to stretch and lengthen. Izuku taunted that Karaglan might seem strong but was still a weakling and insisted they end the fight quickly. Jenna observed that this was a terrible matchup for their opponents. As Izuku's soldiers and Jenna's shadow troops emerged to stand beside their king and queen, Jenna clarified that the summons were meant for the enemy. The soldiers formed up behind their leaders. Sun Kihun's team watched in stunned silence, never having seen so many summons appear at once. Observers noted the enormous magical power radiating from them, and Gina thought each summon could be of very high rank given the aura they emitted, wondering how the two of them could maintain so many at that level. Jenna activated the Monarch domain, and all her shadows shifted to a deep purple. The system then announced that the skill Monarch domain had been activated. Izuku activated his own skill, Hell domain, and the system confirmed its activation as well. Izuku explained that Hell domain was a job-specific skill he had gained from a cursed box after a job change quest. It increased the strength of his soldiers but was still only level 1 and therefore shorter in duration than Jenna's domain. Jenna noted that she had acquired a new job-specific skill after reaching level 70 while climbing the Demon Castle, which had made her shadows far stronger, and she planned to return to the Demon Castle with Izuku one day to finish what she had started. Izuku ordered his soldiers to teach their opponents a lesson, saying that their rivals' arrogance had led them to challenge him and their queen. The soldiers struck their weapons on the ground in response, and the tank called out a loud roar. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, and both he and his soldiers showed clear respect for Jenna. He reminded them to listen to her as their queen. Jenna approved of the understanding and told the soldiers they had a single task: to show the enemy who they were. Both leaders commanded their forces to demonstrate their power, and the army charged. Jenna summoned her daggers and, with a warm smile directed at Izuku, told him this would be entertaining. Izuku drew his primordial flaming sword. His eyes glowed and he smiled as he prepared for the fight, telling Jenna that they would enjoy the battle together. Iron swung his sledgehammer and cleared a horde of orcs in a single, powerful blow. He then used a taunt skill that affected some of the orcs and, clearly angered, spun his hammer to fend off those who advanced. Sun Kihun and his team were speechless at how a single summon had dispatched so many high-ranking orcs in one attack. Observers murmured in disbelief at the summon's strength. Igris stood in the center of a ring of high orcs. His purple aura flared as he raised his long sword, took a stance, and with one decisive slide scattered the surrounding orcs, sending them reeling. Izuku's soldiers moved with astonishing speed, overwhelming their foes with coordinated precision. Jenna cut through the horde with swift, flawless movements, dispatching enemies rapidly while chiding them for not putting up a real fight and asking them to at least offer some resistance. Spectators could not hide their amazement at Jenna's speed and technique. Sun Kihun noted how perfect her movements were, with no visible flaw as she handled wave after wave of high orcs. Gina compared her to a renowned hunter but even faster, and wondered how Jenna could move with such agility while commanding so many summons, speculating about the depth of her mana reserves. A chorus of slashes drew everyone's attention to Izuku. He was cutting through high orcs at an alarming rate. His swordsmanship was refined and precise, surpassing even famed fighters in its clarity and efficiency. Igris continued to counter each attack with practiced technique, strengthened by Izuku's guidance in swordplay. Sun Kihun's team remained silent, overwhelmed by what they witnessed. Izuku then steeled himself and, channeling his determination and deep anger, told his forces to finish the task at hand and to leave nothing to chance. He expressed a fierce resolve to fight without hesitation and to unleash a decisive strike. With that intent, Izuku increased the tempo of his assault, his movements becoming a blend of simple, devastating technique, calm, measured, and overwhelmingly effective. Karaglan watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a human could display such overwhelming strength and coordination. Karaglan watched in disbelief as Izuku and Jenna cut through his ranks with ease. He told himself that the great shaman of the high orcs could not lose to a few intruders, and he steeled his anger as he looked at the two standing amid the chaos. Gina did not notice the orcs sneaking up behind her until Sun Kihun shouted for her to look out. She turned and found herself unable to dodge the looming blow. The orc slammed its axe into the ground, but Gina had already vanished from its reach. The orc froze as Izuku, holding Gina close, appeared at her side. Gina flushed, clearly embarrassed by the sudden rescue. Izuku checked that she was all right and gently set her down, then urged her to be more careful and stay alert. She nodded, and Izuku slipped back into the fray. The attacking high orc was swiftly dispatched. A fireball arced through the battlefield and struck at Izuku and Jenna's summons. Both of them turned to see Karaglan at the rear, having launched the attack. Karaglan mocked them for standing proud while their puppets did the fighting, and he observed that his soldiers could regenerate. He inferred they used mana to do so and assumed the humans would exhaust their reserves before long. Izuku retorted harshly, calling Karaglan arrogant. Jenna added that she was a necromancer and, together with Izuku as a hell summoner, they would show him their strength. With that declaration, Izuku and Jenna called their dead to rise. The fallen high orcs rose under their command as new soldiers for the two summoners, and Karaglan's eyes widened with disbelief. Izuku leveled his sword at Karaglan while the remaining high orcs fell back, intimidated. Jenna pointed at Karaglan and unleashed a powerful surge of bloodlust into the battlefield. Izuku noted, internally impressed by her ferocity. Karaglan began to glitch, sensing true monarch power from the two of them. Voices that had haunted their waking days now clamored in his head, urging slaughter. He barked an order for his troops to kill the intruders and bring him their heads. Izuku moved to end the confrontation. He swept his blade in a single motion and many of the high orcs were cut down, their forms collapsing where they stood. Two nearby onlookers urged that they should help further, but Karaglan snarled at the humans and cast two spells, Hymn of Agony and Hymn of Blindness. Sun Kihun's team dropped to the ground, coughing and disoriented, blinded and crying out from the effects of the magic. A subtle system prompt flared in Izuku's awareness and immunity activated, removing status abnormalities and restoring his composure. He smirked, telling Karaglan that he was unlucky to have chosen these opponents. Karaglan used his magic to increase his size, towering over the battlefield. Izuku surveyed the giant form coolly and remarked that growing larger just made him a bigger target. Karaglan swung and stomped, but Izuku and Jenna dodged each assault. Izuku then vanished using stealth and reappeared at Karaglan's face, declaring that he intended to end the fight. From the dungeon entrance, Izuku caught sight of Hunter Cha and Jin Wuchul, momentarily distracted by their arrival. He told himself he would deal with them later and focused on bringing Karaglan down. Channeling mana and haki into a fierce punch, Izuku struck the giant shaman and sent him crashing to the ground, his enlarged form returning to normal size as his momentum failed. Jenna marshaled her shadow soldiers and readied a massive fire assault. Izuku appeared before the fallen Karaglan, sword poised, and executed a precise, vital strike augmented by mana and haki. The sensations of the system announced that mana manipulation and vital strike had activated, enhancing the power and efficiency of his blow. Izuku followed with a rapid haki technique he called Moonlight Barrage, slashing from multiple angles. Jenna's shadow host launched a concentrated fireball, but Izuku flipped away, allowing the attack to overtake Karaglan. The battle concluded as Karaglan collapsed, broken and defeated, his power spent. Jenna stood in front of him, 3 of her shadow soldiers arrayed behind her, and she noted that he had been doomed the moment they entered the dungeon. Karaglan fell silent and was left motionless as his former troops turned on him and finished the threat. His body lay still on the ground. Izuku approached Jenna with a warm expression and praised her performance. Jenna returned the gesture with a quick, affectionate hug. She reached out to Karaglan's body, and a notification appeared before them announcing that both she and Izuku had leveled up 3 times. Jenna remarked that she had reached a new rank, crediting Izuku for helping her grow stronger. Izuku noted his own rise in level with a satisfied smile. Jenna called her fallen foe back to serve, and a shadowed aura enveloped the corpse as it rose once more in service to her. She considered the creature's old name and decided it suited better to rename it Tusk, declaring it an elite soldier under her command. The rest of her shadows coalesced back into her, and Izuku's hell soldiers returned to him, the pair prepared to press deeper into the dungeon. Wu Jinchul noticed Hunter Izuku and Hunter Sung arriving together. Izuku greeted Wu Jinchul with a warm comment about the coincidence of seeing him there and then noticed Hunter Cha Heian, smirking as he added that Cha Heian had a nice pickaxe. Cha Heian blushed at the attention, and Izuku smiled, thinking she looked cute when she blushed. Wu Jinchul observed that Izuku and Hunter Sung had been busy. Izuku confirmed that they had, and Wu Jinchul explained that his monitoring division oversaw special hunters like Izuku and Hunter Sung. Gina and Cha Heian both blushed at Izuku's smile. Sun Kihun thanked them while the others peppered Izuku and Jenna with questions about how they had become so strong. Izuku told everyone to relax and promised that their questions would be answered the next day, asking them to stay tuned to the news. Izuku left with Jenna, glancing back at Cha Heian and Gina and offering a playful wink that made them flush. They left for home, freshened up, saw Gina, had dinner, watched movies, and later rested for the night. The next morning Izuku and Jenna prepared to leave for the Hunters Association building. Izuku asked if Jenna was ready. Jenna said she was ready and complimented Izuku on how he looked in the suit she had bought him. Izuku thanked her and called her gorgeous. Jenna acknowledged the compliment and reminded him they should leave to avoid being late. They headed to the garage and chose one of their cars from Izuku's collection. Izuku invited Jenna into the car so they could drive to the association. Outside the Hunters Association, a crowd of reporters had gathered. Min Lee-sung was nearby, behaving as he often did. Baek Yoon-ho arrived and seemed puzzled by the crowd. A reporter rushed over and asked whether he had come to recruit Lee Min-sung. Baek Yoon-ho clarified that he was not there for Lee Min-sung because that hunter already had a contract with another guild. He was there for another matter. Choi Jong-in arrived and, when asked by reporters, stated that Mr. Lee had already signed with a guild and that he was not there for him either. Inside, Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in exchanged guarded remarks about recent events. Baek Yoon-ho mentioned a rumor that the Hunters Guild had a close call the previous day. Choi Jong-in countered that at least his guild had not lost any A-rank hunters like the White Tiger Guild, and Baek Yoon-ho conceded that both sides had received help from others. Their conversation shifted toward recruiting, with tension rising over who had suffered more and who had the right to approach the new talent. The argument continued until attention outside was drawn by the roar of an engine. Reporters turned to see a car approaching the building at high speed. The vehicle drifted and parked dramatically in front of the entrance. Izuku and Jenna stepped out of the car to flashing cameras. Reporters crowded forward, eager to learn who they were. Izuku pushed through the crowd with confident assurance and instructed them to make way. He then fixed the guards at the door with a fierce presence that made them hesitate, and they quickly stepped aside. Inside, Baek Yoon-ho, Choi Jong-in, and Go Gun-hee were waiting. Jenna noted the sight of 3 S-rank hunters gathered to meet them. Go Gun-hee commented on the rise of 2 new S-rank hunters in the country and how their recent encounters had been interesting. He added that the others would be curious to see how far Izuku and Jenna would go. Izuku suggested they begin the evaluation, addressing the chairman and indicating they were ready to proceed. A tense evaluation was about to begin. They arrived at the hunter evaluation with Go Gun-hee and the others, hoping to secure their S-rank hunter titles. Go Gun-hee escorted them inside and explained that their classes would be determined now. An employee approached with a clipboard and asked what Izuku and Jenna could do. Izuku and Jenna demonstrated their abilities by summoning soldiers. Jenna produced a variety of knights and mages, while Izuku brought forth summoned forces as well. Go Gun-hee watched them closely, a faint yellow light in his eyes as he examined their power. Go Gun-hee noted that there must be more to their abilities than what they had shown so far, addressing Hunter Izuku and Hunter Jenna by name. Izuku and Jenna exchanged a resigned look, realizing they could no longer hide their full strength. Izuku extended a shadowy presence and called forth a large host that included Hell Knights, mages, golems, and orc warriors. Jenna summoned Tusk, Igris, ironclad units, more mages, orcs, and her own knights. The assembled hunters and the employees stared in shock and disbelief. Izuku reported that he could summon over 200 soldiers, and Jenna that she could summon over 300. Choi Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho reacted to the massive mana output, noting that the power was overwhelming and far greater than in a previous encounter at the Red Gate. Go Gun-hee remarked that the aura around the summons felt ominous and potent. He observed Izuku and sensed a dangerous darkness that Izuku was struggling to contain, and he reflected that these two could shake the world, especially Izuku Park. Their licenses were issued. Izuku and Jenna officially became S-rank hunters. Izuku smirked as he ate a small treat, thinking that with the new rank they were ready for larger challenges ahead. As they prepared to leave, Baek Yoon-ho asked for a moment of their time. Izuku explained that he and Jenna had a lot of unfinished business to attend to but offered to exchange contacts so they could arrange a meeting later. Baek Yoon-ho expressed his appreciation. When they reached the exit, neither Izuku nor Jenna noticed the crowd of reporters waiting outside until it was too late. Reporters immediately swarmed them, drawing cameras and shouting questions. Jenna and Izuku fell silent under the sudden barrage, momentarily overwhelmed by the attention. In the United States, Hwang Dong-soo watched the news and slammed his remote into the couch in frustration, muttering that he could not believe the young hunter was still active. Meanwhile, Jin Ah and her friends saw the broadcast and smiled, happy for Jenna and Izuku's success. Back at the evaluation site, Baek Yoon-ho placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and offered to help them get home. Izuku declined the offer, explaining again that they had matters to handle and that he and Jenna would be in touch if they needed assistance. Jenna and Izuku then slipped away with startling speed, disappearing from sight. Baek Yoon-ho and the others watched in astonishment at how quickly they moved. Izuku and Jenna reached their car and drove home. Jin Ah greeted them and congratulated her sister and Izuku on becoming S-rank hunters. Izuku later met Yoo Jin-ho when he came to visit. They got along well, and Izuku considered him like a younger brother. Jenna asked Izuku if he would join her in clearing the demon castle, and he agreed. Yujinho drove them to the dungeon entrance. Jenna said she believed they could finish the demon castle together more quickly with Izuku's help. Izuku agreed and noted that they had brought appropriate equipment. Jenna showed a robe she had obtained that provided resistance to fire, wind, and lightning, and Izuku demonstrated rings he had created infused with water magic. Jenna wore a robe similar to the one Jinwoo had used on his previous trip to the demon castle. They entered the dungeon, and Izuku took in the surroundings, noting that the place resembled a fiery, ruined city. A system interface then appeared before them, announcing that they had entered the demon dungeon and that they had received a quest. The system assigned a regular quest to collect the demon souls. The system announced a quest. The Demon King resided on the top floor of the demon castle. The objective was to defeat Baron and collect his soul. The system outlined the requirements and rewards, listing a top-tier rune stone, bonus stats of +30, and an undisclosed reward. Izuku observed that the rewards sounded excellent, and Jenna agreed, highlighting the top-tier rune stone. The system explained that breaking the top-tier rune stone would grant a job-specific skill through the shadow exchange. It then reported that floors 1 through 76 were open and asked which floor they would like to access. Jenna selected floor 76, and the system teleported them there. On arrival, Jenna produced the Orb of Avarice. Tusk emerged from her shadow and received the orb. Jenna asked Tusk to demonstrate its power. Tusk nodded and, when a demon approached, unleashed a concentrated blast that overwhelmed and dispersed the creature into motes of light, leaving a wide area scarred by the force. Izuku noted that the orb should probably remain in Tusk's care, and Jenna agreed. They moved deeper into the floor. 2 days later, Izuku and Jenna arranged their forces. Izuku organized the soldiers into 12 teams of 260 each, instructing them to split evenly and remain coordinated. Jenna ordered the teams to fight anything in their path and to search for the entry permit to the next floor. Izuku asked the teams to bait back a few demons for him and Jenna, then sent the soldiers on their mission. While the soldiers searched, Izuku and Jenna reflected on their situation. Jenna observed that they had been stuck on the floor for 2 days without finding the entry permit. Izuku sat down, and Jenna asked why he was sitting. Izuku realized aloud that they still did not know how to use mana effectively without the system's assistance. He explained that he might be able to use mana only because of the system, and his control over his own energy was not the same as mastering mana. They agreed to spend time figuring it out while the soldiers continued the hunt. Izuku guided Jenna through a calming exercise, urging her to relax and clear her mind. She followed his instructions and settled into a peaceful state. Izuku advised that the best way to learn mana was to feel it without relying on the system, using their existing abilities as references. Jenna focused and released a dark purple aura, the manifestation of her shadow mana. Izuku felt mana surge through his body as well, a pink-flamed aura entwining his limbs until it felt like part of him. He described the sensation as becoming one with his mana. He wrapped his hands in that energy and suggested they test their control. A horde of demons moved toward them. Izuku prepared an attack he named Divine Killshot and launched it. The concentrated energy swept through the horde and reduced them to scattering motes of light. Jenna smiled at his display, then gathered her mana and struck another group with a single powerful blow, creating a shockwave that defeated them. Their ability to channel mana had improved noticeably. Jenna touched Izuku's cheek in a brief, affectionate gesture of gratitude and thanked him for helping her grow stronger. Izuku returned the smile. The system notified both of them that they had each gained 2 levels. Izuku noted that the soldiers still had not found the entry permit and that they had been stalled on the floor for 2 days. Suddenly, both of them sensed trouble. Enemy forces were cutting down their soldiers at an alarming rate. Izuku identified the attackers as Iron's group and instructed Jenna to spread her mana and sense the enemy positions while he activated his heightened perception. He found that his senses had improved significantly. With the soldiers holding for now, Izuku took Jenna in a carry and prepared to move. He activated his jump skill to increase his leap. The system acknowledged the skill activation and showed the skill level and cost. Izuku channeled mana into his legs and propelled them toward the battle's location. He landed and set Jenna down. Together they faced a squad of demon knights that had been assaulting their troops. Izuku assessed that the knights seemed to be at A or S rank strength. The knights charged. Izuku evaded a strike, countered, and sent one knight tumbling with a precise kick. Jenna summoned a dagger and used quick, disciplined strikes to take down several attackers. Another knight lunged at Izuku. He moved with sharp speed and neutralized the threat. Izuku called them weak and then summoned his thousand-year demon dagger, moving so swiftly that he reappeared behind two knights and incapacitated them with rapid, decisive blows. One knight, seeing the tide turn, began to retreat in visible fear. The system recorded the victory: 3 demon knights defeated and 3,000 experience points awarded. Izuku wondered aloud whether demons experienced fear. The remaining knight trembled uncontrollably. Izuku's expression became focused and intense. His eyes glowed as his perception expanded. Jenna watched him and felt that he looked powerful and commanding as he assessed the situation through his enhanced senses. Izuku smirked and noted that the demon was shaking, which he took as confirmation. A massive pressure descended on the creature as Izuku released his energy, leaving the demon barely able to stand. Jenna asked if she could kill it. Izuku gave permission. Jenna moved forward and grabbed the demon by the neck, preparing to finish it, but the creature suddenly cried out, pleading for its life. Izuku froze in surprise at the demon speaking. The demon begged for mercy and introduced herself as Essel, the eldest daughter of the Radairu clan. She begged to be spared and offered information in return. Her family possessed an entry permit. Izuku considered the offer and accepted the exchange. A dark, menacing aura washed over Izuku as the system activated his bloodlust skill. The system announced that bloodlust had been activated at level 2, consuming 100 mana and imposing a state of fear for 2 minutes on the selected targets, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. Essel trembled as the aura pressed down on her. Izuku watched her in a heightened perception while the air thickened with dread. Izuku asked if they could trust her. Essel nodded quickly, instinctively fearing Izuku's power and sensing she had no choice. Izuku studied her eyes and, satisfied that she was telling the truth, let the aura fade and everything returned to normal. While they waited, Jenna asked Essel whether she constantly heard voices telling her to kill humans. Essel replied that she did not hear voices urging violence, but she did hear voices telling her to protect the land she occupied. Izuku found the phrase strange, "the land I am occupying," and wondered if it implied this was not her true home. Essel's speech glitched briefly and the system seemed to interrupt, but she managed to say that her people had been preparing for a war against a powerful enemy that required the cooperation of the entire demon race. When Izuku pressed for the enemy's name, Essel said she had already revealed more than she was allowed to and that the conversation would have to end. Frustrated, Izuku and Jenna exchanged a look. Essel fainted, exhausted or overwhelmed, and they waited. 5 minutes later she woke and led them back to her home. At the house, Essel demanded to know where her father was. 2 demon knights informed her that he was in the throne room. Essel introduced Izuku and Jenna as her important guests and ordered the knights to show respect. The knights bowed and escorted them into the throne room. In the throne room, Essel's father sat on the throne. He reacted with alarm when Essel presented her guests, sensing at once that hidden forces accompanied them. He warned that those guests had brought an army of soldiers. Izuku and Jenna's hidden forces, concealed in shadow, were not visible to ordinary eyes, but Essel's father's senses were sharp enough to detect them. The demon knights drew their weapons and formed a ring, aiming at Izuku and Jenna. Izuku warned the gathered demons not to overestimate themselves and asked whether they thought they would win if a fight started there. The cold intensity of his gaze sent a chill through the throne room. Essel's father, aware of the human's reputation and of the dangerous aura surrounding Izuku, calmed himself and asked what they wanted. Izuku made 2 demands: the entry permit and Essel's service as a guide to the entry permits on the upper floors. Jenna added that Essel would be returned safely. After a tense pause, Essel's father conceded and handed the entry permit to Jenna, asking them to keep his daughter safe. Izuku moved close to Essel in a protective gesture and placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. Essel blushed but felt reassured. Izuku told her she would be safe in his care. Essel's father, though uneasy, felt a rare confidence that his daughter would be protected. The system then displayed the item information for the entry permit. It identified the item as an entry permit that allowed ascent to the 81st floor of the Demon Castle and access to the Divination Circle on both floors. With the permit secured and Essel agreeing to guide them, Izuku and Jenna prepared to move on, eager to see how strong the demons truly were. They left the throne room and continued their ascent. Narrator POV. The scene opened with Izuku and Jenna together with Essel as they prepared to leave the Radairu clan castle and head to the next floor. Izuku suggested they move on to the next floor. Jenna agreed, and Izuku gave her a warm, brief embrace. Essel felt a pang of jealousy and pouted, unable to explain the feeling. The system notified them that Essel wanted to join the party and share experience points. Izuku refused the idea of sharing XP beyond what he already shared with Jenna. Jenna echoed his stance and made it clear that she would not share her XP with anyone else. Izuku reassured Essel, telling her to sit back and watch while they handled everything. Jenna confirmed that they would deal with the demons and urged Essel not to fight. Essel nodded cutely, and Izuku found the gesture endearing, placing a hand over his chest with a small smile. They continued upward. Izuku wondered how strong the Demon King might be. It had been a while since he had fought seriously, and he considered the possibility of using his special combat mode, Ultra Instinct, which sharpened his senses and adaptability. Jenna watched him and quietly reflected that he was thinking about whether the Demon King Baron could challenge him enough to trigger that mode. She remembered Izuku's description of Ultra Instinct. It made him take fights seriously, turning him into a disciplined, adaptive fighter whose abilities increased the more he faced a strong opponent. She felt a warm certainty about him and allowed herself a private thought about a future together, smiling at the idea. When they reached the 89th floor, Essel and the soldiers were impressed by Izuku's speed and skill. Essel marveled at how much power humans could possess, and she watched Izuku move with an economy of motion that made every strike count. His sword techniques and fighting style looked effortless yet devastating, as if he had trained his entire life. Essel noted that he seemed not even to be trying. Izuku wondered aloud why the demons they met were so weak. Izuku thought they would be stronger, or maybe he was simply too strong for this challenge. He sighed and hoped the Demon King would not be weak. Essel glanced at the soldiers and worried about their strength. A system interface appeared before Jenna, displaying the soldiers' status. The system informed Jenna that her shadow soldiers had reached the required level to advance. Igris and Tank had requested permission to advance, and Jenna accepted. The system confirmed that Igris had been promoted from Knight to Elite Knight and that Tank had been promoted to Knight. The system then indicated that Igris had reached S rank and Tank had reached top-tier A rank. Izuku noted that Jenna could now advance her soldiers. Jenna acknowledged it, and Izuku thought he needed to give names to his own soldiers. Although his troops could defeat A rank and lower S rank monsters, none of them were named and they were not as strong as Jenna's army. Essel addressed Izuku formally, and he told her to drop the honorific and just call him by name. She asked what would happen after this floor. Izuku inferred that the demons on the upper floors would be stronger, and Essel nodded. He sighed, smiled slightly, and asked if she thought they would lose after seeing what he and Jenna had done. Essel reacted with surprise. Izuku decided there was only one way to find out and suggested they push forward. Essel then asked why they had spared her clan when they could have killed them while clearing the tower. Izuku regarded her with warm eyes and explained that he had spared them because he cared for her. Essel flushed at the admission. Jenna observed that Essel appeared to be developing feelings for Izuku and thought that she and Jaina would be open to the new bond, as long as Essel genuinely cared for him. They moved to the next floor and began fighting, moving with incredible speed and precision. Izuku reflected that these foes were stronger than those on the lower floors, but to him they were opportunities to grow. As they climbed from floor to floor 91, 92, 93, 94, Izuku focused on becoming stronger for the sake of those he loved. He resolved to protect Jenna, Jaina, and the people he cared about and to defeat anyone who threatened them. He imagined becoming so powerful that challengers would think twice before facing him, and he accepted that many opponents would be left defeated in his wake. Demons poured toward them, and Izuku moved like lightning, striking with flawless swordsmanship. When a group of demons charged Essel, Izuku raced past her and launched a concentrated flame attack that scattered the attackers. After she recovered, Essel thanked him. Izuku offered a reassuring smile and gently patted her head, which made her blush. They continued climbing the demon castle and reached the 100th floor. On the 99th floor they had faced a demonic dragon, which Izuku defeated and converted into a soldier he named Nova. Standing on the 100th floor, Izuku, Jenna, and Essel felt a dangerous aura approaching. The system displayed their statuses: Jenna sung at level 97 and Izuku Park at level 105. A wyvern appeared, carrying a figure who landed on a distant pillar. Izuku and Jenna felt the figure's presence ripple like a powerful current. Essel felt fearful as she had never encountered such an aura. The newcomer's power clashed with Izuku's and Jenna's, and all three tensed. The mounted figure looked down and acknowledged their titles, noting that the humans did not seem fully empowered yet. He hinted that they would learn more soon, if they survived. The figure then opened massive, purple portals and unleashed a skill called Hell's Army. Demons and demon generals poured out of the gates and surrounded Izuku, Jenna, and Essel. The system announced that demon soldiers and demon generals had been summoned. Izuku realized they were being ambushed on a massive scale. Essel estimated that there were over 1,000 demons closing in, and she began to ask what they should do next when the question hung in the tense air. Jenna told Essel to stay behind them, then nodded as Baron pointed his sword and gave the command for his soldiers to attack. Baron ordered his demons forward and they rushed toward Izuku, Jenna, and Essel. Izuku braced himself and smirked, ready to fight. Jenna activated one of her skills, and a huge purple domain spread over the area. The system confirmed that Jenna's Monarch domain skill had been activated. Izuku followed by activating his own skill. The system confirmed that Hell's domain had been activated. Weapons burst from the ground as Izuku, Jenna, and their soldiers drove into the demons. They clashed, and Izuku and Jenna moved with terrifying speed, cutting through the enemy forces. Baron watched, surprised at how strong the two humans were. He muttered that humans this powerful could become a problem for him and the others, and he considered breaking the deal he had made. Baron gathered mana into his body and called down a storm, shouting an incantation that summoned demonic lightning. Huge bolts began to fall from the sky, shredding the battlefield and wiping out many of his own soldiers. One strike was about to hit Essel, but Izuku used his cape to shield her. The system reported that the immunity buff had been activated for her. Izuku worried that if the assault continued he and Jenna would run out of mana, then steeled himself and decided to take the battle seriously. Jenna picked up on his intent with a single glance and nodded. Izuku activated Sprint. The system confirmed Sprint Level 2, increasing movement speed by 40% for the cost of mana per minute. Izuku dashed toward Baron. Demons swarmed at him, but he blitzed through them, cutting them down with incredible speed. He barked orders to clear his path, and the battlefield became a blur as he made his way forward. Baron charged up a powerful attack and screamed that the human should die, but his instincts pulsed a warning before he could finish. Jenna launched an attack at Baron from the flank. Baron blocked and shoved her back. Izuku called for Tusk to take down Baron's mount. Tusk obeyed and fired a blast that destabilized the wyvern. Igris then hurled his sword, the strike felling the wyvern and sending Baron crashing to the ground. Jenna reappeared beside Izuku and asked how they would finish the fight. Izuku declared that they would overwhelm Baron and get serious. Rain began to fall as Izuku's eyes shifted into the reserve eyes state. His irises darkened, pupils pale, and the air thickened with a deathly aura. The pressure from his presence crushed many of Baron's demons before they could react. Baron's instincts screamed that the presence was overwhelming. He felt as though every instinct demanded Espiamson or he would die if he made a mistake. He stared at Izuku and could not shake the sense that the human reminded him of someone he would rather forget. Izuku taunted Baron, challenging him to step forward. Baron replied that he would show the difference in their power. Izuku mocked him back, and Jenna urged Izuku forward. Both Izuku and Jenna vanished, suddenly catching Baron off guard. They reappeared on his left and right and struck simultaneously, their hands blazing with mana. Baron barely managed to reinforce his body with mana to block the assaults. Izuku and Jenna pressed the attack, trading blows and demonstrating synchronized ferocity. Izuku kicked Baron's leg, making him lose his footing. Baron cried out in pain as he stumbled. Iron materialized at Izuku's side and swung a heavy sledge, striking Baron and sending him flying. Izuku and Jenna closed in at once. Baron recovered quickly and lunged to keep pace, struggling as the fight continued. He realized that the more they fought, the stronger his opponents seemed to become. Seizing a moment, Baron kicked Jenna to send her sliding, then grabbed Izuku by the face and slammed him into a wall. Essel's eyes widened with worry and fear because Izuku had been hurt. Essel pleaded silently for Izuku to be safe. Baron roared that he would never lose to an incomplete monarch. Izuku seized Baron's hand with crushing force and broke his grip, eliciting a pained scream. He then shifted his weight and slammed Baron's head into the ground. Baron staggered, producing a pained sound. Izuku told Baron he was not finished and still had more to show. He pinned Baron, pushing down hard to keep him from getting up. Baron struggled, but Izuku's strength and control held him firmly in place. With a powerful impact they created, Baron was driven down through the floor to the level below. The entire demon castle trembled from the blow. Before Baron could rise, Izuku appeared above him and delivered another crushing strike, driving Baron back down. Izuku ordered him to stay down, and the force left Baron stunned and incapacitated without graphic injury. Baron remained alive because he had formed a protective mana barrier around his head at the last moment. Izuku noted that Baron's survival was due to that mana barrier. Baron forced himself to his feet, spit out a pained sound and glared. He demanded to know how a human could be so strong even without having supposedly unlocked his full power. Izuku prepared to answer, his demeanor still fierce and commanding. Baron began to glitch mid-sentence, the system clearly trying to block whatever he had been about to reveal. Izuku noticed and thought that the interface did not want him to learn anything more. Baron summoned his Demon King daggers and lunged at Izuku, declaring that the human must die. Izuku activated Ruler's Hand, and the system announced the skill's activation. Izuku moved with brutal efficiency, ripping the Demon King's daggers from Baron's grasp and overwhelming him with physical strength. Baron cried out in surprise as Izuku's blow sent him hurtling through the castle, crashing down toward the upper floors and finally striking the 100th floor. As Baron began to call upon regenerative magic, Jenna appeared with shadow energy coalescing around her hand. The system confirmed the activation of mana manipulation. Jenna struck with focused shadow-laced force. The blow shattered Baron's defenses and released a massive burst of energy that ended the Demon King's life. Jenna celebrated her victory loudly. Izuku smiled as he exited the UI state and reflected, with a wry thought, that his parents had been right about his influence. After the battle, Jenna sat on the ground, breathing heavily from the effort. Izuku picked her up briefly and she giggled. He set her down and then hugged Essel in gratitude for her help. Essel blushed as she accepted his thanks. Jenna looked at the system notification and smiled, hopeful that she could now make the elixir to save her mother, though she wondered whether it would work. Izuku stepped behind her, wrapped her in a supportive hug, rested his head on her shoulder, and reassured her with quiet confidence. The system announced that the Demon King Baron had been defeated and that Baron's soul had been obtained. The related quest to collect the demon souls was marked complete, and the system granted Izuku 3 level-ups. Jenna noted that she had reached level. Izuku observed that his troops must have generated enough experience for him to reach level. The system also reported the discovery of the Demon Monarch's ring, the Demon King's longsword, 2 Demon King daggers, and a material item labeled Purified Blood of the Demon King. The regular quest rewards included a top-tier runestone, a bonus stat of +30, and an unopened reward, and the system bestowed the title Demon Hunter. Izuku remarked to himself that the stream of notifications was unusually long. The The system indicated he had acquired 2 new weapons and 20 bonus stat points, which he allocated to intelligence. The system then asked whether they wished to craft the holy water of life. Jenna agreed, and Essel asked what they were doing. The system began the crafting process and explained that success and yield would depend on the crafter's intelligence. After a countdown, the crafting succeeded and they obtained the holy water of life. Jenna leaped up in joy and hugged Izuku tightly as he returned the embrace, lifting her slightly. She exclaimed that the potion had worked and that she was overjoyed. With it, they could go to cure her mother and Izuku could finally meet his future mother-in-law. Jenna then broke the top-tier rune stone, and the system granted her a new skill, Shadow Exchange LV. The system confirmed the skill and provided its basic description. Iron dragged the fallen wyvern across the ground while Izuku smirked and teased that she had picked things up quickly for someone so strong. Jenna stepped forward and used shadow extraction on the creature. Shadow energy flowed over it and the wyvern stirred, rising as if awakened. It let out a triumphant roar that acknowledged its new master. Jenna considered names for the wyvern. Izuku suggested Kaisel in a playful tone, and Jenna approved, deciding that its name would be Kaisiel. The wyvern roared again. And they both smiled at the bond they had formed. Essel, excited by the result, said that they could return to her clan and celebrate. Jenna apologized and explained that she and Izuku had to leave now. Essel was surprised at the news. Jenna reassured her that she knew Essel liked Izuku and that she did not mind sharing. Essel blushed and, gathering courage, told Izuku how she felt. Izuku accepted her feelings gently, and Jenna had no objection. The moment remained warm and tender rather than overtly romantic. They returned to the Radairu clan and informed Essel's father of their plans. He did not object, he only asked that his daughter be kept safe and happy. He trusted Izuku and gave his blessing for Essel to go to the human world under Izuku's care. Back in the human world, the group appeared in an alley. Izuku jumped into the air while holding Essel and Jenna followed close behind. Izuku summoned Nova, a dragon of shadow energy with shimmering blue and pink hues within and along its body. They landed on Nova and the dragon carried them toward the hospital. As they flew, Izuku quietly hoped that the elixir would work and cure Jenna's mother. He did not want to see Jenna sad, and he felt he understood her feelings because they shared many common struggles. At the hospital, Izuku slipped through a window and saw Jenna's mother lying unconscious in a bed. Jenna and Essel entered through the main door to notify the staff that they were there to visit. Izuku stood by the bedside, watching over her. He spoke softly to himself, saying that today should be the day she woke and that her daughter missed her. Earlier that day, Jenna had been trying to study but found herself unable to focus. She looked out the window, sighed, and decided it was time to go visit her mother. She grabbed a jacket, put on a mask, and set out. Jenna sat at her mother's bedside in the hospital, holding her hand and remembering a fragment of childhood when she had simply wanted to watch her mother's hair. The medical staff administered the elixir and both Jenna and Izuku watched as the visible wounds closed, but her mother did not wake. Jenna began to cry and pressed herself into Izuku for comfort. Izuku reassured her with steady confidence, and Essel offered quiet comfort as well. A sudden gust of wind moved the curtains and moonlight fell across the room. Everyone's attention snapped to the bedside when a faint voice called out Jenna's name. Jenna's mother began to awaken, and Jenna's tears came anew as she realized her mother was opening her eyes. Jenna noticed how grown up her mother found them and told her that 4 years had passed. Their reunion was warm and emotional. Jenna's mother thanked her daughter and reached out to touch Jenna's cheek with a loving smile. Jenna hugged her mother tightly while Izuku watched with a relieved smile. Izuku thought about his own parents and, half in jest and half in longing, considered that with Friday's help he might find a way to visit them too. Jenna introduced Izuku as her boyfriend, and she mentioned Essel and their plans for the future. Jenna's mother laughed softly at how her daughters had grown and welcomed Izuku with kindness, introducing herself as Park Kyung-hae and asking him to call her mom. She patted his head affectionately, and Izuku found something familiar in her face that reminded him of his own mother. Jaina arrived then, tearful, and ran into their mother's open arms. Park Kyung-hae embraced her warmly, and everyone shared a quiet family moment. Izuku watched them and felt that he would do anything to keep these smiles, even if it meant standing against the world. The next day, the doctors were baffled by Jenna's mother's recovery and wanted to run tests. Jenna and Izuku insisted on a quick discharge, but the physicians pushed back. Izuku's demeanor darkened as he warned the lead doctor that the number of people who knew about this should remain very small and that there would be severe consequences if the information spread. The doctor, unnerved by Izuku's intense and intimidating presence, agreed to keep the matter private. They left the hospital and drove home together. Park Kyung-hae asked about Jenna's father. Jenna said there had been no news but promised they would find him. Back at the mansion, Jenna's mother was surprised by the house and they showed her around as they settled into a quiet family day and welcomed Essel further into their lives. A week later, Izuku stood in the bathroom after a shower and noticed his hair had grown longer and partly covered his face. He decided to give himself a fresh haircut and emerged with a new look he liked. Jenna had also updated her appearance. Izuku complimented her and she returned the sentiment warmly. They shared a brief, affectionate kiss before heading downstairs. At the breakfast table, Park Kyung-hae was arranging the food with help from Essel, Jenna, and Jaina. Izuku greeted everyone cheerfully. Jaina sat nearby using her phone while Essel rested her head comfortably against Izuku's shoulder as they all enjoyed the morning. Park Kyung-hae called Izuku-san and they began to eat, enjoying the simple comfort of a family meal together. After breakfast, Jenna helped with the dishes while Jaina stayed close by on the couch and Essel watched a movie with her head against Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's phone rang and he excused himself, asking his family if he could take the call. They told him that was fine, and he stepped out onto the balcony to answer. Izuku stood at the window and watched the city spread beneath him. When the call came, he answered and found Chairman Go Gun-hee on the line. Izuku greeted the chairman, and Chairman Go explained that he had called to inform them about an upcoming raid on Jeju Island. He reminded them that the island had been the site of a dangerous raid 4 years earlier and that Japan and Korea were preparing a joint operation to put an end to the threat once and for all. Izuku listened intently and told the chairman that he and Jenna had been off the grid but that they would come to the Hunter Association to discuss the matter in person. Izuku then told the chairman they would be there in 10 minutes and ended the call. Jenna arrived at his side, and Izuku told her that he had been speaking with the chairman and that important matters awaited at the association. She agreed, and they took a car to the Hunter Association. In Chairman Go Gun-hee's office, the chairman outlined the danger of Jeju Island, the patterns from the last raid, and the urgency of the joint operation. Izuku absorbed the details and thought to himself that the monsters seemed to be evolving. Jenna expressed concern, and Izuku agreed. Both of them then sensed multiple mana signatures nearby, and they realized several S-rank hunters were engaged in sparring sessions. Chairman Go confirmed that S-rank hunters from Japan and Korea were sparring. Jenna remarked that one of the combatants had a notable mana level, and Chairman Go identified him as Goto-Ruji, considered Japan's strongest S-rank hunter. Chairman Go confessed that recent encounters had shown these new foes to be stronger than before and that, with help from capable hunters, they might finally be able to finish the Jeju operation. Izuku suggested they go watch the sparring and see for themselves if Goto's reputation was deserved. They walked to the training gym, where the S-rank hunters were still sparring. Goto noticed Izuku and Jenna arriving with Chairman Go and asked his assistant about them. The assistant explained that the two Koreans were new S-rank hunters. Goto assumed they would be assassin types, but the assistant corrected him that they were mages. Goto stared, puzzled by the dark, intense aura he felt from them. It did not match his image of mages. Elsewhere, Kane and Akari saw Izuku and felt their faces heat up at how handsome he looked in person. The sparring matches continued as usual, following the expected cadence. During one bout, one of Goto's team grew reckless and singled out Cha-haen. Cha-haen's senses reacted and she defended herself with rapid strikes, but a misstep sent her off balance. Izuku and Hunter Choi Jongin had stepped outside for a short break and were not in the gym at that moment. When Cha-haen slipped and appeared vulnerable, Izuku acted. Using a stealth ability, he closed the distance and caught Cha-haen before the blow could land, carrying her in a protective embrace. She blushed at the sudden close-quarters rescue, noting internally how composed and striking he looked. Izuku teased gently and asked if she was all right in that moment. Cha-Heian, still flushed, nodded. Izuku then lowered her to the floor and deactivated his stealth, causing the other hunters in the gym to suddenly notice their presence and widen their eyes. One of the aggressors refused to stand down and lunged at Izuku. Izuku issued a firm command for him to stop, but when the attack continued, the hunter landed a punch on Izuku's jaw. Izuku absorbed the hit, fixed the man with a steady look, and responded with a decisive counterpunch that sent the attacker flying across the gym. The impact created a tremendous shockwave that rattled equipment and left a visible mark in the training floor, but there were no graphic injuries. The entire gym fell silent as everyone registered the display of power. The stunned silence was broken by murmurs of disbelief at how quickly Izuku had neutralized a high-ranking combatant. Goto stepped forward and issued a challenge to Izuku for a sparring match. Goto's assistant smirked at the scene, assuming Izuku might be overconfident. Izuku walked toward Goto with a calm, slightly amused expression and told him that being beaten to death was not the immediate concern, but if Goto wanted a proper match, Izuku would not refuse. The tension in the gym tightened as the two prepared to face each other. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as everyone waited to see how this new confrontation would unfold. We pick up where the scene left off. Izuku looked down at Goto with cold amusement, as if observing an insect. Izuku taunted that if Goto wanted a beating so badly, he would not refuse. Goto mentally bristled, certain he could put this brat in his place. Goto turned to Shimizu and instructed her to heal anyone who was injured, including himself, in a few minutes. Izuku smirked and continued to bait him. Goto demanded an apology and warned he might go easy if one was given. Izuku made a crude gesture and kept taunting, then continued his provocations. The tension in the air thickened. Before Izuku could finish, Goto closed the distance and threw a mana-tinged punch. Izuku thought the move predictable and sighed. He answered with an invisible strike, a lightning-fast kick that only Jenna could track. Izuku muttered in annoyance and told Goto he should have let him finish his sentence. The crowd reacted in stunned silence. He noted how the attack had been so fast there was no following the motion. Jenna remarked that Izuku could have ended the fight with one move but was deliberately holding back to put Goto in his place. Ma Dongwook observed that, despite facing Japan's strongest hunter, Izuku was not only surviving but landing hits and dodging a remarkable feat. Cha-Heian pointed out that Izuku was provoking Goto, drawing him into making mistakes. Goto recoiled, then surged forward, throwing a barrage of attacks at impossible speed. Izuku dodged them with almost effortless grace, provoking growing frustration in Goto. He tried a heavy punch. Izuku slipped aside, hands in his pockets, watching lazily. Goto realized with alarm that his opponent could both evade his attacks and strike with crushing force, and he swore to strip away whatever disguise Izuku was hiding behind. Goto accelerated, his strikes growing deadlier, but Izuku continued to evade cleanly. The more Goto pressed, the angrier he became. From the sidelines, the hunters watched the exchange intensify. Jenna chuckled at how controlled Izuku remained while Goto exposed himself to precise counters. He watched each motion and thought less of two humans fighting and more of a perfect machine at work. Izuku struck with a series of invisible attacks that left most observers unable to follow, and Goto grew more agitated. When one of Goto's punches finally connected, it barely fazed Izuku. Izuku taunted that this was all the strongest hunter of Japan could do and then delivered a quick, clinical combo that sent Goto slamming against the wall, leaving him coughing and stunned. Goto staggered out of the wall and glared, vowing he would not win unless he went all out. He felt his bloodlust rise and decided, in a flash of cold resolve, that he would end this himself. The system in Izuku's mind issued a warning that an enemy with murderous intent was nearby. Before Goto could react further, Izuku vanished and reappeared directly in front of him, landing a solid blow that sent Goto crashing back into the wall and dazed. Izuku challenged him to show what he truly had. A heavy silence fell over the arena as everyone waited for the next move. As Izuku lunged at Goto, Baek Yunho and Cha-Heian stepped in and restrained him. Baek Yoonho warned everyone not to go too far and reminded them that Goto was scheduled to lead the Japanese team in a few days. Cha Hae-in added that no one could handle the consequences if something happened to him. Baek then told Goto's assistant to call off the sparring match since it had become too heated, and the assistant agreed. Baek Yoonho asked Izuku if he had overstepped his boundaries. Izuku reassured him that he had saved a life. He cracked his knuckles with a smirk, a faint shimmer of mana clinging to his hands. Izuku understood that if he had not been stopped, Goto might have died within seconds. He brushed dust from his shirt and admitted that he had gotten a little excited and had used the moment to mark the others with his soldiers. Jenna nodded in confirmation. Izuku observed that she had marked everyone with her shadows as well. Jenna noted that it was good the others had not sensed their marks, since the shadows could help them gather information. Izuku informed Chairman Go Gun-hee that he and Jenna would be taking their leave. The chairman thanked Hunter Izuku and Hunter Jenna for their time. As Izuku and Jenna prepared to go, Izuku glanced back and saw Kanning, Akari, and Cha Hae-in watching them. He offered a friendly wink as he left with Jenna, and the three exchanged impressed, envious looks, thinking how fortunate Jenna was. 2 days later, Izuku and Jenna took a walk to get some fresh air. Izuku said he should prepare a portal soon so they could visit his parents. He had not seen them in a long time and missed them. Jenna asked if he was all right, and he explained that he wanted her to come along to meet his parents. She agreed, expressing that she would like to meet them and was sure they were wonderful people who had taught Izuku much of what he knew. Izuku smiled warmly at Jenna and told her that his parents were the reason he was the man he was. Jenna's phone rang. She answered and told her little brother, Jinho, that she and Izuku were taking a walk. Jinho explained that his father had kicked him out after he refused an offer to become a guild master and had accepted Jenna's offer to be manager and third in command of the guild Izuku and Jenna planned to create. Izuku offered for Jinho to stay with them if he needed to. Jinho said their mother had helped him secure an apartment and asked if they had time to come and look at it. Izuku and Jenna said they did, and Jinho sent them the address. When they arrived, Izuku greeted Jinho and inspected the space. He thought it was very good and close to their mansion. Jinho mentioned they would need employees and asked how they would promote. Izuku said he would handle it. Jinho then said someone had been looking for both of them, a foreigner, and handed Izuku a card, explaining that the visitor would be in Korea in a couple of weeks. Izuku wondered who it could be. At a hotel the day before the Jeju Island raid, Kane sat with her phone, nervous and thinking about whether to warn the Korean hunters about Goto and Chairman Go Gun-hee's plans. She worried that they were tapping her phone and would discover who she contacted. Kane remembered the plan she had overheard. Goto and the chairman intended to leave the Korean hunters behind in the cave to take credit for the raid themselves. She found a spare phone with a different SIM and considered calling Izuku, who had bested Goto and might be able to help. Kane felt a flutter of admiration at Izuku's appearance and reluctantly smiled at her own reaction. Kane tried calling Izuku, but his phone went to voicemail. Akari knocked and entered. She reminded Kane that they had promised to visit the hospital to see if there might be a cure for her sister. Kane admitted she had forgotten but suggested they go, hoping someone there might have a solution. Akari expressed her hope as well. The two left for the hospital in the evening while Izuku remained occupied with other matters. He could not answer his phone. Later, Izuku finished a shower after a long day. He had succeeded in opening a portal to hell to visit his parents. He stepped from the bathroom drying his hair with a towel and felt refreshed. He heard noises and saw Jenna, Essel, and Jaina enter the apartment dressed in stylish outfits and locking the door behind them. Izuku raised an eyebrow and, in good humor, admitted that he liked the view. Jaina said they had come to celebrate, and Jenna and Essel agreed, promising a lively evening. Someone had switched his phone to voicemail to avoid interruptions. They shared a short, cheerful moment together before Izuku began preparing for his trip. A brief neutral pause kept the evening flowing. Far away on Jeju Island, the ant queen brooded in the gloom of her lair. She worried that her brood had begun turning on one another in desperation and that the island had run out of prey. She needed a stronger offspring to lead them off the island and secure their survival. She looked at the largest egg in the chamber. When it hatched, 2 massive ants emerged, surprising her with their size. Black scales spread over their carapaces and steam rose from their bodies as the newborns inhaled and exhaled, releasing a surge of mana and a fierce hunger that trembled through the cave. The queen saw in them the potential to change everything and urged them to become the predators the colony needed. The pair answered with a savage roar that echoed across the island, a sound that reached distant hunters and hinted that the raid planned for this place would meet forces unlike anything they had expected. The Jeju Island raid aired live. 6 S-rank hunters boarded the aircraft alongside a cameraman who, despite his role, was also an A-rank hunter nervously accompanying the team. Baek Yoon-ho reassured him and helped steady his nerves. Ma Dong-wook offered a reminder that everyone needed to take care of themselves on a dangerous mission. In Japan, Go-To checked readiness across the teams. Kane and Shimizu were assigned to a different location. Go-To ordered the activation of the floodgates, and the teams released their mana. Vast swarms of ants surged toward the Korean hunters' aircraft. Choi Jong-in rose to meet the onslaught. From the aircraft hangar he launched a volley of fiery spears that cut down a portion of the horde, then gathered his power for a larger strike. He unleashed a blistering fire blast that reduced many attackers, though some resisted the assault. Observing the resistance, he noted that the creatures had evolved and developed a high tolerance for magic, and he readied himself to bring even greater force. The aircraft touched down, and Choi Jong-in announced that they would move out. Back home, Izuku and Jenna finished preparing to travel to Hell. Jenna activated the nanotech suit Izuku had designed. It wrapped around her and fitted perfectly. She tied her hair in a ponytail and adjusted her mask. Izuku then activated his own suit as nanotech formed over his body. He packed a bag with food, supplies, and some weapons he had made for his parents, and the two took a moment to say goodbye to Jenna's mother, Essel, and Jaina. They stepped through the portal together as it closed behind them. With Izuku and Jenna gone, Jaina suggested they watch the Jeju Island raid. Essel and Park Kyung-hae agreed, and they gathered in the living room to watch the live broadcast. Izuku and Jenna arrived in Hell. Izuku observed that the place had not changed much since he had last seen it. The landscape was as harsh as ever. Jenna noted aloud that this was the land where Izuku had been born. Izuku spread his senses across the area and detected a concentrated gathering of demons. From what he could sense, a large horde had assembled in one location, signaling that trouble awaited. They found multiple demons clustered in one spot. Izuku guessed his parents had cleared them out. Jenna urged them to go. She wanted to meet her future in-laws. Izuku acknowledged and activated both stealth and sprint. Their system confirmed the activation of sprint and stealth. Izuku thought of his parents and urged them to hold on, then they rushed toward the location of Izuku's family. The scene opened with Yuna and Hisashi surrounded by a horde of demons. Yuna asked if this was the last group. Hisashi answered that once they defeated these demons, the Dark Lord and his high-ranking followers would be next. Yuna admitted she missed Izuku and wondered how he was doing in the world they had sent him to. Hisashi reassured her that he was sure Izuku would be fine. A demon slipped behind Yuna and prepared to strike. Hisashi shouted a warning and Yuna braced to dodge, but before she could, the demon was shot and fell. Yuna and Hisashi stared in disbelief as several shadowy figures and hell soldiers moved through the battlefield, dispatching the remaining demons in swift, efficient strikes. A familiar voice offered a hand, addressing Yuna and Hisashi as mother and father. Yuna removed her mask, tears forming as she recognized the voice. Both parents turned toward the source and saw Izuku standing with Jenna at his side, Izuku holding his guns. Yuna immediately understood and rushed forward to embrace her son. Izuku returned the embrace with a warm smile. Yuna expressed how much she had missed him, calling him her idiot son affectionately. Hisashi embraced Izuku as well, both parents overcome with emotion at the reunion. All of Izuku and Jenna's soldiers finished clearing the area. Hisashi then studied the young woman with Izuku and asked who she was. Izuku brought Jenna closer and introduced her as his future wife and the alpha of his circle of followers, explaining that she would later be known by the family name Park. Both Yuna and Hisashi were surprised that someone had managed to calm Izuku's famously cold heart. Yuna moved to greet Jenna and thanked her for taking care of their son, inviting her to call her mom. Jenna returned the courtesy with a warm smile. Hisashi observed Jenna's aura and noted its strength, comparing it to Izuku's expansive and unending, with undertones of death. Izuku confirmed that Jenna's aura was powerful. He called her his first queen and partner. Yuna teased Izuku about having become busy and suggested he had a circle of followers now. Hisashi joked that Izuku had inherited his charm, and Izuku laughed in agreement. They decided to return to base because there was much to discuss. Hisashi asked about the shadow creatures and soldiers they had just seen. Izuku explained that the shadow soldiers belonged to Jenna, while the hell soldiers were his. Hisashi asked how Izuku had acquired such forces, since he had not had them before. Izuku promised to explain everything back at the base, but first he and Jenna approached the fallen demons. Together they channeled power and raised the defeated demons into soldiers. The demonstration left Izuku's parents shocked at what they witnessed. As Izuku surveyed the battlefield, he noticed a body emitting a powerful aura and stepped toward it. He recognized the strength, thinking it had likely been felled by his parents and noting that its power matched that of his trusted soldier Igris. Izuku's eyes glowed dark pink as he commanded the fallen creature to ascend. A dark, deadly pink aura enveloped the body. It reformed into a hell soldier and bowed before Izuku. The new soldier's size matched Igris's, and it bowed respectfully while requesting a name. Izuku found it interesting that the creature could speak and considered that Igris might need to reach a certain level before becoming verbal. Jenna noted that the soldier's level suggested it would be a good sparring partner for Igris. Izuku studied the soldier's appearance and pondered what name would suit it. Izuku decided on the name Ingrid for the new shadow and proclaimed Ingrid the primordial Dark Knight commander, telling Ingrid to carry that name with pride and not to disappoint him. Ingrid accepted the name and entered Izuku's shadow. Izuku noted the new shadow's appearance. Where its blue parts would have been, they were dark pink, and its shadow aura burned a flaming pink. He smiled at finally having another named Shadow after Nova. Izuku told his parents they would return to the base and that he would explain everything there. He called for Nova and Kaisel. Both beasts emerged with roars. Izuku jumped onto Nova's back and invited his father to hop on. Jenna invited his mother to ride with her. Yuna and Hisashi nodded and climbed onto Nova and Kaisel, and the group flew toward the base. Izuku felt relief that everyone was okay and wondered how they would react when he revealed his system and Jenna's role in helping them grow stronger. He smiled to himself and then began to think about the Jeju Island raid. 14 S-rank hunters were participating in that mission, and Izuku did not expect trouble unless the island contained a creature capable of taking on 14 S-rank hunters alone. He dismissed the thought as overthinking, but an unsettled instinct nagged him that something bad might happen ever since they had left and traveled to that harsh realm. Hisashi noticed his son was deep in thought and asked if something was on his mind. Izuku reassured his father that it was nothing and that he was fine. Hisashi said that once they were back at the base, Izuku would need to explain how he gained his powers, how he and Jenna had met, and show pictures of the others. Izuku agreed to tell them everything. Despite the conversation, Izuku's unease persisted. Far away, the Korean S-rank hunters were inside the cave that led to the Ant Queen. They stood among branching tunnels. Choi Jung assessed the maze of passages and decided to probe them. He launched multiple fireballs into different tunnels to test which passages led deeper and which were dead ends. Baek Yoon-ho warned that the tactic was dangerous, but Choi Jong-in brushed off the concern, saying they could retreat and try again if needed. The fireballs revealed deeper tunnels, and Baek Yoon-ho felt reassured by having Choi on their team. The Japanese S-rank group, traveling with Akari Shimizu and Kane, included a healer named Kira who rode with Gotoruji's team. Kira teased Kenzo about his disheveled state while Tanaka dealt with flying ants that attacked in coordinated formations. Tanaka had managed to defeat many but had taken hits to his shoulder and waist. Kira offered to heal him in exchange for a favor, and Tanaka reluctantly agreed. Then, without warning, a red blur moved through their ranks at enormous speed and struck down fighters with lightning swiftness. Kira was struck and collapsed. Tanaka shouted a warning as he tried to locate the source of the attack, but he too was overwhelmed and rendered unconscious. Fushijima sensed danger and swung his sword at the intruder, but he was swiftly incapacitated and fell. The team was thrown into chaos as the mysterious attacker moved with terrifying speed. Back with the Korean hunters, Ma Dongwook blocked an attack from a large ant and assessed the situation. He recognized them as royal guards, each one S-rank in its own right, but reminded the others that even powerful beasts had limits to their movements. Haincha used acrobatic skill to leap onto a shoulder, strike a precise blow at the right moment, and then land cleanly. Ma Dongwook noted that the royal guards were different from regular ants and was glad their numbers were not overwhelming. Baek Yoonho encouraged the group to push on toward the queen's chamber. The hunters answered in the affirmative, determined to finish the raid they had failed to complete 4 years earlier. Elsewhere, the rest of the Japanese team was overwhelmed by the mysterious beast. Only Goto's team, along with Kane and Shimizu, remained standing. Back at the base, Izuku finished explaining his powers, the system, and how he had met Jenna. Yuna admitted it was a lot to take in and commented that Izuku and Jenna had clearly been through many challenges. Jenna explained that she and Izuku were a team who had faced multiple obstacles but never gave up and that they would continue moving forward together. Hisashi expressed pride in Jenna and said he was glad their son had met someone who made him happier. Izuku smiled, drew Jenna close, and made her smile in return. He told his parents that she and the others were his world and the reason for his happiness, and he thanked them for sending him to a place where he could find purpose. Jenna returned the gratitude to Izuku's parents and thanked them as well. Izuku gently pressed a kiss to Jenna's forehead, which made her giggle. Yuna smiled, thinking sending him to that world had been the best decision, and Hisashi smiled quietly. They settled in and prepared to continue their conversation. Yuna explained that they had killed all the demons in hell and that only the Dark Lord and his high-ranking lieutenants remained. Once those threats were defeated, they could finally come and live with their son. Izuku smiled and told his mother that this was good to hear. He then took out a bag of weapons, some food, and 2 watches. Izuku explained that he had brought food from Jenna's world and had made weapons that could come in handy. He added that the watches were designed to warn him if they were in danger and that pressing the button would summon him. Yuna and Hisashi smiled and hugged Izuku tightly. Hisashi thanked his son, and Izuku replied that he was welcome. Izuku then said that he and Jenna had to leave, promising to visit again soon or to return after they had defeated the Dark Lord. Hisashi chuckled in agreement. Izuku opened a portal with the help of his AI, Friday, and hugged his parents one last time. Jenna hugged them as well, and Hisashi and Yuna smiled at their future daughter-in-law. Yuna asked Jenna to continue taking care of Izuku, warning that he could be a troublemaker sometimes. Jenna smiled and reassured her. Hisashi said goodbye and playfully told his son to deal with anyone who messed with him. Izuku smirked and promised he would. He hugged his mother as she kissed his forehead and told him to take care, and he promised he would. Jenna and Izuku walked toward the portal, looked back at Hisashi and Yuna, and smiled warmly. Izuku waved goodbye, and Jenna told them to take care and that they would see them later. They stepped through the portal and it closed behind them. Yuna rested her head on Hisashi's shoulder and they smiled. Hisashi observed that his son had finally found the love of his life. Yuna said they were truly made for each other and that the couple reminded her of their own younger days. Hisashi noted that in Izuku's eyes there had been nothing but pure love for Jenna, and Yuna agreed. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Korean hunters, where Cha Haein launched the final strike to end the Ant Queen once and for all. She leapt forward and delivered a decisive blow. The Ant Queen roared and immediately collapsed. The creature fell defeated, and Cha Haein landed, breathing hard and wiping sweat from her forehead, relieved that it was finally over. The hunters cheered, thinking the raid had ended, but then a sudden, intense wave of bloodlust washed over them. Their eyes widened in alarm and shock. The hunters turned toward the source of the sensation and saw a black ant moving steadily in their direction. Cha Haein dropped to her knees, clutching her mouth, stunned and unable to move as the overwhelming bloodlust surged through her. Baek Yoonho noted that it was trembling with fear. Choi Jong-un observed that all of that ferocious intent was coming from a single black ant. An uneasy silence followed. Baek Yoonho realized they had not been informed that an ant was on the island and paused to reassess. Baek Yoonho realized with dread that the creature before them was the Ant King. The overwhelming aura from the ant froze all the S-rank hunters in place. The Ant King moved past them to the body of the Ant Queen and took something from it, drawing on the Queen's memories. From those memories he learned that Cha Hayan had been involved in the Queen's death. A savage roar exploded from him as a murderous aura flared outward. Baek watched as the Ant King vanished from sight and then materialized behind Cha Hayan. With a single, devastating strike he hit her side, sending her collapsing and incapacitated. The S-rank hunters cried out in alarm. Ma Dongwook raised his shield to strike back, but the Ant King shattered the defense and struck him so forcefully that he was rendered unable to continue. The black ant moved with terrifying speed and strength, overwhelming the S-rank hunters and asserting absolute dominance. Outside, Goto ran with his team Ishida and Hoshino toward the rendezvous point, frustrated by the lack of response from the other units. They arrived to find other Japanese hunters lying lifeless, their bodies badly damaged. Ishida covered her mouth in horror. Hoshino ground his teeth in anger. Goto activated his earpiece and ordered all teams to move out and meet at the rendezvous point. He began to say they would return for the bodies but was cut off by a sudden charge. Goto's instincts kicked in and he turned to block the incoming attack, but Ishida was struck and killed in an instant. Hoshino screamed in anguish. The attacker revealed itself as another Ant King, this one with dark red skin. Goto recognized it as Ant King No. Goto told Hoshino to go and join the other teams. Being there would only slow him down. Reluctantly, Hoshino left to tend to the surviving hunters. Goto squared off against the red ant. The creature, holding Ishida's fallen body as a grim declaration, asked whether Goto was the king. Goto declared that he was. Ant King number 2 unleashed a crushing bloodlust aura that filled the air. Goto felt a wave of dread and a memory of death wash over him. The red ant blitzed forward and delivered a fatal blow that killed Goto instantly, leaving him collapsed and lifeless. The red Ant King continued searching, finding Kane and Shimizu. Despite their efforts, they were overwhelmed. The creature also found and killed Hoshino on its path. It hurled the defeated hunters toward the wounded Korean fighters, forcing them into a desperate struggle against the swarm. Choi Jongin asked whether Kane and Shimizu were okay. Akari replied that they had been badly beaten and had no chance against the red ant. Kane noted that the other Ant King had similarly struck the Korean side. An army of ants advanced, and Choi Jongin opened fire to hold them back. Ant King number 1 declared that all humans would die for killing their queen. Ant King number 2 echoed the threat, promising that their swarm would devour the intruders. The hunters braced for the onslaught. Baek Yoonho thought that everyone was dying and that Choi could not hold the swarm much longer. Kane, seeing no way out, accepted her fate and lamented the things left unfinished in her life. She wished that Hunter Izuku had answered her call. Akari apologized to her sister and hoped she could be forgiven. Baek wondered if this was truly the end. Suddenly Baek Yoonho's shadow extended, and dark soldiers emerged to block the advancing ants, buying the hunters a moment of relief. The hunters stared in astonishment, unable to believe the new defenders. On the edge of a nearby building, Jenna and Izuku stood ready in battle attire. They prepared themselves, gathering their auras and focusing their power. Izuku and Jenna spoke the command exchange together, and their eyes glowed as their combined power surged outward. To be continued. Jeju Island. The S-rank hunters watched as Izuku and Jenna, accompanied by their shadows and hell soldiers, moved through the battlefield, taking down the ants while the 2 Ant Kings lingered at the rear to observe. Baek Yoonho stared in disbelief at the unexpected arrival. Akari, though weakened, focused on healing the injured survivors. Choi Jongin noted that the summoned creatures looked familiar. Izuku and Jenna appeared from the smoke. Izuku observed that they had arrived just in time and was relieved the others were still alive. Jenna added that a moment later the situation would have been much worse. Everyone recognized them instantly as Hunter Izuku and Hunter Jenna. Izuku and Jenna produced potions from their inventories and offered them to the hunters, but the potion had no effect on Cha, which irritated Izuku. He thought that Cha's health was too low and that seeing her hurt made him uneasy. Izuku then asked Akari if she was fully healed. Akari acknowledged that the potion had restored her. Izuku asked Akari to heal Hunter Cha as well, then patted Cha's head and smiled warmly. Cha flushed. Izuku approached Kane and, in a gentle, reassuring gesture, kissed her forehead. Kane blushed and thanked him. Izuku told Kane to call him simply Izuku and suggested they talk later, noting that he had seen her missed calls and they had much to discuss. Both Akari and Kane blushed. Jenna watched with a small smile. Izuku and Jenna ordered the soldiers to clear a path. The soldiers surged forward and pushed the ants back in a flurry of fast, stylized combat that looked like something out of an action sequence, keeping the imagery non-graphic and energetic. The two Ant Kings stepped forward, and their presence loomed. The Red Ant King asked if Izuku and Jenna were the king and queen of humans. Izuku grinned and accused the Red Ant of being the one responsible for past killings, including a prominent hunter. The Black Ant King repeated the question about them being the human rulers. The auras flared and clashed, producing an overwhelming pressure that every hunter could feel. Izuku challenged the Ant Kings, and the Ant Kings declared themselves rulers of the ants. Jenna smiled, their exchange charged with tension but not cruelty. At the headquarters, Chairman Go Gun-hee crushed the armrest of his chair in excitement upon seeing the two arrive. Jean Wuchul reacted with stunned disbelief. Go Gun-hee brushed aside how they had arrived and urged everyone to put their faith in Izuku and Jenna. Jaina, Essel and Park Kyung-hae, watching the raid, recognized the pair and reacted with shouted relief. A news anchor watched the live footage, noting that the outcome now rested on the shoulders of the two newcomers. Izuku and Jenna took a moment to gather aura. Izuku asked which ant Jenna would take. Jenna told Izuku to leave the black ant to her and let him handle the red one. Izuku accepted the plan with a confident smile. Before the red ant could react, Izuku seized it by the face and lifted it clear of the battlefield. The red ant struggled but could not break free of his grip. Izuku said he would take the fight outside and let Jenna handle the other. He threw the red ant away, the impact creating a massive shockwave and a deep crater in the ground. He landed lightly and prepared to finish the encounter quickly, his expression turning serious as his aura flared. The scene then focused on Jenna confronting the Black Ant King. The Black Ant charged toward its brother, but Jenna intercepted it with a smirk, telling it she would be its opponent. The ant roared and struck Jenna with a massive blow that sent a gust of wind through the area and filled the air with dust. The hunters feared she had been struck down. When the smoke cleared, Jenna stood, shaken but clearly able to continue. She staggered slightly but remained on her feet, her eyes glowing blue. Jenna unleashed a powerful move called Ruler's Hand and forced the Ant King to its knees. She struck with extreme force, sending the ant flying in a spectacular, stylized arc of motion that created a pressure wave across the battlefield. A system notification appeared beside her, announcing that Ruler's Hand had reached its maximum level and had been upgraded to Ruler's Authority. The system noted that the upgraded skill allowed her to control objects without touching them. The black ant braced itself against the ground and charged at Jenna with tremendous speed. Jenna steadied herself, preparing to continue the fight, and the battle surged on. The ant snarled that it was not done and lunged a punch at Jenna. She returned the blow with greater force. The Ant King's exoskeleton began to crack. He shrugged off the strike and countered, but Jenna met the attack. Their punches collided and both slid back as the cracks widened. Jenna recovered quickly and charged. They traded blows in close combat. Each strike from Jenna chipped at the exoskeleton. The ant's movements accelerated, so she pushed her own speed higher and began to counter perfectly. Chunks of the shell fell away. The Ant King realized he was losing in a contest of strength and that the exoskeleton was failing. He decided strength would not win this fight and shifted his focus entirely to speed. He controlled every muscle and concentrated all his energy on moving faster. Jenna noticed the transformation and recognized its intent. She observed that the new form prioritized speed over power and prepared to adapt. She summoned her Demon King daggers from her inventory and resolved to make the opponent regret choosing a speed fight. Both combatants vanished in a blur. The ant lunged, but Jenna dodged and smiled as it missed. She tried to strike the creature's neck, but it slipped away, and they began to clash at breathtaking speeds. Jenna thought it was surprisingly strong for an ant and met its assaults with precision. The ant launched a powerful strike that sent her sliding back before she flashed around it and struck again. Their clashes sent shockwaves into the ground, forming a crater from the force of their attacks. Nearby, Izuku was embroiled in his own battle against Ant King No. He dominated the strength contest, driving the creature back relentlessly. The Ant King screamed in disbelief, demanding who its human was and why that human was so strong. Izuku taunted the creature and summoned his crucible daggers. With a rapid, decisive strike he severed the Ant King's arm, disabling its limb and hitting critical weak points with lethal precision. A system notification glowed before Izuku, announcing that Vital Strike had reached its maximum level and been upgraded to the skill Cleave. The system confirmed that Cleave was now an active skill, consuming mana and allowing Izuku to strike more efficiently and deal critical damage to vital areas. Ant King No. 2 shifted into its final form and matched Izuku with enhanced speed. Izuku slammed the creature against the ground and executed a quick combination that left it reeling. He channeled mana and Haki through his hand. The system informed him that mana manipulation and Haki had been activated and that mana manipulation was now at level 2, allowing more efficient use of mana with weapons and the body. He followed with another flurry of strikes that battered the Ant King and sent it flying. The creature roared, recovered quickly, and charged back. The fighters entered the queen's lair. Hunters watching felt their breath catch as everyone's eyes widened at the speed and intensity of the clashes. Baek Yunho could only stare in shock, unable to track their movements. Other S-rank hunters were speechless. They could not believe the pace at which the pair operated. Choi Jongin muttered that there was no way those two were mage-type hunters. Ma Dongwook began to suspect they were beyond ordinary S-rank classification. Izuku landed beside Jenna and summoned his thousand-year demon dagger and crucible sword, smiling as he greeted her affectionately, and pointed out the spectacle. Jenna replied with a light remark about her own fight. Both Ant Kings rushed them, and the two duels resumed at insane speed. To the observers, the only things visible were streaks of color as blue and red blur together in two different pairings. Jenna faced Ant King No. 1 in one blur. Izuku matched Ant King No. 2 in the other. The hunters watched in stunned silence as the combatants weaved and struck faster than the eye could follow. Jenna continued to press the attack and launched her daggers before vanishing and reappearing in front of the Ant King. She landed multiple rapid strikes that left the creature unable to respond. It tried a desperate, dangerous strike toward her face, but Jenna refused to be touched there. She activated a system upgrade in response. The interface confirmed that the skill Mutlishan had been upgraded. With her daggers moving at incredible speed, Jenna struck and disabled Ant King No. 1's arm, leaving it unable to continue its previous style of attack. The battle raged on. One of the Ant Kings froze in shock and fear as Jenna struck. Jenna executed a precise vital strike, sending multiple slashes that staggered the creature. The second Ant King lunged to retaliate, but Izuku countered with a cleave that disabled its arms and disarmed it. The second king created a wall of ice in a desperate attempt to block them and cover an escape, but the barrier melted under Izuku's focus. Jenna noted that the creatures possessed regenerative abilities. Izuku responded with a cold, determined warning that they were not finished. The two of them vanished and reappeared above the cavern mouth where the Ant Kings had fled. Jenna unleashed a rending technique while Izuku combined his cleave with Haki in a coordinated assault. The pair's attack created a tremendous gust and a plume of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the Ant Kings were badly damaged and unable to continue fighting. They called for their swarms. The ants rushed forward, driven by their ruler's command. Izuku and Jenna exchanged a confident look. Their shadows stretched and spilled out a host of soldiers at their command. The Shadow Army and the Hell Army surged down into the cavern, striking with swift, decisive force. Igris and Ingrid cut through the ranks with incredible speed. Iron swung his sledgehammer, sending attackers flying. Kaisel roared and knocked dozens back, and Nova unleashed dark flames that consumed the remaining attackers. Izuku summoned Tusk. Tusk arrived and launched a devastating attack that eradicated the last of the swarm. The Ant Kings, shocked and terrified, felt small in the presence of these two humans. One of the kings reflected on how they had grown by devouring everything in their path, but now they were overwhelmed. Izuku and Jenna walked through the heat and smoke, staring at the defeated Ant Kings whose eyes glowed dark pink and blue. The second Ant King urged retreat, insisting they flee to survive. The two Ant Kings tried to flee, their wings hastily mending as they scrambled to escape. Jenna used her monarch authority to halt them, forcing both to the ground. Izuku closed the distance and glared down. The Ant Kings trembled in despair. When they tried to run again, Izuku and Jenna exchanged a calm, resigned breath and leaped into the air, summoning their weapons. Jenna materialized before the first Ant King and moved with impossible speed, striking from multiple angles until the creature dissipated under the onslaught. Izuku channeled mana and haki into his sword and rushed the red ant. The system announced that haki and mana manipulation had been activated. Izuku unleashed a judgment cut, a flurry of rapid, precise slashes that overwhelmed the second Ant King and ended the battle. Afterward, Izuku sheathed his sword and stored it in his inventory. Jenna did the same with her daggers. The system then appeared and confirmed their victory and rewards. The S-rank hunters and the cameraman who had been watching were left speechless. They had witnessed two new hunters clear an S-rank gate that many S-rank hunters had failed to overcome. Baek Yoonho reflected on their achievement and the failure of others 4 years prior. Lim Taegyu predicted the news would be a topic for years. Kane observed that the more they fought, the stronger they became. Choi Jong-in expressed certainty that the two were beyond ordinary S-rank hunters. Akari noted they were national rank hunters who had cleared an S-rank dungeon on their debut. Ma Dongwook declared that Korea finally had heroes and that people now had hope. Izuku exchanged a smirk with Jenna. Jenna thought the fight had been enjoyable and teased him affectionately. Izuku agreed that it had been a good warm-up. She laughed softly. He offered a brief, tender kiss on her cheek, and she smiled. Izuku then carried Jenna as he walked toward the other hunters, announcing that the Jeju Island raid was finally over. The hunters emerged from the Ant Queen's chamber with Izuku and Jenna bringing up the rear, hands in their pockets. The hunters had made it out alive. Izuku instructed the others that the operation was not yet finished and entrusted the cleanup to them. Baek Yoonho accepted his orders. Izuku directed Nova and Ingrid to clear a safe path for the departing hunters. Ingrid acknowledged him respectfully and led Nova away. The aircraft departed with the hunters aboard while Izuku watched with Jenna at his side. Izuku suggested they enjoy themselves for a while longer. He leaped skyward and summoned the thousand-year demon dagger, calling forth a sword technique he named Abyssal Blast. The attack obliterated the swarms above. When he landed, he noted to himself that the attack felt stronger than before. Izuku and Jenna continued to dispatch the remaining ants, steadily gaining experience and turning lesser foes into obedient soldiers until their skills reached maximum level. The system notified them that they had numerous notifications and that all players' skills had reached maximum level and evolved. Jenna asked to see her status, and the system displayed her updated information. Jenna's status read, Name Jenna Sung, Level 120, Job Shadow Monarch, Title The One Who Overcame Adversity, +5. Fatigue HP 1,001,000, MP 200,200, Strength 440, Vitality 402, Agility 439, Sense 407, Intelligence Physical Damage Reduction 80%, Magical Damage Reduction 70%. Jenna remarked that she had leveled up a lot. Izuku walked toward her holding the Demon King longsword and asked to test it. He revealed he had reached level 125 and suggested she use the sword more, noting its powerful attack. Jenna observed that he seemed to like the Demon King longsword, and Izuku agreed. They then checked their newly evolved skills. The system detailed the following. Mana Creation. Max a passive skill that optimizes the use of mana through the body and weapons. Mana activation becomes twice as efficient, skill mana consumption is reduced by 50%, mana-based attack speed increases by 50%, and concentrated mana damage efficiency increases by 25%. Monarch Authority, max an active skill that allows control of objects without direct contact. Speed, max an active skill consuming 1 mana per minute that increases movement speed by 50%. Leap, max an active skill costing 60 mana that increases jump height by 50%. Monarch Presence, max an active skill that enhances commanding influence and presence on the battlefield. A brief pause followed as they absorbed the implications of their evolved abilities. Skill, 100 mana using a strong energy. The selected targets are put into a state of fear for 2 minutes. Multiple people can be selected. Effects, fear all stats minus 75%. Izuku noted the strange power description and then turned to Jenna, suggesting they collect their prize. Jenna agreed calmly. They approached the fallen Ant King and Izuku returned the Demon King longsword to Jenna before she desummoned it. The system notified them that Hell Extraction and Shadow Extraction could be used on the targets. Narrator POV. Izuku stood at the guild office doorway, eyebrow raised as he looked at the group of girls waiting outside. He commented that he had not expected so many visitors and asked what had brought them to the guild. The girls exchanged shy, admiring glances. Each reacted internally to Izuku's presence with varying degrees of awe, but their words remained composed. Jenna offered them seats as they entered. Jinho greeted his sister and explained that one of the girls was his cousin, which surprised Izuku. Izuku then took a seat beside Chahayan and smiled, putting her at ease. Chahayan blushed but assured him she was comfortable. Izuku noted that he liked the arrangement and asked the group why they had come. Gina explained that they wished to join Izuku and Jenna's guild. Izuku mentioned the usual issue of leaving a guild before a contract expired and the fee involved. Gina confirmed she had the means to pay. Izuku then asked Kane and Akari about their reasons. Kane said she had wanted to explain a plan involving the chairman and Goto. Kane and Akari laid out the conspiracy. Goto and the chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association had plotted in a way that angered Izuku. Izuku registered the seriousness of the plot and told the girls he would not refuse them, but that he currently lacked the means to pay any fees. Yu Su-hyun reassured him that this was not a problem. Izuku said he would arrange for Kane and Akari to receive Korean citizenship so they could be full-fledged Korean hunters, and he told Chahayan that he understood her feelings and did not object to adding her to his close circle, though she should speak with Jenna first. Chahayan smiled and agreed. Izuku asked for 5 minutes and left to make a call to Chairman Go Gunhee. On the phone, Izuku informed Chairman Go about Goto's plan to eliminate Korean S-rank hunters and frame others to make Hero appear as a national hero. Izuku said this could not be allowed to stand and asked the chairman to organize a press conference so the truth could be exposed. Chairman Go expressed his own anger at the scheme and agreed to hold the press conference in a week and to arrange citizenship for Kane and Akari. Izuku thanked him and ended the call, promising to make sure Igo Matsumoto pay for his mistake. Back in the guild hall, Izuku found the girls talking with Jenna. Jenna asked them to be honest about their feelings for Izuku. The girls blushed and admitted that they loved him and wished to join his close circle. Izuku reacted with surprise and asked Jenna if she was comfortable with that. Jenna confirmed that she had questioned each of them and found them sincere. A short neutral moment followed as everyone prepared to discuss the next steps and the coming press conference. Jenna challenged the statue, asking if they were going to remain silent and act like cowards. Izuku demanded that the figure show itself. The statue grinned as it looked at Jenna and Izuku, spread its wings, and shattered the stone tablet in its hand. Izuku remarked that the commandments seemed to have lost their meaning. An unknown voice replied that they had served their purpose. Izuku asked if that voice had been the one to call them there, and the voice admitted with a grin that it had. Jenna asked whether it was a monarch, and the voice answered that they were asking the right questions at the wrong time. The statue snapped its fingers, and all the other statues around the temple began to move. The voice then asked if they were still alive. An unseen speaker promised that after this they would reveal everything and called that the reward. He added that they should include one more thing to keep the challenge fair, then snapped his fingers. Izuku and Jenna received a system notification as they watched. The system announced that the use of job skills was not permitted for the final test. The system's next message began but was abruptly cut off. They charged mana through their bodies. Jenna's eyes glowed as she stared at the statues advancing toward her and Izuku. Both released a dangerous, menacing aura that sent chills down the mysterious statue's spine. Jenna said she did not have the patience or time for this. Izuku said they would make it as quick as possible. From the narrator's perspective, the scene continued where it had left off. Izuku and Jenna glared at the mysterious statue, which wore a grin. The statue reflected that they had grown this strong, now emitting the aura of a true monarch despite having acquired those two. Jenna urged Izuku not to waste any time and to make it as quick as possible. Izuku agreed and activated mana creation. The system announced that mana creation had been activated. The passive skill allowed him to use mana more effectively with his body and weapons, doubling mana efficiency, having mana consumption for other skills, increasing mana attack speed by 50%, and concentrating mana for greater damage and precision. Izuku formed flaming dark spears while Jenna invoked Monarch's authority. The system indicated that Monarch's authority had been activated, an active skill that let her control objects without touching them. Jenna used the skill to halt the animated statues, and Izuku launched his spears, shattering the statues. They turned their attention to a solitary, mysterious statue. Izuku asked if they were done. Jenna said the situation was becoming aggravating. A voice answered from the statue, and both felt chills run down their spines as the statue of a god looked down at them with a smirk. The voice declared that it was time to praise the god. Izuku responded angrily that the statue had harmed someone he cared about before she gained her powers. Jenna said she had wanted this confrontation for a long time. Jenna activated speed. The system noted that speed had been activated, an active skill that increased movement speed by 50% at a cost of 1 mana per minute. She surged forward at incredible velocity. The statue fired beams at her, but Izuku stepped into the attack with his primordial flaming sword and intercepted the blast. Using a sword technique called Rising Tide, Izuku struck with force and pushed the statue back. Jenna closed in at high speed, leaped toward its shoulder, summoned her Demon King daggers, and unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes in a technique she called 1,000 cuts. The statue remained unmoved and only smirked, which provoked Jenna to greater fury. She channeled mana into her hand, grabbed the statue's face, and delivered a single, powerful punch that sent the statue crashing to the ground. Izuku vanished and then reappeared before the remaining animated statues, shattering them with swift slashes before sheathing his sword and storing it away. As they caught their breath, system notification arrived. An emergency quest had begun. The system warned that their hearts would stop if they failed to defeat the enemy within the allotted time. The timer displayed 10 minutes. A follow-up notice declared that player immortality had been temporarily removed and that they were now human until the final quest was complete. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He protested at the loss of immortality, and Jenna acknowledged how severe the shift was. Becoming human again was no small feat the architect had accomplished. Izuku glared at the mysterious statue and demanded to know its identity. The statue responded by mocking their confidence, then revealed itself as the architect of the system. Both Izuku and Jenna were stunned. The architect explained that it did not choose them, others had deemed them worthy. When Izuku asked who those others were, the architect said they would learn the answers after passing the trial and then invited them to continue. With a sudden display of speed, the architect stepped away and vanished, reappearing so quickly that Izuku and Jenna only caught the movement on reflex. The architect materialized in front of Izuku and attacked. The architect said that Izuku, as a human, was the more dangerous opponent and struck with multiple arms. Izuku blocked but was slammed backward against a wall, reeling from the force and feeling intense pain. Jenna cried out and immediately became the target of a barrage of strikes. She began to block each blow, combining Monarch's authority with her defenses. The architect observed that her ability to read the attacks was impressive. With every exchange her senses sharpened and she adapted, but some blows connected and left her staggered and breathing sharply. Izuku, seeing how the fight had pushed them both, allowed a small, determined smile at finally feeling challenged. He rose, activated Emperor Eyes to anticipate the architect's next moves, and vanished from view. Jenna saw him rushing at them and nodded in understanding of his plan. The architect launched another strike at Jenna, but Izuku reappeared between them. He covered his fist with mana and haki. The system confirmed that haki had been activated. Izuku landed a precise punch to the architect's face that sent the architect flying. Izuku made it clear that the blow was retaliation for the earlier strike. The architect steadied himself, amused that fighting two humans could be so entertaining. He produced 6 weapons as the statues they had destroyed began to reform and rise. The system timer showed 8 minutes remaining. Jenna summoned her daggers and took a defensive stance, stating that 8 minutes was all they had. Jenna's eyes glowed purple for a second as she looked at the architect. Jenna urged Izuku to finish quickly and get their answers. Izuku agreed and prepared himself, summoning his 1,000-year demon dagger and taking a fighting stance. When a statue lunged at him, Izuku blocked the back, slid back and glared at the architect. Izuku warned the architect that his end was near. The architect, having realized why the two had been chosen as vessels, smiled and rushed forward with his pawns. Izuku and Jenna rushed to meet him. Back at Izuku's home, his companions were growing worried. Jaina was at school and they wondered why Izuku and Jenna had not returned. Essel noted that it was strange, Cha Heian agreed, and Gina suggested asking Izuku's soldiers who had been placed in their shadows. They tried calling the soldiers, but none answered. When no one responded, the companions decided to search for Izuku and Jenna. They learned the pair had entered a C-rank gate but had not come back. Outside the gate they found Wu Jinchul and the Hunters Guild preparing to enter. Cha Heian asked Hunter Choi Jongin why the guild was here. Choi Jongin explained that Hunter Izuku and Hunter Sung had entered the gate and not returned. He suspected this gate was more dangerous than its rank suggested and that they would all need to go in to investigate and bring the two back. Kane volunteered to join, and Choi Jongin accepted the help. Izuku's companions nodded and began to suit up. Back inside the dungeon, Izuku raced toward the last remaining statue of God. Jenna had destroyed the others. Only 3 minutes remained for the quest. The statue tried to crush Izuku under its foot, but he dodged, used his skill jump to reach its head, and covered his hands in Conqueror's haki to boost himself. From above the statue, Izuku unleashed a move called Comet Drop. The force of his attack shattered the statue completely. The architect's eyes widened as he lost focus. Jenna blitzed forward, incapacitated his hands so he could not fight back, and then slammed him to the ground with a powerful kick. The architect lay defeated. The quest system announced the mission complete. Izuku landed beside Jenna and looked down at the architect, who was motionless. A trickle of blood marked Izuku's forehead. Jenna held her dagger at the architect's neck and demanded the answers they had come for. The architect conceded. He acknowledged that they had indeed followed the trail. A system interface appeared before them and informed them that the data stored in their memories would be retrieved, asking them to accept or decline. Both Izuku and Jenna accepted. A bright yellow light engulfed them. When they opened their eyes minutes later, they stood on a battlefield facing an army of every type of monster known to humanity. They could not speak aloud, but they communicated with each other telepathically. Izuku noted that they could not speak here. Jenna agreed. Izuku commented on the enormous numbers of monsters and imagined what it would be like if those numbers were his soldiers. Jenna replied that such an army could destroy humanity or even planets. They looked at themselves and realized they were in spirit form. Izuku wondered what was happening. Jenna suspected it was the war Essel had mentioned. Together they sensed multiple huge gates or portals opening in the sky. A crack opened and silver-winged soldiers flew down from a gate. The winged forces clashed with the monsters. Jenna observed that the winged soldiers did not stand a chance. The monsters were winning. Izuku and Jenna watched as 2 people on horseback arrived nearby. The riders looked identical in form, but their auras were different, one dark purple, the other dark pink. Both Izuku and Jenna felt the overwhelming strength of their presence. They noted the chill that came with the aura and how overwhelming the level of power felt. The 2 riders raised their presence and spoke a command that caused the fallen monsters to rise again, now as shadow and primordial soldiers. Izuku recognized the techniques: Hell Summoning and Hell Domain, Monarch Domain and Shadow Extraction. He realized these were the original owners of their powers, the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Primordial Flames. The two monarchs sent their soldiers to fight the winged forces, and the arrival of those two changed the tide of battle instantly. Izuku noted that the monarchs seemed to be drawing energy from the conflict as they fought. Outside the dungeon, Izuku's companions and the Hunters Guild stood before a large door. Wu Jinshul remarked on its size. Gina said they needed to focus on finding Izuku and Jenna. Choi Jongin opened the door and led them inside. The temple beyond was in ruins, with broken pieces of statues scattered everywhere. At the front of the chamber, both Izuku and Jenna stood perfectly still, as if in a trance. Akari began to call Izuku's name but was interrupted when the architect rose and put a finger to his lips, motioning them to be quiet. The architect smirked at the gathered humans and told them to be silent because they were about to witness the ascending of two kings. Both Izuku and Jenna emitted powerful auras, and the room fell into a tense, heavy silence. The scene resumed where the last chapter had left off. The Hunters Guild, accompanied by Izuku's companions, stood before the architect, who smirked as he taunted the humans that he would toy with them until the true king descended. Cha Heian demanded to know what the architect had done to Izuku and Jenna. Kane demanded the same. The architect replied that the humans did not need to know and warned them to prepare for death. He snapped his fingers, and all the statues in the temple surged forward at impossible speed. Choi Jongin ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and the hunters answered affirmatively. They drew their weapons and met the statues and the architect in combat. The perspective shifted back to Izuku and Jenna as they watched the clash between the monsters and the silver-winged soldiers. Both monarchs swung their swords and cleared entire hordes with single strikes. Izuku and Jenna exchanged stunned looks at the overwhelming power on display. Izuku thought the outcome of this battle already decided, and Jenna agreed that the monsters had no chance of turning things around. Izuku wondered whether he would stand a chance against both monarchs at full strength, and he felt as if he might not have his full power available after so long without unleashing himself. A wave of presence washed over them. They looked toward two portals, one red, one blue, and saw the Shadow Monarch and the Primordial Monarch of Flames watching in the same direction. The blue gate disgorged demons while the red gate unleashed beast-type monsters. From one gate stepped a gigantic white wolf and a familiar figure wielding a blue lightning sword. Izuku identified the figure as the demon monarch Baron. Jenna noted that the wolf's presence felt even stronger than Baron's, and Izuku agreed that the creature might be a monarch as well. The Shadow Monarch and the Primordial Monarch of Flames watched as their respective armies charged. Their soldiers tore through the intruders while the monsters regenerated at a frightening rate. Izuku and Jenna were shocked by how quickly both sides recovered. After a few minutes, the giant wolf sprinted away and found Baron battered and leaning against a wall. The two monarchs approached. The Shadow Monarch accused Baron of betrayal, and the Primordial Monarch demanded why he had turned against them. Baron only grinned as the Primordial Monarch used power to levitate him into the Shadow Monarch's hand. The Shadow Monarch seized Baron by the neck and spoke to him with cold contempt. Both monarchs declared that those pathetic eyes would never change. Izuku and Jenna suddenly realized they were seeing themselves in the positions of the Primordial Monarch and the Shadow Monarch. Confused, they touched their chests and watched as the armor they wore began to dissolve into smoke. They concentrated and discovered that each of them had two hearts now. Izuku's new heart resembled Jenna's but with a darker pink mixed with purple. Their auras shifted, Jenna's taking on a purple hue while Izuku's became a darker pink-purple blend. Above them, a gate opened and 4 winged soldiers floated downward. A system notification announced that the playback of the retrieved data had ended. The vision ended and the perspective returned to the Hunters Guild and Izuku's companions, preparing for the next move. Injured and exhausted, the survivors faced the architect and his constructs. The architect taunted them, noting how little resistance they now offered. Akari realized he was too strong. Kane and Essel admitted their mana reserves were spent. Essel urged finding a way to wake Izuku and Jenna. Choi Jongin instructed Cha Heian to create a distraction and wake Hunter Park and Hunter Sung. Cha rushed toward Izuku and Jenna. Izuku felt his aura change completely, his mana grew darker and his body felt stronger. Jenna sensed an overwhelming surge of power from both of them. The system then appeared before them and restored memories of a past victory over Baron, the King of Demons. The system granted Jenna the title Demon Hunter, bestowed a Black Heart effect, and delivered a massive increase to her mana. It granted Izuku the title Demon Slayer, bestowed the Primordial Flame Heart, and similarly augmented his mana. Both of them noted that the hearts felt as if they had never been intended for them. Izuku supposed that the architect's mission had been to create vessels capable of handling such power, the Monarch of Primordial Flames and the Shadow Monarch. He suspected the monarchs had once fought and betrayed each other while battling the Silver-Winged soldiers, but there would be no answers here. Jenna and Izuku exchanged a look as Cha-Hin rushed in. Their eyes widened, but their bodies could not move yet. They were still adapting to their new hearts. As Cha approached, the architect struck her shoulder. She screamed and clutched the wound. The architect declared that the true king would descend and that she must not stop him. He noticed Shadow and Primordial soldiers nearby and demanded to know her relationship with the king's human. Breathless, Cha explained that Izuku was her lover and Jenna her sister and best friend. The architect said that, because of her connection, she would be allowed to watch the two great kings descend while the rest of humanity perished. Before he could finish, Izuku moved with blinding speed and struck the architect, disabling him and leaving him staggered. Jenna followed with a powerful blow that sent him to the ground. Furious, Jenna demanded what he had done to their bodies. The others breathed relief to see both of them standing. Cha confirmed they were alive. Kani, Akari, and Gina observed that Izuku and Jenna's auras had shifted darker, stronger, and more intense. The architect protested that they were not the monarchs and accused them of betrayal. Izuku said the architect had expected the Monarch of Primordial Flames and the Shadow Monarch. The architect warned that the monarchs would not tolerate this and threatened their deaths. Izuku and Jenna answered defiantly that they would face whatever came and do what they did best, hunt. The architect attempted to command the system to strip their powers, but the command was overridden. Ownership had transferred to Jenna and Izuku. The architect raged that he was the creator and demanded obedience. Izuku explained that the system had been designed to help him and Jenna grow stronger and that they had poured their will and mana into it, gaining control. If the system had obeyed the architect entirely, he could have taken their abilities and returned them to their previous state. Jenna added that they had accomplished the impossible. Izuku told the architect plainly that they had consumed the system and made it their own. The architect found this impossible, but Jenna summoned her weapons and, in a decisive, non-graphic strike, ended his threat. His form collapsed and crumbled into dust. Izuku asked if he had any final words. The architect warned that they would suffer a terrible fate. Izuku dismissed the threat. Turning back to their companions, Izuku greeted them and Jenna addressed everyone. Their companions rushed forward with relief and embraced them, some with tears. Gina admitted how worried they had been. Essel explained that when Izuku and Jenna had not moved, they feared they had lost them both. Izuku stood and hugged the women, apologizing and promising it would not happen again. Jenna apologized as well and asked for forgiveness, calling them sisters and friends. Their companions forgave them, and Izuku suggested they leave. The group agreed. The system then informed Izuku that his immortality had returned, and he remembered the architect's final words, that the monarchs would be coming and that the creator had been afraid. Izuku wondered what force could have terrified the architect so deeply. Now that they had made the system their own, its purpose would be to improve only Izuku and Jenna. They reached the gate and heard it close behind them. Some hunters were surprised that a C-rank gate had produced such formidable enemies. The survivors carried the bodies of fallen hunters as Izuku watched smoke rise from his wounds and saw them begin to heal. He noted that the injuries were closing. Wu Jinchul and Choi Jongin approached. Choi Jongin addressed Hunter Izuku and Hunter Sung with a question. Jenna gave them permission to speak. Ahead, Hunter Choi Wu Jinchul asked how the double dungeon had appeared again and how they had known it would be in that gate. Izuku explained that they did not know how it had formed and only knew that it had called them there. Choi Woo Jinchul repeated that it had called them, and Izuku confirmed. Choi Jongin then asked what Izuku and Jenna had been discussing with the statue before Hunter Sung destroyed it. Izuku apologized to Hunter Choi and said they could not reveal what they had been discussing. Jenna said she hoped they would understand. Choi Jong felt an overwhelming presence radiating from Izuku and Jenna. Their gazes were cold and steady, and he swallowed uneasily. He told them he understood. Izuku said they would be heading home because he was quite tired. Izuku and Jenna moved toward the car and found the others waiting. Essel expressed relief that they were finally ready to leave. Izuku offered to drive, but Yusun Hyun insisted that Izuku needed rest and that she would drive. Izuku sighed and agreed. As they prepared to enter the vehicle, Izuku and Jenna both sensed something wrong. Their expressions changed and their eyes widened. Cha Hae-in noticed their shock and asked if they were all right. Izuku felt alarm at the soldiers he had placed in Jaina's shadow and realized something was wrong with them. Jenna sensed the shadows she had placed on Jaina struggling against an unseen force. Jenna began to speak to Izuku, but she was interrupted when she saw him launch into the air. She felt his aura and knew he was furious. The others also saw Izuku's expression and recognized how angry he was. Izuku called for Nova. Nova emerged from Izuku's shadow as Izuku landed on the creature's back. Izuku ordered Nova to head to Jaina College at full speed. Nova roared and shot toward the college at incredible velocity, leaving a dramatic gust in its wake. Izuku signaled that he was on his way. The others looked to Jenna for answers, but she was already airborne. Cha Hae-in demanded an explanation. Jenna summoned Kaisel and landed on its back, telling Cha Hae-in that she would explain everything later and instructing her to bring the hunters to Jaina College. Kaisel launched toward the college, and Cha Hae-in hurried off to gather everyone. They reached Jaina College as Izuku's primordial flame soldiers and Jenna's shadow soldiers fought to protect Jaina from a wave of S-rank high orcs. Jaina stood frightened and looked toward Izuku for help. A tense moment followed as the defenders strained to hold the line. The high orcs overwhelmed Izuku and Jenna's soldiers. Their ranks of A-rank shadow orcs, primordial flame orcs, and armored knights pushed forward until only pockets of resistance remained. The leader of the orcs turned toward Jaina, having sensed the familiar mana of Izuku and Jenna around her. The leader ordered that the girl must be killed and then seized Jaina by the face. Jaina froze, terror widening her eyes as she feared for her life. Jaina thought she could not die here. She had not seen Izuku, Jenna, or her mother. She clung to a fragile hope of a future with Izuku and whispered for him to save her. Her voice broke as she called his name. A dark, chilling stench filled the air. The mana above them cried out, and the atmosphere shifted as a single presence made itself known. Izuku had arrived. The orc leader released Jaina and began to tremble, body shaking with an unnameable fear. Before anyone could react, the ceiling ruptured and a dragon landed with a thunderous crash, sending the leader of the orcs flying back. Smoke filled the chamber. Izuku reached Jaina and gently patted her head, apologizing for his lateness and promising that everything would be all right. Jaina sobbed and clung to him tightly, relief and exhaustion flooding her. Jenna landed shortly after and rushed to them. Jenna asked after Jaina's condition. Izuku reassured Jenna that Jaina would be looked after and urged her to help get the survivors to safety. Together, they summoned their soldiers and began evacuating the students who had survived to the outside. Izuku straightened and turned his attention to the high S-rank orcs. The air around him thickened with pressure and a palpable intensity of resolve. The orcs froze, sensing an overwhelming will and power radiating from him. Izuku's anger flared at the sight of Jaina's injuries and the loss among the students. He raised a hand and signaled for silence. His presence alone demanded it. One orc lunged, but Izuku moved with impossible speed and precision, seizing the attacker and neutralizing him without gore or spectacle. The system in Izuku's mind announced the activation of a skill, Monarch's Authority, level max, granting control over objects without touch. Using that command, Izuku restrained the remaining attackers, sending them reeling and immobilized as if lifted and pinned by unseen forces. He crossed the room in moments and grabbed the orc leader, slamming him into the wall with a force that made the structure shudder. Izuku accused the leader of attacking what belonged to him and of slaying innocent students, his voice low and fierce. He vowed that those responsible would not escape justice. The pressure around Izuku deepened, casting the sky outside into a darker gloom that everyone present could feel. The orc leader cowered, overwhelmed by fear. Izuku made it clear that there would be consequences for their crimes, and the defenders began to secure the area and tend to the wounded. To be continued. Later, beneath the steady rain, Izuku walked out of the school grounds with the others. Hunters and the parents of the remaining students gathered nearby, shaken but relieved. Izuku's hands trembled from the battle. He could not shake the image of how close Jaina had come to harm. He shuddered at the thought of what might have happened and forced himself to breathe, focusing on helping the survivors and ensuring everyone was safe. Izuku had finally found love and at last felt happy. In his past life he had been alone. No one had cared for him. The memory of starting and ending alone haunted him, and the thought of losing Jaina terrified him. He could not imagine what he would do if anything happened to any of the girls or his parents. He noticed Jenna and Cha Heian running toward him, each carrying an umbrella. Cha Heian called his name urgently, and Jenna hurried up to ask if he was okay. Izuku told them he was fine, then asked about Jaina. Jenna explained that Jaina had gone home with the other girls and they had been waiting for him. Cha Heian pressed him gently, saying he did not look all right. Jenna dropped her umbrella and, together with Cha, cupped his cheek to steady him. Izuku admitted that he was scared. He confessed that if he hadn't arrived in time, something might have happened to Jaina, and he could not bear the thought of any of them being hurt. He told them how alone he had been in his past life and how different things were now. He had a loving family and beautiful girls he cherished. The idea of losing them left him shaken. He said that they were his world and that his life would not be complete without them. The girls embraced him warmly. Jenna reassured him that they would be all right as long as he was there to protect them, and Cha Heian said they loved him and that seeing him so upset made them sad. Jenna added that Jaina was fine and that he had reached her in time. The reassurance eased him, and he offered a small, genuine smile as he hugged them both. He told them how much he loved them, and the girls returned that affection, reminding him that he completed them and made them feel whole. Cha Heian kissed his forehead, and Jenna suggested they go home since everyone was likely waiting. They left the scene to let the hunters handle things and headed to the car. Jenna took the driver's seat, and Cha Heian sat in the back with Izuku. He rested his head on her lap as she laughed softly and stroked his soft hair. She remarked on how well he cared for himself, and he chuckled in agreement. When they arrived home, Yuna rushed forward and hugged her son to check that he was all right. Hisashi also expressed concern. Jenna's mother checked on Jenna and confirmed she was fine. The other girls gathered around Izuku with affectionate hugs. He asked where Jaina was, and Essel said that Jaina was resting in their room, still a bit shaken from the earlier scare. Izuku said he smelled terrible and needed a shower before seeing her, and Essel agreed. After the shower, dressed in black sweatpants and a black shirt, Izuku went upstairs to the room where Jaina was sleeping. He touched her head gently, knowing she was pretending to be asleep. When she rose and hugged him tightly, crying a little, he soothed her, calming her fears and telling her he was there. Jaina admitted she had been terrified and had thought she might die. Izuku comforted her, promising he would never let that happen because she was his life and the reason he lived. They shared a tender, quiet moment and exchanged a gentle kiss before easing back into an embrace. Afterward, Izuku kissed Jaina's forehead and smiled warmly, telling her he loved her. Jaina returned his affection and snuggled closer as he began to tickle her, turning her nervousness into shared laughter. The mood lightened, and Izuku suggested they go on a date, just the two of them. Jaina brightened with excitement, and he promised to take her anywhere she wanted. She nestled against his chest, happy. As dawn approached, Izuku prepared to go to his lab. Jaina asked if he could stay that night because she wanted to cuddle. He stayed, slipped into bed, and held her as they both fell asleep peacefully. Jaina drifted off looking at him with a grateful smile, feeling lucky to have him and knowing the others felt the same. The next day, Izuku waited for Jaina, dressed neatly for their date. When she arrived, he felt his breath catch. She looked stunning. He admired her elegance and the care she had taken with her appearance, thinking himself fortunate to have such wonderful people in his life. He told her she looked beautiful and, with a playful tone, suggested they might spend the day privately together instead of the planned date. Jaina giggled at his flirtation and swayed slightly, pleased with his reaction. They left together, excited for the day ahead and comforted by the closeness they shared. Jaina told Izuku that he looked handsome as always. She thought he was so fashionable that everything he wore suited him, and she believed she and Jenna had found the perfect man. She imagined the other girls at school would be jealous. Izuku thanked her and asked where the other girls were. Jaina said they had left early to go to the guild head office to take care of some things. Mana Yuna, his mother, and his father Hisashi had gone shopping. Izuku guessed his father was helping carry the bags, and Jaina explained that Hisashi had resisted at first but had given in after a look and a kiss from Mana Yuna. Izuku chuckled and remarked that his father was a softie for his mother. Jaina said they should get going so they would not waste any more time. They went to the garage and took one of Izuku's sports cars. On the way, Jaina asked where they were going. Izuku told her it was a surprise and reminded her that he had brought a BLD. When Jaina asked why, Izuku insisted she wear it. She pouted but complied. He kissed her on the cheek and she smiled. They arrived at a location after 30 minutes. Izuku led Jaina to a spot and told her she could remove the BLNDFLD. When she did, her eyes widened in surprise and delight. The place was beautiful, simple and elegant, just as he knew she preferred. Izuku had made it special for her without being overly fancy. They shared a tender kiss and then smiled at each other. Izuku pulled a chair out for Jaina and she sat as he sat beside her. They enjoyed dinner together and watched the sunset, laughing and talking as the sky changed color. Later, Izuku told Jaina he had one more surprise. He took a guitar from his things and said he had written a song for her. He began to play the guitar and sang the song he had written for Jaina. After Izuku finished singing, Jaina smiled through tears and hugged him tightly. Jaina told Izuku that she loved him, and Izuku told her that he loved her too. Jaina thought how lucky she was to have such a kind, caring and respectful partner who could sing and knew how to treat someone right. She reflected that the girls were truly fortunate to have Izuku as their boyfriend. Izuku then produced a small case containing a diamond promise ring. He explained that the ring had cost 100 million won and that nothing was too expensive for her. He silently noted to himself that things were expensive in Korea but that the cost was pocket change given the gold he had earned completing quests through the system and the billions his company had brought in. Izuku had started a company that made weapons and equipment to help hunters on raids. He also used his resources to build shelters for the poor and homeless. His rapid success had made him known as the youngest billionaire in the world. When he was away, Jenna or one of the other girls managed the company, and sometimes Hisashi handled things if they were all busy. Izuku told Jaina he would buy the world for her and the girls if he could, and he hoped she liked the ring. Jaina was stunned by how much he had spent and overwhelmed. She wrapped her arms around him in a tender embrace. They shared a quiet, heartfelt moment together before she accepted the ring. Izuku explained that he had not only bought the ring for Jaina but had also planned dates for all the girls. Jaina would be the first. He teased that, as the youngest billionaire, this was merely pocket change for her handsome boyfriend and future husband. He gently placed the ring on her finger. Jaina expressed how amazing he was as a boyfriend, and Izuku laughed and said he preferred to call her Jaina Park. She blushed at the name. Noting the late hour, Izuku suggested they head home. Jaina agreed. He escorted her to the car, and Jaina sat beside him as they drove. He drove carefully, and they shared a brief, affectionate kiss and held hands. After a 30-minute drive they arrived home. Izuku carried Jaina into the mansion in a romantic, protective manner and found Jinho watching television with Hisashi. Jinho greeted them and asked how their date had gone. Jaina said the date had been wonderful and thanked Izuku. Izuku set Jaina down, and she kissed his cheek before going to freshen up. Izuku agreed and then joined Jinho and Hisashi on the couch, accepting a drink from his father. He thanked his father and reported that the date had gone well and that he had been in a romantic mood. Hisashi remarked that he had taught him well, and Izuku replied with playful banter. Hisashi returned the teasing in a gruff but affectionate way, and Jinho asked Izuku to teach him some of his romantic ways. Izuku laughed and promised to show his little brother his approach. Izuku asked whether the other girls had returned. Hisashi said they were in the kitchen helping Izuku's mother prepare dinner. Izuku said he had already eaten with Jaina and planned to rest, but when he entered the kitchen he saw the girls and mothers preparing an elaborate meal. Jenna asked if everything was ready. Gina confirmed that curry, chicken, rice ball, dumplings, ramen, and other dishes were prepared and only needed to be set on the dinner table. Essel asked about dessert, and Kane reassured her that dessert was ready. Yuna suggested they set the table. Izuku entered the doorway and the girls noticed him leaning there with a smile. They rushed forward and greeted him enthusiastically, and he managed to stay balanced as they swarmed him. Yusun Hyun asked about his date with Jaina. Izuku described it as fun and suggested they asked Jaina for more details. Akari and the others explained that many of them could not cook and had asked the mothers to teach them since they expected to marry Izuku someday and wanted to be good partners. The girls blushed at the thought, and Izuku found it sweet. Jaina returned to the kitchen and greeted everyone. Izuku told the girls that since they had worked so hard, he would eat what they had prepared. Jenna said the food had been made with love and care and hoped he would enjoy it. Izuku thanked them and left them to finish setting the table. He went back to the living room to relax with his father and little brother while the girls and their mothers arranged the meal. In the kitchen, the girls urged Jaina to tell them about the date. Jaina explained that Izuku had been very romantic and that he could sing. The girls reacted with surprise and excitement at the revelation that Izuku had a beautiful singing voice. Jaina recounted the details of the date and Izuku's promises to take each of them on dates as well, which made everyone excited. They all gathered at the dining table and began eating together as a happy family. Midway through the meal, Izuku's phone rang. He checked the caller ID and saw the chairman's number. Izuku answered the call, asking what had happened and placing the phone on speaker so everyone could hear. He set his phone on the table and began eating as the chairman's voice came through. Izuku commented that the food was delicious. Jenna smiled and said she was glad he liked it. Izuku told the chairman that he was currently having dinner with his wives and family and asked what was wrong, urging him to speak up because he was busy. Chairman Go-gun he asked them to check the news. Izuku asked his little brother Jinho to switch the channel, and Jinho obliged. The news showed that an S-rank gate had opened in the middle of Tokyo. Chairman Go-gun he explained that an S-rank had opened in Japan and they did not have enough hunters to clear the gate, so the president of Japan wanted to hire Izuku's guild to close it. The chairman added that the president was willing to pay anything and requested their help in clearing the gate. Akari reminded Izuku that, although they were now Korean citizens and hunters, Japan was still their home. Kane added that they had been born and raised there. Izuku agreed and instructed the chairman to inform the president that they would go to Japan to clear the gate. Chairman Go-gun he thanked him and said he would inform the president right away. He then hung up, and Izuku and his family continued their dinner. Later, Izuku stood at the window looking out. Jenna joined him and asked if they were really going to clear the gate in Japan. Izuku confirmed that they were and said he had booked their flight for the following evening. Jenna suggested they head to bed and prepare for the early morning. Izuku said he would be there shortly and asked to finish his coffee first. Jenna gave him a gentle, affectionate goodnight gesture before leading the way to their room. Izuku thought about how the double dungeon gates had begun to appear more frequently than ever. The scene opened on a plane bound for Japan with Izuku, Jenna, Akari, Kane, and Jinho aboard. Izuku had instructed the rest of the guild to stay behind and keep things running while he handled the gate. He still did not know who the monarchs were or how strong they might be. A war seemed to be looming, and he needed to keep growing stronger. He also had to remain wary of the silver-winged angels. The next few days would be telling. Jenna noticed Izuku's silence and asked if he was all right. Izuku admitted he had been thinking about the gate and why it had appeared so suddenly. He suspected it might be connected to the architect or the monarchs, and the only way to know was to clear the gate. Jenna agreed the timing was suspicious, since it had appeared right after they had killed the architect. From their vantage, she could feel the gate's mana even at a distance and judged it larger and more intense than a typical S-rank gate. Both agreed they needed to confront whatever lay within. When the plane landed, reporters crowded the terminal to take pictures. Kane remarked on the reception, and Akari observed that their ranks explained the attention. 2 national rank hunters traveling with 2 S-rank hunters would draw a crowd. Shigo and several other hunters arrived to collect them. Shigo immediately sensed the dense, overwhelming mana radiating from Izuku and Jenna, noting to himself that it was unlike anything he had felt and that the presence carried an atmosphere of grave danger. These two embodied a kind of absolute power. Izuku instructed his companions to go to the gate site with Jinho while he and Jenna went to speak with the President of Japan. At the presidential office, the President welcomed them and assured them he hoped their travels had been safe. Jenna cut directly to business, and Izuku explained they were there to clear the gate but with conditions. Izuku stated that his guild would claim all mana crystals and related spoils after the gate was cleared. The President asked how that would affect the other hunters participating in the operation. Jenna clarified that their team would be handling the bulk of the work and that the other hunters need not be concerned. Izuku added that he had been reluctant to come at all, but because his companions had grown up in Japan and he could not stand to see their home threatened, he would take responsibility. He made clear that his conditions had to be accepted for them to proceed. The President expressed concern about the gate, noting that its mana output was reported to be stronger than that of an S-rank gate. Izuku responded that they would clear the gate and that he disliked being doubted. He resolved to get the job done. The President then mentioned that they had already hired someone before their arrival, a barrier specialist of S-rank, Yuri Orlov. Izuku realized the initial plan had been to seal the gate temporarily until a larger solution could be arranged and considered that a waste of resources. The gate began to open and giants strode out. Hunter 1 warned that giants had appeared, followed by another hunter pointing out that top-tier A-rank monsters were already emerging. Yuri Orlov treated them as a light challenge and activated a skill barrier to block the giants. One giant battered unsuccessfully against the shield while another slammed the first into a building. Yuri declared that an A-rank monster could never break his barrier, but the second giant, hulking and twice the size of the first, swung a massive weapon with brutal speed and shattered the shield. Yuri reacted with shock and disbelief as the giant seized him and carried him away in a single, crushing motion. The soldiers opened fire, but modern weapons had no effect. A hunter demanded that the remaining S-rank hunters of Japan act immediately. Kane snapped at the interruption and told the hunter to quiet down, confident they knew what to do. Akari berated the hunter's inactivity. Kane then surged forward with an incredible burst of speed, thinking that the giant would not see her movements if she blinded it. The giant fixed its gaze on Kane. She dodged a lightning-fast swing aimed at their faces, marveling at how the massive body moved so quickly. Suddenly, a mana attack struck the giant in a brilliant arc, cleaving it in a stylized, non-graphic burst of light. Everyone's eyes widened as the attack continued, slicing through more giants in its path. They looked toward the source and saw Jenna standing on a nearby building, one of her Demon King daggers in hand. Jenna apologized for being late and assured the hunters that they would handle everything from there. Jenna glanced toward Izuku and smirked. She was dressed in leather pants, a black jacket, boots, and a white vest, wearing the locket Izuku had given her. Jenna told Izuku it was his turn, addressing him affectionately. Izuku smiled at her and stepped forward to stand between the civilians and the threat. He began summoning one of his chaos blades and became enveloped in a dark, menacing aura. The overwhelming presence and the surge of mana were felt by everyone nearby. Izuku announced that the hunt would begin. Izuku's interface activated his core skills. His skills speed and mana creation engaged, increasing movement speed and making mana use far more efficient and powerful. His leap skill also activated, increasing his jump height. He leaped into the air, channeling mana and haki through his blade with one hand in his pocket. His attack, an Inferno Slash, created a massive shockwave of flame that felled multiple giants in a dramatic anime-style display. A few hours later, Jenna and Izuku stood on a rooftop, having cleared large swaths of the battlefield. They ordered the soldiers to emerge, and the troops stepped out from the shadows on command. Izuku told everyone to regroup into their previous teams, spread out, and bring back bodies of fallen hunters, monsters, and, unfortunately, civilians so they could be processed. Izuku used his mana creation skill to form a seat and Jenna sat close at his side. They shared a brief, tender embrace, drawing warmth and reassurance from each other before returning to their duties. The soldiers answered their liege with a unified, loyal response and dispersed to fulfill their orders. After several hours, the teams returned with many bodies. Izuku and Jenna used their abilities to convert them into soldiers. Jenna and Izuku inspected the 20 primordial and shadow giants they had secured. Izuku wondered what to name them. Jenna admitted she had no names ready and suggested numbering them from number 1 to number 20, which made Izuku chuckle at her pragmatic laziness. Izuku kissed Jenna on the forehead in a brief gesture of affection. Barilo and Bara arrived and greeted their king and queen with formal respect. Izuku and Jenna paused their private moment and acknowledged the arrival. Baru reported that the army had killed another giant. Izuku approved, declaring it no. Jenna tallied their forces and announced that, including the bodies collected across Japan, they now had 12,500 primordial and shadow soldiers. Jenna stood and turned to the gate, noting a denser wave of mana pouring from it. A giant larger than the rest emerged, wielding a massive sword and exuding a menacing, dangerous aura that marked it above S rank, probably at the level of a national-ranking hunter. Izuku fell quiet for a moment, then conveyed to Jenna and their shadowed soldiers that they would take the initiative. He resolved that they would leap onto the giant and everyone nodded in agreement. Izuku jumped from the building, creating a crater on impact, and charged toward the giant while summoning his primordial flaming sword. The giant swung its weapon and met Izuku in a thunderous clash, both reveling in the fight. Izuku drove more power into his strike and sent the giant stumbling back. The giant recovered and adapted its mana in defense. Izuku concentrated his blade to fire a focused beam of energy called Primordial Laser. The giant managed to evade the beam, but Izuku's grin only widened. Baru and Barilo slammed into the giant's face with coordinated momentum, forcing it down. Igris and Ingrid leapt, charging their swords with mana and sending energy slashes crashing into the giant's chest. It struggled to rise, but Tusk used his skill, Hymn of Gravity Acceleration, to force the giant to its knees. Iron manifested above the giant and brought his hammer down with a titanic strike. The giant roared in a dramatic, non-graphic display of pain and then collapsed, subdued by the combined assault of the hunters. The wounded giant tried to get up, but Jenna's new shadow, Jima, expanded to match its size and slammed the enemy into a nearby building. Jenna summoned one of her daggers, leapt onto Jima's back, and ran up along the shadow. She explained that Jima was a new recruit with potential and that he could keep up with them. At the top, Jenna gathered her mana, summoned her other weapons, channeled shadow hockey through the dagger, and unleashed a storm of shadow-infused slashes. The barrage struck true and sent the giant crashing, ending the fight in a dramatic, anime-style finish. Jenna landed and stored her weapons as Izuku watched, pride clear on his face. He gave a thumbs up to show how far she had come. Jenna giggled and thanked him. Kanon, Akari, and Jinho joined them. Izuku greeted them warmly and they returned his affection with smiles. Jinho observed that the group appeared to have cleared the gate. Izuku pointed out that the gate had not sealed yet, which meant the giant they had defeated was not the boss. Suddenly an overwhelming aura washed through the area, and both Izuku and Jenna felt it. Jenna asked Izuku if he felt it too. Izuku confirmed that something far stronger than the giant lay beyond the gate and suggested they investigate. He told Kane and Akari to stay with Jinho while he and Jenna went on. They jumped through the gate and found themselves in a long, echoing hall. Laughter rang from down the hallway. They followed it and entered a chamber where a massive figure was chained. Blue-skinned and bearded, with eyes glowing red and bound in dark chains, the giant radiated a dangerous, ancient aura. He announced his amusement with booming laughter and welcomed the new Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Primordial Flames. Jenna asked who he was. The giant introduced himself as Ligia, King of the Giants and Monarch of Beginning. Izuku noted that Ligia had called to them before when he first appeared. Ligia said he had sensed their power and that he had not expected the previous Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Primordial Flames to betray their kind. Izuku doubted that was the whole story. Jenna questioned who these rulers were. Ligia explained that they were ancient enemies and, when Izuku asked about silver-winged soldiers and a silver-winged army, Ligia confirmed it. He warned that both the monarchs and the rulers would come after Izuku and Jenna and that, as they stood now, they lacked the strength to face them. When Izuku asked what Ligia suggested, the giant demanded to be released and promised to help. Izuku and Jenna laughed at the idea of a monster helping them, but Ligia challenged them, asking whether they still considered themselves human after all they had seen and experienced. Their laughter died. Izuku and Jenna's eyes flared with power as they insisted they still considered themselves human. Jenna dismissed Ligia's claim as a foolish idea, but Ligia persisted and began speaking in a monstrous tongue. A system interface appeared before Izuku and Jenna. It announced that King of Giants Ligia had activated a skill called Oath of Faith, which bound the caster and the players to honesty unless both parties agreed to nullify the pact. The system asked whether they accepted, and Izuku and Jenna accepted the oath. The system then confirmed that neither caster nor player could lie to the other unless the agreement was mutually cancelled. With the oath in place, Ligia repeated his offer, release him and he would help them. Izuku remained skeptical and asked a direct question. How many monarchs were there? Ligia listed 10 in total. He named the monarch of the White Flames, mentioning King of Demons Baron as dead, the monarch of Fangs, King of Beasts Rakan, the monarch of Frost, King of Snowflake Ciliad, the monarch of the Iron Body, King Tarnak, the monarch of Plagues, Queen of Insects Coratia, and the monarch of Transfiguration, King of Demonic Spectres Yogimunt. Then Ligia's tone turned fearful as he spoke of the most destructive of them all, the monarch of destruction, the king of dragons Antares, whom he called the strongest of the 10. Izuku and Jenna sensed the fear in Ligia's voice, which only made them more intrigued. Jenna asked who could frighten Ligia so deeply. Izuku's metavision activated automatically, and he observed that the situation was becoming far more dangerous and far more interesting than they had anticipated. They left off with Izuku watching Ligia. Izuku thought that the Monarch of Destruction's name alone could make other monarchs tremble. He wondered how strong Ligia truly was and whether he and Jenna could defeat him together. Jenna observed that the title implied a power far beyond ordinary monarchs. Ligia must be on a different level to hold the name of the strongest monarch. Izuku then asked Ligia about the small monsters emerging from the gates. Ligia explained that those creatures were the residents of chaos. He clarified that the residents of chaos were nothing like monarchs. They were essentially slaves, prisoners taken by the rulers and kept for endless ages until many lost their sanity. Ligia added that, as a king, he had somehow retained his sanity. Jenna asked why the rulers would send the residents of chaos into the human world. Ligia said the rulers were preparing for war. When Izuku asked how humans were involved, Ligia answered that the rulers intended to insert mana into their world. Izuku and Jenna realized this meant mana stones and mana gems. Ligia confirmed that the rulers were using their prisoners to plant mana in a world that had never had it, concentrating the mana there. He compared it to cultivating a field fertilized by the magic beasts and getting ready to reap the harvest. Mana energy would strengthen a world, and the ruler's plan was to create a world that could survive the impact of an upcoming war. Izuku echoed the word war as the implications sank in. Jenna interpreted the conflict as the inevitable rematch between rulers and monarchs. Ligia warned that their mortal world could be turned into hell much sooner than they expected. He urged haste. Neither monarchs nor rulers would remain idle if they learned a contract had been made. When Izuku asked why the rulers would pursue them, Ligia explained that the power inside Izuku and Jenna marked them as traitors in the ruler's eyes, making them enemies of both rulers and monarchs. Ligia swore he would stand by their side and fight with them, and he begged them to help free him from the shackles that bound him. Izuku and Jenna proposed that perhaps they could instead make Ligia one of their soldiers. Ligia replied that rulers and monarchs were bound to spiritual forms and could not become soldiers, so he could not serve as theirs. He asked whether that was enough reason for them to help. Jenna then retrieved Demon King daggers from her inventory and approached Ligia, destroying one of the chains that bound his hands. Ligia felt hope as the chain fell away. Jenna paused to look at him, and Izuku stepped forward slowly. Izuku asked if Ligia would help them. Ligia gave his word as the King of Annihilation, and Jenna asked whether he would help humans as well. They moved on to the next task. The scene resumed with Jenna and Izuku, accompanied by Adam and David, heading to the place where Kamish had fallen. David led them and indicated Kamish's body. Izuku knew he could understand English and other languages perfectly well, but he intended to let others assume he did not speak them fluently. He found it odd that the headquarters had been built directly where Kamish had been killed. He had heard stories about Kamish, that he had been so powerful it had taken national rank hunters from many countries to fell him. That feat alone convinced Izuku that if Kamish could be brought back as a soldier, it would be worth the attempt. He admitted to himself he had doubts, since Kamish had been dead for years and he had never tested his hell extraction on such long-dead monsters. At David's direction, everyone else stepped back. Jenna encouraged Izuku, telling him he could do it. Izuku smiled at Jenna when she offered support, and she gave him a gentle, affectionate gesture on the cheek. He appreciated her confidence. Izuku moved closer to Kamish's remains and focused. Dark pink energy began to glow from his hand as he issued the command to ascend. The system announced that Hell's extraction had failed, with 2 attempts remaining. He tried again. The system announced that Hell's extraction had failed again, with 1 attempt left. Frustrated, Izuku steadied himself, breathed deeply, and tried a final time. The system output continued, and the attempt was underway. A proclamation announced that the King of Annihilation had called him to awaken and serve. Izuku touched the glass one more time. His eyes glowed with power as a flaming aura enveloped him. Adam and David felt the heat radiating from Izuku, and Jenna smirked as her eyes glowed purple. The aura felt divine, and both Adam and David dropped to their knees, breathing heavily. David was stunned by such a powerful presence, noting how it felt even stronger than the one he had feared before. Adam wondered who this man was. He had never felt such fear, not even in the presence of the current strongest hunter in the world. Jenna smirked and claimed him as hers. Izuku pointed at the corpse within the shattered glass, his power intensifying as he commanded the shadow to ascend. The building shook violently. The glass around the corpse cracked and bones began to glow as a flaming aura surrounded the figure. The corpse reformed into a massive dragon that burst out with a thunderous roar, sending a shockwave through the area. Izuku and Jenna exchanged satisfied looks at the display of power. Jenna noted that the dragon's roar was even stronger than those of Kaisel and Nova. Izuku agreed, acknowledging that the stories had not lied. The dragon carried a menacing aura and the presence of a true calamity. A system notification then appeared before Izuku, announcing that he had successfully extracted the shadow and could bestow a name. Izuku named the dragon Kamish. Kamish regarded Izuku, and Izuku could only stare at the dragon's size with quiet amazement. Izuku reflected that Kamish was incredibly large, though not as enormous as the demons he had faced in Hell. Nonetheless, Kamish was the largest dragon he had yet seen in this world. Kamish addressed Izuku, identifying himself as the King of Annihilation, the monarch of primordial flames, and asking if Izuku was the one who had summoned him. Kamish then recognized Jenna and referred to her title as the Shadow Monarch, the Queen of the Dead. Jenna acknowledged that Kamish knew of her. Kamish's attention shifted to Adam and David standing behind Jenna. Anger flared across the dragon as he fixated on the humans, declaring hostility toward them and preparing a destructive breath. Heat from the coming attack began to scorch the floor and surrounding objects. Izuku and Jenna both took note of the dragon's strength. As Kamish readied his breath, Izuku firmly commanded him to stop, asserting that he no longer answered to the old rulers. Kamish halted and, after a moment of reflection, bowed to Izuku. Izuku touched the dragon's head and Kamish gently wagged his tail. Jenna giggled quietly while Adam and David watched the scene in stunned silence. Kamish greeted his new master, his scales and flame taking on a dark pink hue. Izuku asked if Kamish had once served Antares. Kamish confirmed that he had served the king of mad dragons, the monarch of destruction. Izuku assessed Kamish's strength in his thoughts, considering that the dragon could likely challenge one of the demon gods he had faced in hell before he had acquired his demon dagger. Jenna acknowledged Kamish's power but privately wondered how long he would last against her or Izuku without their soldiers. She was also curious about how much damage his aborted attack might have caused if it had struck one of them. Izuku decided to continue the conversation later and instructed Kamish to return into his shadow. Kamish obliged and merged back into Izuku's shadow. Izuku then turned to Adam and David and said that they would be taking their leave, and that he would send money to cover all the damage done to their headquarters. Jenna added that they would be taking 2 runes as a gift and asked that the runes be prepared. Adam and David understood they needed to keep Izuku and Jenna as allies at all costs. They realized the nation would not last long if either became an enemy, and the addition of Kamish as Izuku's summon made the situation more dangerous. David arranged for Agent White to deliver the runes personally, and Izuku expressed his appreciation. Adam offered to escort them back to the hotel, but Izuku declined, saying they planned to explore the sites first. Izuku and Jenna left to see the landmarks. Crowds gathered, people took pictures, and fans asked for autographs. Several admirers flirted with them. Both Izuku and Jenna handled the attention politely while keeping a respectful distance. Later, while walking back toward the hotel hand in hand, Izuku smiled at the evening. Izuku reflected that the day had been fun, and Jenna agreed, teasing him about the attention he had received. Izuku admitted he had been flustered, and Jenna replied that she would have given any overly forward admirer a stern scolding. They shared a brief, affectionate embrace, and each expressed their love for the other in gentle terms. Suddenly both Izuku and Jenna sensed a violent confrontation nearby. They activated their shared vision and saw that Igris and Ingrid were in the midst of a brutal fight, and that Huang Dongsu was involved, defending Jinho. Izuku's eyes glowed with cold amusement as he observed that Thomas Andre's subordinate had shown his fangs to the wrong opponents and that it was time to teach him a lesson. Jenna agreed that they needed to show him his place in the world. They prepared to intervene. Jenna's eyes glowed with power. She declared that someone was about to suffer a decisive defeat. Thomas headed to Huang Dongsu's room to warn him not to provoke Izuku and Jenna, after David and Adam had informed him about the two. When he entered, he found the security guards he had left to watch Huang Dongsu lying seriously injured and barely conscious. Thomas's anger flared as he realized how far things had gone. He ordered his guild to find the culprit immediately and to reach them before Izuku Park and Jenna-sung could. On the other side of the facility, Huang Dongsu was receiving a relentless beating from Igris and Ingrid. Eugene-ho watched, stunned, as the two fighters moved with coordinated speed and precision. Igris and Ingrid exchanged rapid, practiced maneuvers that threw Huang Dongsu from wall to wall. He had no time to recover between blows. The two attackers combined strikes and acrobatic throws, overwhelming him from different angles. Huang Dongsu tried to protest that they were, but he was cut off by the next barrage. He was repeatedly slammed into the walls and beaten down until he could barely breathe. The assault was fierce but left the scene as a non-graphic, high-intensity combat display rather than anything XPLCT. Igris and Ingrid finished the confrontation with a flurry of impressive techniques that left Huang Dongsu incapacitated on the ground. Jinho looked on as the two fighters nodded to each other, confirming that their queen and king had sent them. Jenna arrived shortly after and congratulated Igris and Ingrid on a job well done. She ordered them to take Jinho away. They complied and escorted him from the scene. Jenna then grabbed Huang Dongsu by the hair and dragged him, taunting him for having harmed the wrong people. Huang Dongsu began to stammer about the one who had killed his brother. Jenna told him coldly that he could ask his brother about it when they met again in the afterlife. Izuku remarked that they would likely have a painful reunion. Thomas landed nearby and assessed Huang Dongsu. He asked whether Huang Dongsu was still alive. Jenna replied that he was barely alive and suggested she might send him to the afterlife since he missed his brother so much. Thomas attempted to broker a truce, offering to let things slide if she stopped, but Jenna pointed out that she was not alone. She indicated upward. Izuku descended, walking on floating platforms of mana he had formed. Thomas watched, stunned by the control Izuku displayed. He marveled at Izuku's ability to create and manipulate objects with mana, thinking that the power deserved the title of a national rank hunter. A system notification announced that Izuku's mana creation skill had been activated at maximum level. The notification explained that his mana manipulation had become far more efficient and effective, reducing mana consumption, increasing attack speed, and concentrating damage factors that made his creations formidable. Izuku created more mana platforms and made his way down to the ground. He approached Thomas alongside Jenna. Thomas tried to assert his identity, but Jenna dismissed the question as irrelevant. Izuku made it clear that their attitude would not change based on who Thomas was. Thomas resolved to teach them a lesson for their audacity. Outside the warehouse, scavenger guild members began to arrive at his command. As Thomas tried to block an incoming force, something knocked him back hard, and he landed among his guild members. He rallied them to prepare for combat. Izuku and Jenna surveyed the number of scavenger guild members and exchanged knowing looks. Izuku observed that there were many of them and decided to sit this one out, leaving the fight to Jenna. Jenna returned Izuku's quiet affection with a brief, heartfelt embrace rather than anything XPLCT. They separated and turned their attention back to Thomas and his guild. Jenna commanded her shadow power, and 12,000 shadow soldiers poured forth. The two sides glared at one another in tense silence. Thomas took the sight as a challenge to his pride and resolved in his mind that he must defeat Jenna-sung and Izuku Park to restore it. He told them that it was not too late to beg for mercy if they wished to be spared. Jenna responded with a rude gesture and reminded him that their reputation had not depended on him back when they were starting out. Izuku smirked and watched as the confrontation escalated. Izuku settled into a casual posture, resting his chin on his hand as he prepared to assess Jenna's performance. He invited her to show Thomas Andre whether the hype surrounding her was real or if she was just another pretender. The story resumed with Jenna and Thomas glaring at each other while Izuku watched, relaxed and ready to enjoy the fight. Narration: Jenna and Thomas faced off. Izuku observed, thinking that he hoped the duel would be entertaining and that Thomas would not disappoint. Elsewhere, two figures stepped through a portal into the world where Hisashi's family lived. They acknowledged their arrival and credited certain allies and a mysterious figure for bringing them there. One of the figures spoke of vengeance against Izuku and Hisashi and promised to make them suffer. The other declared that they had been the creators of those they had come to punish and that betrayal would be repaid in kind. The two former enemies of Hisashi and Izuku had apparently survived and returned. How the heroes would react remained to be seen. Back in the arena, Jenna sprinted at Thomas and summoned her Demon King dagger, attempting to pierce him. The blade failed to penetrate his resilient skin. Thomas mocked the attempt and launched a powerful punch. Jenna blocked but was pushed back a short distance, and Izuku noted mentally that the blow had packed a serious impact. Izuku observed with interest that a monarch weapon like the Demon King dagger could not pierce Thomas's skin and wondered internally whether even his own blades would have any effect. He also suspected that Jenna had been holding back to test Thomas and to savor the contest, and he smiled to himself at the thought that his influence might be affecting her restraint. Thomas extended his hand, and Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion as Thomas activated ruler authority. The power began pulling Jenna toward him, and Izuku's eyes widened. Jenna internally realized that this was the ruler's authority and questioned how Thomas could wield such a skill. Kamish spoke to Izuku mentally and explained that Thomas was a vessel of the rulers, which explained his access to their power. Kamish compared the situation to monarchs seeking vessels to wield their power and confirmed that rulers had done the same. Izuku and Kamish briefly discussed how long Thomas might last against a monarch. Kamish estimated only minutes. Kamish then ended the mental link, and Izuku sighed, acknowledging that Kamish's reaction meant these opponents were on another level. He also felt a strange sensation of being watched and strained to locate the source, but something blocked his perception. The gaze felt familiar, and Izuku's eyes glowed as he focused in a particular direction. A voice taunted from the distance with amusement, noting that Izuku had grown stronger and hinting at hidden power yet to be unlocked. The speaker said they looked forward to killing Izuku but expected him to provide entertainment before that day came, and they vowed revenge against Izuku, the son of Hisashi and Yuna Park. The presents then vanished, leaving Izuku intrigued by the sudden disappearance. Attention shifted back to the duel. Jenna unleashed Monarch authority and used it to slam Thomas into the ground. Thomas struggled under the pressure and realized she was applying telekinetic force to crush him. Jenna then flew in and struck Thomas in the face, causing him to stagger and cough. Jenna regarded him as weak, and Izuku noted that she had decided to stop holding back and become more serious. Thomas was thrown through the air, and before he could recover, Jenna accelerated and struck again, the battle intensifying. The combo proved dangerous. Thomas could not react to her speed. Thomas felt stunned and realized she had become even faster than before, unable to keep up. Jenna noticed Izuku watching and decided to show off a little, increasing the speed and power of her punches. Izuku observed with approval that she had improved in her martial arts, fighting style, and techniques, and felt proud. Thomas launched himself back and used his leg to stop from crashing into a wall, furious. He swore he would stop underestimating her and take her seriously, then activated a reinforcement enhancement and transformed into his final form. Izuku smirked at the display, thinking it might be all Thomas had, but that it still would not be enough to beat Jenna. Jenna threw a punch at Thomas. He tanked it and returned a blow. She blocked it but slid back. They exchanged a barrage of attacks, meeting in a rapid, clash-filled sequence reminiscent of an action duel from a show. Thomas tried to land a decisive strike, but Jenna parried easily and countered with a jumping spinning kick that cracked his armor. Thomas grunted and landed a heavy blow to her shoulder that sent her back. Jenna noted that his punches felt heavier than before and recovered, landing on a wall. Thomas covered his hand in divine mana and began charging a powerful attack called Black Hole. Jenna realized in alarm that he had created a mini black hole that was skinning up everything around them, including her shadow soldiers. The attack pulled in debris and forced Thomas's guild members to run for cover. Izuku watched, interested and impressed, thinking Thomas truly deserved his title as the strongest for being able to create such a thing. Thomas unleashed the attack on Jenna. It devastated the area in a massive explosion and left smoke hanging in the air. When the smoke cleared, Thomas noticed Izuku still standing calmly with his hands in his pockets and registered surprise that Izuku was unhurt. Izuku admired the power of the black hole and acknowledged Thomas's status as a nation-level hunter. Thomas sensed Jenna's presence on a rooftop and saw her glaring down at him. Izuku noted that she looked riled up and that Thomas was about to receive a severe beating. Thomas acknowledged he had missed his mark but vowed not to make that mistake again. Izuku silently urged Thomas not to provoke her further. Thomas rushed toward Jenna, but she appeared in front of him so quickly that his eyes widened at her speed. Jenna stepped on his head and pushed him down, covering her hand in mana. The system then announced that mana creation had been activated at maximum level. It informed that the skill was passive without mana cost, made mana use more efficient, reduced mana consumption of skills, and increased damage speed of mana attacks. Thomas launched a punch and Jenna matched him. The force of Izuku's earlier presence broke part of Thomas's armor and affected his arm, sending him crashing to the ground. Thomas burst up from the smoke and struck at Jenna again, roaring with effort, but she wove around him, grabbed the horns of his armor, and kneed him in the face hard enough that his armored faceplate fractured. Thomas staggered, his mask damaged. Jenna followed with a precise blow that sent him to the ground. Thomas continued, insisting that his overwhelming strength defined him, and struck Jenna in the gut, declaring his name and defiance. Izuku observed, calling Thomas foolish. Jenna retaliated with a forceful elbow to Thomas's back that left him reeling and unable to continue effectively. She then unleashed a decisive sequence of blows, knocking him down and leaving him broken and defeated, unable to keep fighting. Thomas begged for it to stop, and Jenna ceased her assault and looked at him. He admitted defeat and conceded to Jenna. Izuku noted how thoroughly Jenna had beaten Thomas and wondered how the world would react when they learned what she had done. Adam White and other hunters arrived and stared in shock at Thomas's condition. Adam reflected that Jenna had beaten Thomas badly, an unheard of sight given Thomas's long rule among hunters, and acknowledged that the king had been dethroned. They took Thomas to the hospital. Afterward, Jenna turned Huang Dongsu into one of her shadow soldiers and named him Greed because of his greedy nature when he was alive. The scene shifted to the hunters' meeting, where almost all the hunters of the world had gathered, except Jenna and Izuku, who had not yet arrived. Dr. Blaze approached the podium to speak just as the heavy doors of the conference room opened and Jenna entered. Everyone felt the overwhelming pressure she emitted and whispered among themselves about her recent fight with Thomas. Izuku then walked in as well, and the room again felt chills from his aura. People whispered about him too, while he paid them no attention. Izuku and Jenna took seats together and faced Dr. Blaze. Dr. Blaze greeted the assembly and stated that the number of gates had significantly increased and stronger monsters had begun to appear. He reported that mana concentration absorbed into the atmosphere was becoming greater and then introduced a term for this new phenomenon, the manosphere, until they could find a proper name for it. He turned on a screen as everyone watched the presentation. On the screen, 9 dots marked locations across the world. Dr. Blazer informed the gathered leaders and hunters that a manosphere was currently gathering above the skies of several countries and that the phenomenon had been observed in 9 places. Izuku remembered that there had been 9 monarchs, but the demon and the monarch of beginnings were already dead, killed by him and Jenna. Dr. Blazer explained that, of all places, the manosphere was most concentrated over Seoul, South Korea, and he zoomed the display to the red dot on the map. Jenna remained silent. Everyone turned to look at Izuku and Jenna. Dr. Blazer told the crowd there was no need to stare at Hunter Park and Hunter Sung in that way. He warned that if they were responsible, they would have already surpassed the Hunter realm. Because the cause remained unknown, there was nothing immediate they could do, but that did not mean they should ignore it. The world might be facing a great change. David walked to the podium and took over the briefing. He announced he had something urgent for the hunters assembled. He brought up a screen showing Hunter Christopher Reed discovered dead and the surrounding destruction. David reported that roughly 2 weeks earlier Christopher Reed had been assassinated by a group of unidentified assailants. Murmurs of shock rippled through the audience. Many found it hard to believe that a nation-level hunter could be taken down. Some began to look toward Jenna and the man sitting beside her, speculating that the perpetrator might be someone present. David said they had a suspect. A photograph of a man appeared on the screen, the man Jenna had once called her father. A figure named Greed emerged briefly from Jenna's shadow and confirmed that the photograph showed her actual father. The crowd reacted with a mix of relief and confusion. One observer pointed out that the man in the photograph bore a resemblance to someone else in the room. Jenna began to release a fierce aura. 2 people sitting a few rows away swallowed hard and tried not to look back. Someone asked bluntly about the relation between the so-called monster and Hunter Sung Jenna. Izuku glanced and recognized the man in the photograph as Louis Jigang, the 7-star hero of China, a nation-level hunter with an overwhelming presence. Izuku perceived that Louis Jigang's aura was similar to Thomas's, which suggested he might also be a vessel of the rulers. David explained that during questioning, Suspectus had revealed himself to be Hunter Sung Jenna's father and that authorities were conducting an investigation under that assumption. The room responded with stunned silence. Louis Jigang looked toward Jenna and Izuku and asked what Jenna would do if Suspectus proved to be her missing father and other hunters attempted to track him down. Jenna answered that it was natural for hunters to pursue magical beasts, and if the man truly proved to be a magical beast she would eliminate him herself. If, however, he was genuinely her father, she vowed to hunt down any hunters who dared to harm him. She intensified her aura. At that moment, the system announced that the skill Monarch Presence had been activated at maximum level. The skill used a powerful energy to instill fear in selected targets for 2 minutes, severely weakening them. Jenna declared she would protect her family even if it meant opposing every hunter in the world. Louis Jigang asked whether that was a threat. Izuku warned that it was a promise she intended to keep and advised Louis Jigang not to provoke his future father-in-law. He added that everyone present was treading on thin ice. After the meeting, events unfolded according to canon as Izuku and Jenna prepared to meet Louis Jigang, the 7-star hero of China. Izuku was impressed by Louis Jigang's strength and sensed that he might be stronger than many formidable opponents Izuku had faced in his past. The scene shifted to the party. Everyone enjoyed themselves, sharing jokes and stories. Izuku and Jenna sat together, drinking, and Izuku kept telling jokes that made Jenna laugh. David approached and asked if Izuku and Jenna could spare some time. Izuku agreed and Jenna said they did not mind. A few minutes later they were seated in a quieter room when a mysterious woman entered. Izuku noted that the situation felt interesting, and Jenna admitted she had never felt energy like this before. David introduced the woman as Norma Celine. Izuku greeted her politely and Jenna echoed his greeting. Norma sat and smiled, remarking that it was not every day she got to be in the presence of the two strongest national rank hunters in the world. Izuku asked what she wanted. Norma explained that she had been having recurring dreams of top hunters being hunted down, and recently one of those dreams had become reality. David added that a Brazilian hunter had been slain a few days ago. They had tried to warn him, but he had not listened. Norma warned that powerful hunters who supported the world would continue to be targeted and that those doing the hunting would not stop. Izuku and Jenna assumed she had come to warn them. Norma corrected them and asked instead that they protect those hunters. She said she had tried to recall the faces of the hunters from her dreams without success, so she used her ability to confirm their identities inside the dreams. When she made contact, she had woken with a feeling of immense, dark power and an image of a voice that seemed to say, "Go and prepare for war." Norma added that the conflict felt like a war between monarchs and rulers. Izuku speculated that the ones hunting hunters might be monarchs and the hunters those who wield the power of the rulers, and Kamish agreed that was most likely. Norma said she had sensed a similar power within both Izuku and Jenna, which explained why she had sought them out. David assured them they would be compensated. They could have anything they wanted, including the 2 rune stones Kamish had left behind. He explained that some hunters bore powerful blessings from the rulers and that those hunters helped support the world. If those blessed hunters vanished, the world would be in danger. Izuku and Jenna discussed the offer. They decided to accept the 2 rune stones as compensation. Izuku noted that the deal would help them find out who the monarchs and rulers were and how they might strike, and Jenna added that they would also gain new skills. Izuku asked Agent White for a list of the hunters they were to protect and requested a chance to meet them. Agent White, Adam, confirmed he would provide it. Back at the party, Adam returned with the list of hunters Izuku and Jenna were to protect, explaining they would likely be asked to guard the top 10 based on contribution. Izuku asked where they ranked. Adam assessed that, given the ant colony, the giant monsters they had taken down, and the double dungeon they had cleared, Izuku and Jenna ranked first. As they reviewed the list, Jenna telepathically suggested placing soldiers in each person's shadow for protection, and Izuku telepathically agreed. They placed their soldiers into the shadows of the people on the list. Adam looked surprised, and Izuku told him to be at ease. Thomas approached them and asked about the condition of his arm. He explained that the magical damage had been severe, and healing magic had not fully restored it. The doctor agreed that recovery was slow and incomplete. Thomas acknowledged that if Izuku had wanted to, he could have overwhelmed Thomas's guild single-handedly, especially since Thomas had not been fighting Izuku. He thanked Izuku and Jenna for sparing his guild members during their conflict, noting that none had died except for Mr. Huang, who had been the cause of everything. Izuku responded that Thomas had not done anything that deserved death, and Jenna confirmed that the root cause had been Huang Dongsu. Thomas smiled, said he planned to hold a funeral for Mr. Huang despite his sins, and asked them to allow it. Izuku and Jenna had no objections. Thomas then asked to have a meal with them after his arm healed and requested that his manager be given their contact information. He promised to reach out later. After he left, Izuku and Jenna chuckled at how reserved he was. Laura stepped forward and asked for their contact information, explaining her master wanted to give them gifts in gratitude. She asked if they wanted anything. Izuku requested an axe or a staff for himself and dual daggers for Jenna. Jenna agreed that dual daggers would be fine. Laura thanked them and left. Izuku and Jenna studied the list again and noticed Chairman Gu Gunhee's name among the hunters to protect. Izuku attempted to sense the soldier he had placed in the chairman's shadow but could not find his primordial flame soldier there. He activated Emperor's Eye, released some of his aura, and felt that someone appeared to be tempting fate. The scene shifted to Chairman Gu Gunhee's office. He had just finished some paperwork and felt his heart racing for no clear reason. He wondered if this was his limit. The doctor had warned him years ago that if he kept pushing himself he might risk his life within months, yet 3 years had passed and he had reached his current position. He paused to consider his next steps. He had thought he had reached his limit. He felt grateful that he had managed to hold out for so long. His life had been peaceful and full of small joys. A call interrupted him, and he answered with a polite affirmation, but his words halted as his eyes widened at the window. Darkness pressed against the glass, and an uneasy chill settled over him. He turned and saw Silid seated in a chair, wearing a cold, deliberate smile. He considered whether he could talk his way out of this. He had not sensed Silid's arrival, and he knew this opponent was not someone he could face alone. Silid announced that the place had been isolated from the outside world. Before he could ask more, a sharp sting touched his shoulder. Silid held a small ice shard and smirked, reminding him that a dream would hardly cause a physical reaction. He understood then that this was no illusion and demanded to know who Silid was. Silid rose and addressed the chairman with condescension, saying he had expected recognition but finding only a human. He declared no interest in wasting time with the weak, then called for the reveal of a fragment of luminosity. He taunted Gu about the fragility of his medium, insisting it would break sooner or later and that if Gu worried about that, their conversation was pointless. Silid charged up an ice blast and fired it toward the chairman. The chairman intercepted the first blast and blocked the next. Silid continued to mock him, calling him the most brilliant fragment of luminosity and noting how he had trapped the office in a dimensional crack so Gu could be found. He revealed he had tracked all 7 fragments and that one was already gone. His pleasure had been to watch Gu suffer before delivering the final blow. Gu responded by invoking his power as the Monarch of Frost and attacking. Silid scoffed at the idea that a being merely borrowing a human body could match someone who had fully conquered one, then rushed forward. An ice pillar rose toward Gu head, which he narrowly avoided. He threw a punch, but Silid froze his hand and shattered the ice, and then they clashed at blinding speed. Gu told himself he had to end the fight while he could still move. He struck again, only for Silid to form an ice barrier that blocked the blow. The strain proved too much. He dropped to his knees, coughing and clearly weakened. Silid observed that Gu had reached the limit of his medium and prepared to finish him. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence filled the room. The temperature rose rapidly, and the 2 men watched the dimensional crack begin to shatter. 2 hands expanded the opening, and Izuku stepped through. He was not in his usual state. A menacing, dark aura radiated from him. Silid felt a chill of dread at the sight of that aura. Narrative shift to Korea. Izuku had returned with Jenna and Eugene. He was in his office with Cha Hae-in, and they shared a tender moment together. Cha Hae-in asked how his trip to America had been, and Izuku replied that it had gone well and that several important events had occurred while they were away. Cha Hae-in mentioned she had seen the news reporting that Jenna had decisively defeated Thomas Andre and that Izuku had issued a global warning to those who threatened Jenna's family. Izuku explained that they had been targeting Jenna's father and he had acted to protect them. Cha Hae-in giggled and teased him, and Izuku smiled warmly. They were interrupted by a knock at the door. After a brief pause, Izuku indicated they would continue their private moment later. Eugene then poked his head in and made it clear why he had come. Izuku asked whether Thomas was already there, and Eugene confirmed that Jenna and Thomas were waiting downstairs. They all went downstairs where Jenna was conversing with Thomas. Thomas greeted Izuku warmly, and Izuku returned the greeting before asking what had brought Thomas there. The conversation continued from that point. Thomas announced that they would grab a meal once the narrator's arm fully healed and that he had brought gifts for both of the others. Izuku reacted with eager interest. Thomas was pleased to see the reaction and suggested they move somewhere more comfortable, noting it would be dangerous to hand the items over in a public place. Adam White had already arrived earlier and delivered the Kamish rune stones to Izuku and Jenna, granting them the evolved skill Monarch Fury from Dragon Fear. They all then went to a restaurant, where Izuku sat at a table with Thomas and Jenna. Thomas told them how long he had been waiting for this moment. He snapped his fingers and his assistant placed 2 ornate boxes in front of him. Thomas invited them to feel the power of the items as he opened the boxes. Inside were 2 daggers and an axe that radiated a chilling, icy aura. Jenna and Izuku both recognized the material immediately as Kamish. Thomas explained that the daggers were his expression of gratitude for sparing the lives of his guild members Hunter Sung and Park. Jenna picked up the daggers and, at a glance, the system displayed their power. The system announced the item as Kamishrath, a high-quality dagger forged from the blade of a dragon. Its power aligned with the user's strength and it could detect mana, making it a superb weapon that grew stronger with its wielder. The dagger's attack stat appeared as plus 15,000. Jenna, noting the strength, compared it favorably even to her Demon King daggers and allowed herself a confident smirk, quietly promising that monarchs and rulers would soon be hunted. Later, the scene shifted back to the confrontation where Izuku and Jenna faced 3 monarchs. Izuku glared at the monarchs and vowed to stop them. Jenna promised that they would ensure the monarchs paid for their crimes. Izuku considered the numerical disadvantage, thinking it a 2 against 3 situation, when Rakan smirked and revealed that the odds were not what they seemed. A portal opened and a figure stepped through, and Izuku reacted with shock and disbelief at the sight. Davith had returned. He greeted Izuku as if it had been a long time, remarking on how much Izuku had grown in strength. Izuku responded with stunned anger, arguing that his father had killed Davith. Davith replied calmly that, as a ruler and creator of hell, he could not be so easily defeated and that Izuku had underestimated his power. He declared that he had formed an alliance with the monarchs and intended to achieve shared goals with them. Davith raised his crucible sword and threatened to ensure Izuku would not live to see the next day. Izuku reminded himself not to lower his guard. Davitha's survival meant he had grown stronger. He noted Davitha's 2 crucible swords and a more advanced suit that suggested new dangers. Izuku divided their targets, assigning Jenna to handle Silid and Quiracia while he faced Rakan and Davith. Jenna accepted the plan with a brief, caring reminder to be careful, and Izuku returned an encouraging smile. The monarchs then began to summon their forces. Davith called forth demons, while Jenna and Izuku attempted to bring forth their own armies. Before more could appear, Silid unleashed a sweeping breath of cold that surged across the field and froze the opposing soldiers' weapons. Izuku and Jenna managed to block the attack. The ice encased the weapons momentarily before cracking under their combined effort. Anger flared and the standoff intensified as they raised their weapons toward the monarchs and Davith, preparing for the next clash. The soldiers broke free from the ice, and more emerged from their shadows. The assembled monarchs stared in disbelief. Davith reacted with alarm, and Silid demanded how this could be possible when they already had 500,000 soldiers. Quiracia wondered privately if they had made a mistake in provoking the wrong opponents. Rakan shouted in astonishment. Davith found the situation intriguing. Kamish emerged from Izuku Park's shadow and roared that the monarchs had shown their fangs and thirst for blood to the wrong adversaries. Quiracia was stunned. Silid accused Kamish of betraying the dragon monarch and the other monarchs. Kamish replied that Silid had been arrogant about monarchs while attacking 2 monarchs far beyond his league. Silid refused to accept being called weaker and berated Kamish as a mere shadow soldier. Baru glared at Silid and demanded that he take the words back. Barilo joined Baru, his gaze hardening as he echoed the demand. Silid defiantly challenged them, inciting anger across the ranks. Barilo accepted the challenge. Baru told Silid to prepare to die. Izuku Park announced his name and title while drawing his 1,000-year demon dagger in one hand and holding his primordial sword in the other. Izuku Park, King of Annihilation, Monarch of Primordial Flames. Sung Jenna introduced herself as the Queen of the Dead and the Monarch of Shadows. Together, Izuku and Jenna declared that they would properly begin the battle. Everyone watched in anxious silence, aware that the fate of humanity rested on Izuku and Jenna. If they fell, humanity would be doomed. The confrontation was being broadcast to the whole world as people prepared to witness one of the greatest battles ever seen. Without hesitation, Izuku and Jenna surged forward with a burst of speed, and the soldiers followed. Izuku ordered his soldiers to handle the armies as he and Jenna would face the monarchs and Davith. Ingrid acknowledged him, and Jenna told Baru to act. Baru confirmed. The two armies collided in an all-out clash. Izuku charged at Rakan and Davith while Jenna went after Quirkless and Silid. The combatants clashed in furious exchanges. Izuku found himself blocking rapid attacks from both Rakan and Davith. He noted their speed and struggled to keep up as Davith and Rakan launched synchronized assaults, forcing him to parry and evade with precision. Davith observed that Izuku had grown. Despite the perfect synchronization of their strikes, Izuku still managed to block, parry, and counter some attacks. Izuku delivered a decisive blow that incapacitated Rakan's arm, which enraged the monarch of beasts. Rakan howled in pain and fury. Izuku kicked Rakan away, sending him tumbling, and then exchanged blows with Davith at astonishing speed. Izuku sensed that Davith had become faster since their last encounter. Davith pushed Izuku, ordering him to stop holding back. Izuku restrained himself, thinking that he could not use greater power without endangering bystanders and the surrounding city. Only Jenna and his family could withstand his flames at full strength, he reminded himself, so he reduced his output to avoid catastrophic collateral damage. Two ice golems moved in to block him. Izuku leapt into the air and evaded their strikes, slicing one golem's arm and shattering its form into fragments. He narrowly avoided an energy slash from Davith and sidestepped an attack from Rakan. Then he struck Rakan again, injuring his other arm and following with a mana-imbued kick that sent Rakan crashing into a building. Rakan raged at how relentlessly Izuku continued to press the attack. The system notified that Izuku's mana creation skill had activated, followed by the activation of his leap skill. As Davith drove forward with a sword strike, Izuku met it with a powerful kick that produced a shockwave of force. Both fighters growled and pushed harder. Meanwhile, Jenna confronted Silid, launching swift attacks that Silid barely avoided. Jenna tossed a dagger aside and landed a punch that sent Silid reeling. She then rushed toward Quirkless, who unleashed multiple poisonous strikes that Jenna dodged with incredible speed. Jenna coated her daggers with shadow energy and pressed the assault. Quirkless managed to block and counter, surprised by Jenna's strength. Quirkless realized that Izuku and Jenna were overwhelming them. She admitted to herself that she had erred in siding with the Monarch of Destruction. Even if Izuku was technically incomplete, his status as Monarch of Primordial Flames and Jenna's role as Queen of the Dead meant they possessed true kingly and queenly qualities. The tide of the battle was turning against her side. Jenna continued to press Quirkless, landing a punch and several invisible strikes that forced Quirkless to slide back. Jenna noticed Quirkless's nervousness and concluded that Quirkless was reconsidering her allegiance. Jenna's aura strengthened as she smiled, and Izuku, watching from a distance, recognized that Jenna was growing more powerful during the fight and felt a small, approving smile. Silid launched a barrage of ice attacks, but Jenna dodged through them and ran forward. He wondered how she could be so strong despite being an incomplete monarch who had not yet attained the full power of the Shadow King. A short neutral pause in the action allowed both sides to reassess and gather their resolve. Jenna prepared to continue the confrontation with renewed determination. Jenna blitzed Silid with an insanely fast combo, moving too quickly for him to react. Silid crashed into a building. Jenna leapt into the air and shrouded her hand in mana and shadow hockey energy. Jenna then activated a hockey move called Heavenly Demonic Judgment, forming a massive hand of mana and hockey and slamming it into the building Silid had been in. Silid grew angrier and shifted into his final form, launching an assault at incredible speed. Jenna managed to block just in time. Silid summoned an ice trident and hurled it at Jenna's left side, striking and wounding her. She gritted her teeth and fought through the pain. Silid slammed Jenna into the ground and a plume of smoke covered the area. When the smoke cleared, Jenna reappeared behind him and attempted a lethal strike, but Silid dodged it. Izuku noticed Jenna being pushed back. Silid had grown even stronger. Izuku watched Jenna and Silid clashing, momentarily distracted. Rakan then transformed into his final monarch form and appeared behind Izuku, declaring that Izuku's eyes were on him. Raken struck from behind and slashed Izuku across the back, leaving a deep wound. Davith then appeared and landed another blow with the crucible sword, forcing Izuku to cough and stagger. Davith kicked Izuku's weapons away and followed with a downward slash that worsened the wound. Jenna's eyes widened at Izuku's cry of pain. She called out to him in alarm. Quirkless hesitated but then struck Jenna from behind, adding to her injuries. The hunters watching the battle widened their eyes in horror. Davith kicked Izuku, sending him sliding back, and saw Jenna on one knee. The monarchs and Davitha's army blocked Izuku and Jenna's soldiers from reaching their leaders. Despite his pain, Izuku wrapped his arms in mana and flame and launched a massive flame blast. Davith countered, reflecting the attack back. Izuku took the redirected blast full force to shield himself, and the recoil stunned him. Davith took advantage, blitzing forward and landing a brutal strike to Izuku's stomach. Izuku held on as best he could, then seized Davitha's arm and tore it away in a desperate struggle, disabling Davitha's limb. Izuku then surged with speed and pummeled Davith with a rapid barrage of strikes that broke through Davitha's defenses. Davith reeled from the onslaught as Izuku channeled haki and mana into his hands, grabbed Davith, and unleashed a final, overwhelming finishing move. The attack eradicated Davith completely, and Izuku followed with a burst of energy that reduced the remains to ash to prevent any chance of regeneration. Breathing heavily, Izuku dropped to one knee and looked toward Jenna. She had managed to get behind Scyllid and was aiming for a killing blow, but Scyllid wore a knowing smirk. Izuku sensed something was wrong and rushed toward them at full speed. Jenna felt Raken's presence behind her and could not react in time. As she braced for the strike, she saw blood on the ground and realized with a sinking heart that someone else had taken the blow for her. The battlefield fell silent in stunned shock. Among the onlookers, disbelief spread. Back at Izuku's home, his companions had seen the moment and were stricken with grief. His father raced toward the battlefield, desperate. On the battlefield, Raken observed with satisfaction that Izuku had truly loved Jenna enough to take the blow for her. At that moment Izuku had been stabbed in the chest. Tarnak then stepped forward and struck Jenna with a fatal blow. Both Izuku and Jenna collapsed from grievous wounds. Raken and Scyllid exchanged remarks as Tarnak prepared for the Dragon King's arrival, then departed through a portal. Quirkless stood stunned and uneasy, unable to accept how easily the two monarchs had fallen. Scyllid, however, began to outline his plan to wipe out humanity once the Dragon Monarch arrived. He leaned close and whispered to his allies that the two captured leaders would be left to watch in a world of nothingness as their forces destroyed the planet the hunters had defended. Scyllid then sealed Izuku and Jenna together inside a crystal of ice and shadow. As they were frozen in place, they thought quietly to themselves that they had lived without regrets and that they were sorry they had failed to keep their promise. Silence settled over the battlefield. Humanity's defenders had been broken, and hope flickered. Back home, Izuku's companions wept for their fallen leaders. The system displayed the players' status as their health dropped to 0. The players had died. In the tense hush that followed, everyone held their breath, waiting for what would come next. The battlefield trembled as one oppressive presence settled over it. Raken went to his knees, instincts screaming in alarm. He could not accept what he sensed. Scyllid reacted the same way, eyes widening with fear. A dark, sinister aura filled the air and chilled everyone nearby. The temperature rose quickly, the mana above them shifting until dark clouds rolled into the sky. The oppressive force and overwhelming aggression from that aura pushed every combatant below monarch level to their knees. Many staggered, coughed, or fainted beneath the pressure, while others were slammed to the ground by the sheer force of it. All of this came from two figures. Both stood in silence. The field bowed beneath their presence. In another place, the scene shifted to Izuku's old apartment. The system declared that the players were in possession of the primordial and black heart and that all requirements for the passive skill unknown had been met. The passive skill unknown activated. Izuku's eyes flashed open and he sat up, startled. He looked around and realized he was back in the apartment he had once lived in. Memories of the fight against the monarchs returned in flashes. He could not tell if he had died or been drawn into some illusion. On the system interface he saw his status and discovered he was at level when someone approached his door. He vanished in a blink and reappeared on the rooftop of his building. Doubting the reality of it all, he poured his newly available stat points into intelligence. The system then offered to restart the world, presenting the choice to accept or decline. Izuku summoned his 1,000-year demon dagger, gripped it tightly, and channeled mana into the blade. He swept the dagger through the manifestation of the system, severing it decisively. That act was his answer. Darkness swallowed the surroundings. The air grew hotter and a heavy stench of death and heat settled in. Izuku wondered if this was what his enemies felt when they faced him. He felt a chill from his own aura and reflected on how his presence had become synonymous with death. A figure stepped out of the darkness. The newcomer introduced himself as the King of Annihilation, the monarch of primordial flames. He told Izuku that, if he wished, he could remain in this created world forever, like waking into a perfect dream, but that such a dream would not belong to Izuku alone. He explained that the world before them had been formed by combining Izuku's desires to correct past mistakes with the other being's power. The figure said he had been watching Izuku for a long time, had observed how close Izuku had come to death, and had seen Izuku resist death without showing fear or regret. He described his nature as ancient and primordial, existing before time took shape, a silent force that both gives light and consumes what stands against it. He claimed kinship with Izuku in power and ability, while noting that such power was bound to Izuku's own territory. He introduced himself as Kaldrak, monarch of primordial flames and king of annihilation, ruler over eternal flames that consumed more than just flesh. Elsewhere, Jenna faced a different presence. The monarch of shadows made himself known to her, telling her he was the record of her struggle, the evidence of her resistance, and the reward for her suffering. He called himself Death, Eternal Rest, and Terror Incarnate. A hush fell as the Shadow Monarch made his proclamation. Ashbourne introduced himself as the Shadow Monarch, the king of the dead who ruled over the power of death and the administrator of the deepest darkness. Jenna said it was an honor to meet Ashbourne and said she had a single question on her mind. Ashbourne guessed she wondered why he and his brother had chosen Izuku and her to be their vessels. Jenna nodded. Ashbourne explained that his brother was telling Izuku the same thing and then told them he would show them their beginning and end and also theirs. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Scylla declared that finally both were dead. Ramen agreed that the world was theirs. Suddenly the aura around the crystal intensified and everyone turned toward the frozen figures of Izuku and Jenna. Quirkless thought it could not be that easy. She wanted to see who would emerge from the ice, Ashbourne and Kaldrak or Izuku and Jenna. Scylla and Rakan rushed toward the crystal, determined to prevent the descent of true kings after the false kings had fallen. Rakan warned that they must stop the true kings from descending. Without warning, two figures struck Rakan and Scylla, sending them crashing into a building. Hisashi and Sung Tu-hwan landed before the crystal. Hisashi declared that from this point no one would touch his children. Sung Tu-hwan offered to assist. Hisashi, surprised, remarked that the man who had left his nation to fetch milk had finally returned. Sung Tu-hwan chuckled and admitted he would have a lot to explain afterward. Hisashi warned him that his wife and daughters might not be pleased after his long absence. Sung Tu-hwan gulped and acknowledged the risk. Scylla shouted at Quirkless, accusing her of bringing two disasters upon the world. Rakan demanded whether she was truly risking her life to aid the monarch of primordial flames and the shadow monarch. Quirkless began walking toward Hisashi and Sung Tu-hwan, and the two fathers glared at her. She stood firm before them. Her eyes began to glow with a cold, icy light that sent chills through the monarchs. Quirkless thought to herself that she had realized her mistake. She might never be forgiven for helping those two, but she believed she had chosen the right path and would not regret it. She declared that they would not touch Izuku and Jenna. Scylla and Rakan reacted with outrage, accusing her of betrayal. Rakan threatened that the Dragon Monarch would make her pay for this. Quirkless said that even if that happened, she had already chosen her side and that siding with them had been the greatest mistake of her life. She told them to send Antares away. Hisashi noted that she had come to her senses. Sung Tu-hwan admitted he had not expected this turn. Quirkless rose into the air and released multiple poison hands that hovered behind and beside her, preparing to cover Hisashi and Sung Tu-hwan from behind. The two men accepted her help and moved to protect the crystal. The scene returned to Izuku and Jenna together as Ashbourne and Kaldrak explained the history of the Absolute Being, how he had died, how Izuku and Jenna's powers had awakened, why they had sided with the monarchs to balance the scales, how they had been betrayed by Rakan and Baron and lost their army, and how the rulers had asked for forgiveness. They explained the rulers coming to Earth with the cup of reincarnation, the creation of the hunters, the architect's deal to find both vessels, and the ruler's later betrayal of the architect after offering their apology. Kaldrak explained to Izuku that he had sealed half of Izuku's true power when the system first arrived. 50% of his strength had been hidden because Izuku rarely used his full potential and had not noticed. As Izuku grew stronger, the seal had gradually begun to break and his true power had started to return bit by bit. Izuku realized why the monarchs had been able to challenge him so effectively. He had not been at his best. Ashbourne and Kaldrak then asked the two of them to decide again. They offered the choice to remain in eternal, peaceful dreams they would create for themselves or to return to reality, where they would have to fight the monarchs and other forces lurking around Earth. Izuku asked what those forces were. Jenna identified them as the Apostles. Ashbourne and Kaldrak described them as gods of other worlds. Izuku asked what those gods wanted. Ashbourne said they sought a world without a master, and Kaldrak confirmed that this was the world in question. Jenna asked who led them, and Ashbourne named Iterum. Kaldrak warned that they could not fight these battles alone. Jenna said they had an idea for how to handle it and asked them not to worry. The two monarchs smiled and hoped it would work. Izuku asked if this would be the last time they would see them. Ashbourne said they would return to rest. He and Kaldrak, the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Primordial Flames, would live an imperishable existence and it was unlikely their paths would cross again. Kaldrak added that life was full of surprises. Ashbourne and Kaldrak reminded them that they already knew the way back. Izuku and Jenna smiled, acknowledging that they were, in a way, the same as the monarchs. They thanked Ashbourne and Kaldrak and bid them farewell. They closed their eyes, breathed deeply, and prepared to ascend. The system asked whether they truly wished to destroy the nurturing program. The system received a confirmation and initiated deletion. The code for the player nurturing system began to be removed. The system announced that it would be deleted and that any limits on the player would be removed. The powers of all Shadow and Primordial soldiers would significantly increase. Without limitations, the power of all commanders and martial-ranked Shadow and Primordial soldiers would be restored to their full strength. The Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Primordial Flames were returning to the world of Eternal Void. Back on the battlefield, Rakan clashed with Hisashi while Silid fought Sung Tu-hwan at blinding speed, and Quirkless supported them from behind. Rakan noted the urgency of their situation. Silid observed that Hisashi read the trajectory of his spear and adapted with the movements of a seasoned warrior. Rakan admitted that Hisashi's style was similar to that of a certain human and that he was losing ground. Sung Tu-hwan dodged an attack and sent Silid crashing into a building. Hisashi nearly ended Rakan with a strike from his crucible sword, but Rakan managed to escape the grasp. Rakan erupted in fury and vowed destruction, then suddenly realized the gravity of what had happened and knew he had made a grave mistake. A tense moment followed. Silid walked out of the building, certain the same tactic would no longer work on him. He began to order another attack, but Rakan interrupted and declared that he would stop. Silid's eyes widened in disbelief and anger as he demanded whether Rakan was really stopping after coming this far. Rakan explained that he could feel the mana around them reacting violently and that the monarchs of Primordial Flames and Shadow were arriving. He said he would not take part in the fight. His promise had covered only when those monarchs remained in human form, and now that the true monarchs were coming, he no longer had a duty to fulfill. Silid accused Rakan of fleeing like a coward despite his rank as a beast monarch, but Rakan replied that Silid, as the Frost Monarch, could not understand the full power of the two monarchs. Rakan then slashed open a portal with his claw and stepped through, promising to settle accounts later with the Frost Monarch. The portal closed behind him, and Silid growled in contempt. Silid began charging his greatest attack, forming a colossal ice meteor and proclaiming that he would unleash the full terror of frost on his opponents and trap them in an eternal void with the Shadow and Primordial Monarchs. Hisashi braced to leap and shatter the meteor, but Baru flew in and destroyed it effortlessly. As Baru cut the falling shards out of the sky, everyone reacted in stunned shock. Igris and Ingrid stepped forward and began to project their auras as they admonished the Frost Monarch. Igris scolded Scyllid for assuming kingly authority with so little power and called him a disgrace to the title. They reiterated that there were clear levels of power Scyllid had not reached. Scyllid realized his spell had been broken and wondered whether the commander ranks of the Shadow and Primordial Army had regained strength. Quiracia said her work was done, opened a portal with her insects, and disappeared through it. With several protections shattered, the ice crystal Scyllid had created began to crack. Izuku and Jenna emerged from the breaking crystal with dangerous auras, and their soldiers immediately bowed before them. Jenna surveyed the scene and asked whether the beast had fled like a coward. Izuku exhaled cold air. His eyes went completely black and his pupils glowed as he entered an awakened state called Ui. The atmosphere turned heavy with fear and despair, and Scyllid's instincts screamed a warning. Scyllid felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of their power. He understood that he was outmatched and that, in comparison to these two monarchs, he was nothing more than prey about to be hunted. Sweat poured down his face as Izuku's and Jenna's auras shook him to his core. He bowed his head in fear. Izuku spread his senses across the planet and located Rakan. Scyllid saw a narrow opening, an opportunity that might never come again, and decided to seize it. He prepared to unleash his strongest attack at full power, believing that a single decisive strike might change his fate. Izuku and Jenna barely acknowledged him, regarding him as a weak opponent unworthy of sustained attention. Scyllid launched the attack at full force. Jenna glanced toward him, extended a slender hand, and stopped the assault. Scyllid staggered back as the air shifted around him, eyes widening in shock and disbelief at the power now before him. He wondered if this was truly the strength of the Shadow Monarch, the power of one of the strongest, and the fragment of brilliant light. Izuku entrusted Jenna with the small Hyaki and promised he would handle the beast. Jenna smiled and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before Izuku vanished in a flash. Jenna faced Scyllid and declared that his death, and the fall of the beast monarch, would serve as a warning to the other monarchs and to Antares. Scyllid screamed in fury. Jenna launched both her daggers at Scyllid's shoulders. He staggered and tried to gather an ice attack, but Jenna was already upon him, blocking his mouth and silencing him. With a single, precise upward strike she incapacitated him instantly. Scyllid emitted a final, agonized cry before collapsing. Jenna taunted that he had fallen at the first strike and that such weakness was unworthy of a monarch. She smirked, wondering how long the beast would survive against Izuku, then turned her gaze in the direction Izuku had gone. On the other side of the world, Rakan stepped out of his portal and felt the aura of death and despair closing in. He regretted his quarrel with the Frost Monarch, which had left him fleeing too late, and resolved to hide until the King of Dragons returned. Then he sensed something and froze. Izuku stood beside Rakan, hands in his pockets. The leaves and trees around them began to melt under the intense heat radiating from his body. The air felt saturated with the stench of death and the overwhelming might of a power that Rakan could not hope to match or outrun. A dark, menacing, flaming aura surrounded Izuku, and his pupils glowed white with power. Rakan bowed in terrified espansion, invoking the primordial monarch and identifying himself as the king of beasts. He begged forgiveness for his sins and offered his allegiance, promising that when the king of dragons arrived, he and his beast army would assist Izuku in defeating him. Izuku accepted his words. Rakan smiled inwardly, believing he had fooled Izuku. He convinced himself that Izuku could not be the true primordial monarch, otherwise there would be no forgiveness after his past betrayals, and resolved to wait for the king of dragons so he could exact revenge. He started to pledge his loyalty aloud, then was interrupted. Izuku said that they needed to settle one another's debts. He touched his chest and noted the 5 claw scars left by Rakan's claws, and proposed a test. If Rakan could survive 5 attacks from him, he would be forgiven. Rakan flew into a rage and charged, shouting that even if his life ended he would not let Izuku leave unscathed. In a blur of motion, Izuku summoned a blade and moved with blinding speed. He struck Raken with a decisive blow that severed one of Raken's arms and left him stunned and disbelieving, unable to comprehend the movement he had failed to see. Izuku calmly noted that 4 attacks remained. Far away, Koreisha prepared to leave the world. She felt Izuku's gaze even from across the globe and sensed the surrounding life trembling. Her insects, her instincts, the air and mana all reacted as if to a suffocating sense of death. She was not ready to face him. Ingrid landed before her, then Izuku emerged from the opening. He addressed Koreisha as the Plague Monarch and presented evidence of his recent victories, casting down the remnants of Raken's defeat to the ground. He said the Beast and Frost Monarchs were gone and that she alone remained. Their deaths would serve as a warning. Koreisha offered a humble bow and greeted the Primordial Monarch. She stated that she did not desire a fight. If her actions alongside the Beast and Frost Monarchs deserved death, she would accept punishment without complaint. Izuku asked why she had aided him and Jenna. Koreisha replied that she hoped to lessen whatever sentence awaited her. Izuku observed that she had been surprisingly candid and, after a moment, decided she would live another day. She thanked him, and he told her there was no need for formalities and asked her to call him Izuku. He invited her to remain on Earth so he could speak with her more, and she, blushing, agreed. Ingrid teleported away with Izuku. They returned to the site of the monarch's battle. Izuku saw his family and smiled. His companions cried his name and rushed forward to embrace him. He returned their hugs warmly. Jaina teased him and gave him a playful tap on the head for worrying them. His mother, Park Kyung-hae, and the others scolded him through tears, relieved that he was safe. Izuku promised them all that it would not happen again, and they held him as the reunion continued. Someone hugged Izuku and ruffled his hair as he smiled. He thought he was a lucky man to have 2 loving mothers. He then looked to his father and bumped fists with him. Hisashi praised Izuku for a job well done, and Izuku thanked him. Izuku asked his father where Jenna was. Everyone fell quiet and looked down. Jenna explained that their ally was gone. His body had not been able to contain the ruler's power and had given out. She said he had been on the brink of death and had used his remaining strength to protect her, Izuku, and their father before their awakening. Izuku hugged Jenna as she wiped away a tear and leaned against his chest. He expressed his sorrow for their loss, and Jenna said he was in a better place and could finally rest. They agreed it was time to head home after a long day, and everyone consented. A few days later, Izuku had grown closer to Koreisha, who had joined his group. One evening, after finishing a workout, Izuku sat on the couch deep in thought with his companions nearby. He recalled the warning the Beast had given. The Monarch of Destruction would not come alone and Khan Maker would be coming to Earth with Antares. He remembered that Khan Maker was the supreme hive mind leader of the heavenly realm Urdak. If she found a way to restore the soldiers he had defeated, Izuku and Jenna could be forced to confront Antares, his forces, Maker Angels, Maker Drones, and other Maker creations. Jaina asked whether Izuku intended to fight the gates. Jenna answered that this threat could not be ignored. Gina wondered if hunters from other countries could handle their own gates, and Izuku explained that they would let them if they were strong enough, but these new beasts would be stronger than those he and Jenna had faced before and they were being targeted. He said one adversary held a generational grudge against him and another wanted to kill him and Jenna out of pure hatred. Akari and Yu Soo-hyun questioned why it had to be them. Yu Soo-hyun began to tear up, and Izuku said the harsh truth. He and Jenna were the only humans capable of stopping the coming threat. If they failed, there would be little hope left for the world. Kane asked if he could win, looking at him with tears in her eyes. Izuku pulled on a black shirt and sighed, admitting for the first time that he did not know whether they could win. His companions widened their eyes at the rare admission. Jenna reminded everyone that they would not be facing only Antares but also his creator, the Khan Maker, the woman responsible for the rise of the Doomslayer. Jenna said Izuku had once struck down her forces and brought Urdak low. If she had returned, she would be stronger than before and would seek revenge. Izuku recounted why he had acted then. Khan Maker had treated his family like pawns and had planned to harm his mother to turn his father back into the ruthless killer he had been before his mother changed him. He also remembered Kaldrak's warning that Antares' flames could rival his own in power and destructive capacity. Yusuhyun asked what his plan was. Izuku said the first step was to warn the world to avoid the gates. Quirkless reminded him that Antares commanded millions of dragons capable of vast destruction. Izuku acknowledged that the battle would not be easy. Jenna said they needed to prepare for when the gates broke. Essel asked what they would do if people refused to leave the gates alone. Izuku answered that if the public did not cooperate, there would simply be fewer people left to save. Jenna stated that she and Izuku felt no obligation to rescue everyone. If people refused to leave, they would be put to use and serve as soldiers for their cause. Essel approved, not wanting them to play savior for people who did not deserve it. Izuku and Jenna sighed together. Jaina asked if they were ready. Izuku said readiness was not the question, they had no choice but to act. Cha-Heian asked them to promise they would survive and return. Both Izuku and Jenna met her gaze. Cha-Heian wanted to hear the promise aloud for herself, for the others, and for Izuku and Jenna's parents as well. After a long silence, Izuku and Jenna promised to come back alive and to win. Cha-Heian smiled warmly, relieved. Hungry, Izuku asked the women if they could make him some food. His companions agreed, and Quirkless asked if they would teach her how to cook, since they were family now. Jaina welcomed her, saying they did not mind. Quirkless smiled and went to the kitchen with the others. Izuku took out his phone and called Wu Jinchul, who had become the new chairman of the Hunter Association after following Izuku's advice to succeed Gu Gunhee. Jinchul answered and discussed the burdens of the new role. Izuku asked a favor. He wanted Jinchul to arrange a meeting with the leaders of each country and the strongest hunters from those nations. Jinchul agreed to set up the meeting and told Izuku he would notify him when everything was in place. Izuku hung up, exhaled, and remembered the promise he had made to his companions and to Jenna. He reminded himself that he was a man of his word. Izuku resolved that no matter what happened, he and Jenna would do everything in their power to win the war and return alive. He thought of Antares and Khan Maker and pledged that they would hunt them down with the determination of someone who would keep a promise, whatever it took. Narrator POV. A few days after the Great Gate broke open in the sky, hunters gathered beneath its shadow. Izuku stood among all the hunters of Korea, joined by fighters from other countries, including Louis Jigang and Thomas Andre. He reflected on how much had changed in days. He and Jenna had mastered their monarch abilities and grown far stronger. He felt capable of more than he had imagined and kept. His gaze fixed on the gate. Kane noted she had never seen him so tense, and Jenna agreed. Izuku admitted to being unusually serious. Cracks began to spider across the gate, then it opened. A vast army descended, and the gathered hunters moved to battle stations, preparing and shouting orders. Izuku called for the fighters to stop firing. Essel approached and asked why they were halting the attack. Louis Jigang and Thomas wanted to know what was happening. Izuku assured them that everything was under control and stepped forward with Jenna as the shadow and primordial forces slowly descended. Izuku and Jenna recognized the leaders among the descending host at once. Jenna named Ashbourne and Izuku named Kaldrak. Jenna wondered aloud whether this was the offering left for her and Zuzu. A shadow and a primordial army, numbering in the millions, towered over the battlefield. Two figures radiated an unmistakable command presence and knelt before Izuku and Jenna. One introduced himself as Belian, Grand Marshal of the Shadow Army. The other introduced himself as Fury, Grand Marshal of the Primordial Army. Belian and Fury bowed and greeted their liege and queen, and their vast forces stood behind them in formation. Izuku welcomed them with a measured courtesy, and Jenna asked whether their journey had been safe. Fury and Belian confirmed the trip had been uneventful. Thomas and Louis Jigang exchanged grim observations. 6 dragons capable of threatening humanity were gathered in one place. Gu Gunhee demanded to know what was unfolding. Izuku and Jenna exchanged a knowing smirk and signaled that the time to properly begin the conflict had arrived. A few days later, after the Shadow and Primordial armies had grown accustomed to one another, Izuku contacted Wu Jinchul and asked him to organize a meeting with every country. Wu expected the call and, after confirming the situation with the gates hovering above each nation, advised caution. Izuku and Jenna discussed strategy. If the enemy emerged from all gates at once, they would be spread too thin, but if they concentrated through a single gate, the approach would differ. Baru and Fury considered which gate might be nearest the king and queen's position. Jenna decided they would finalize their course of action after the planned international conference. At the conference arranged by Wu Jinchul, David observed the packed assembly of presidents, ministers, army generals, and Hunter Association leaders, proof of how far Izuku and Jenna's names had reached. Footsteps approached, the room straightened, and Izuku stepped to the podium with Jenna at his side. Izuku kept his address short and direct. Any attempt by a nation to raid its own gate would end in failure. He reminded the assembly of the threat posed by Kamish and warned that the world was not prepared for what could emerge. To underscore the point, Jenna opened several gates simultaneously, each releasing a dark, menacing aura. Alarm rippled through the room. Some attendees suspected, without evidence, that Izuku and Jenna might be allied with the monsters or had brought soldiers to slaughter them all. Jenna rejected the accusation, questioning why they would warn others about the danger if they were part of it. Izuku pointed out that the very presence of those leaders argued against such a claim and admonished the assembly for leaping to reckless conclusions. David then asked what steps should be taken now that the nature of the threat was clear. Jenna advised everyone to distance themselves as far as possible from the gates. Izuku warned that most nations lacked the strength to launch effective counterattacks. The leaders resolved to continue planning, and the strategic discussion would be carried on in private. Izuku warned everyone to stay away from the gates and made it clear that no one should approach them. The council nodded in agreement. Jenna dismissed the meeting, and Izuku and Jenna left the podium. The next day they were on the island with Koreisha, Thomas, and their elite soldiers. Izuku asked Kamish how large Antares' army was. Kamish estimated it to be 100 times larger than theirs. Izuku added that with the Khan Maker forces it could be double that. Jenna estimated the enemies could number above 10 million, possibly even 100 million. Ingrid told Izuku they stood little chance in an all-out war. Izuku acknowledged the grim reality and kept thinking. Izuku's father Hisashi called. Hisashi informed him that Canada had not heeded the warning, while other countries were listening but taking time to prepare hunters to hold the beasts back. Izuku said he would go to China with Jenna. They ended the call, and Izuku turned to the group with a plan. Izuku explained that they would place soldiers at each gate, but also position forces around Canada to serve as a focal point to attract Antares and the Khan Maker. Jenna said the placement would act as a warning to other countries. Izuku emphasized that no one should engage the beasts unless absolutely necessary. Kamish asked what would happen if the enemy spread in all directions. Jenna replied that they would simply expand the perimeter, because Izuku wanted the enemy concentrated in one spot regardless of size. Izuku called for Koreisha and outlined the next part of the plan. He asked Koreisha and her soldiers, along with Jenna's troops, to take responsibility for handling the incoming armies. Koreisha asked about the other monarchs, and Izuku adjusted the plan. He and Jenna would arrive to draw attention. At the same time, he needed Thomas to act unpredictably and cause chaos. Thomas agreed that he could play that part well. Izuku instructed that Baru, Barilo, Fury, Bellion, Tusk, and 400,000 Shadow and Primordial soldiers be positioned within Thomas's shadow as a concealed force. He also told Tusk to ensure no information of their deception reached Antares or the Khan Maker. Izuku explained they would present the appearance that they had killed Tarnak and resurrected many soldiers to give the enemy the impression they were winning. Bellion pointed out that the enemy could bring their entire army to destroy that impression, which Izuku expected. He believed they would not come personally if others could do it for them. Koreisha predicted that Yogyamunt would respond, which Izuku welcomed, expecting Yogyamunt to bring a large force. The plan required Koreisha to emerge from a dimensional crack, confront Yogyamunt, and engage the approaching army while most of Jenna's and Izuku's forces remained in position. Izuku and Jenna ordered their soldiers forward. The Shadow Army manifested from the darkness and knelt to acknowledge Koreisha as queen. The primordial forces did the same to acknowledge Izuku as king. Izuku and Jenna instructed the armies to neutralize any monsters that moved, except those under Quirkless's command. The troops confirmed their orders. With preparations in place, Izuku dismissed the assembly for the day. He opened a portal for Thomas to return home, and Thomas left. Izuku asked his companions if they were ready. Jenna and Quirkless affirmed they were. Izuku returned home and spent quiet days with his close companions, and they shared warm, affectionate evenings together. The next day Izuku and Jenna were already in China. Izuku wondered if the government would meet them there. Louis Jigang said the officials had been delayed and that he had come ahead. Jenna and Izuku looked up at the distant gate while Louis pointed out the gathered hunters. 100,000 Chinese hunters stood ready. Izuku found the sight impressive. Jenna took Izuku's hand briefly, and they both hoped their plan would work. At the moment the gate should have opened, neither of them sensed any presence. Soldiers at other gates reported the same silence. Izuku, however, sensed a shadow originating from Canada. He called Adam and put the call on speaker so Jenna could hear. Adam replied that he and other hunters and agents had been dispatched to Canada and that things seemed quiet there as well. Then Adam reported that two figures had just emerged from the gate. Izuku and Jenna urgently urged the hunters to retreat while there was still time. The scene shifted to Canada. Local extras and hunters declared they would not run and that their hunters would protect their land. The gate ruptured, and Antares appeared accompanied by the Khan Maker. Antares and the Khan Maker descended before the hunters. The Khan Maker took the human form of a woman named Alice. Antares and Alice examined the gathered defenders. Antares demanded to know who led these humans. One hunter observed that the approaching figures did not appear to be demonic beasts. Hunter 6 observed that monsters could craft their own magical armor when they possessed human-level intelligence. Hunter 7 thought he understood and boasted about being king. Antares narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction, realizing their foes were not. He began to charge his dragon breath, invoking a skill he called Dragon's Breath, and unleashed a searing torrent that swept through the hunters, erasing their presence in an instant. Adam was among those lost. Izuku registered the loss with stunned sorrow, and Jenna offered a quiet blessing for Adam's peace. Antares listened to the living world, the beating hearts, the cries and fears, and the sounds of the creature's destruction, and found those noises intoxicating. Alice materialized a throne and seated herself, affirming her devotion. Portals opened across the sky as Antares and Alice summoned their legions. Antares proclaimed that their purpose was annihilation, and their combined armies surged onto the field, their onslaught overwhelming defenses in a relentless, non-graphic display of power. Antares paused, noting the presence of shadows and primordial soldiers surrounding them. He suspected that the shadow and primordial monarch had foreseen this. He spotted other gates and confirmed his suspicion. Alice and Antares felt a probing gaze, and Jenna and Izuku signaled that they would meet their enemies soon. Antares and Alice exchanged a knowing smirk. A few hours later the battlefield had fallen silent in an uneasy way. Antares commented that their opponents' earlier confidence could not have been a bluff. Alice agreed that they were clearly plotting. Their silence was broken by an explosion as a rocket struck and detonated nearby, signaling that a targeted strike had hit. The scene shifted to Izuku and Jenna. Izuku sat upon his throne. Jenna took her own. Advisors and commanders made their concerns known. Fury addressed Izuku as king, and Belian addressed Jenna as queen. Baru warned that the plan was far too dangerous, and Igris echoed the concern. Barilo agreed. Fury asked if they could consider an alternative, and Ingrid urged them to find something less risky, but time was scarce. Izuku acknowledged there was no more time to devise another plan and insisted they would have to rely on a miracle and resolve to win the war. Footsteps announced Quirkless's arrival. Quirkless asked if everyone was ready. Izuku rose and led the strongest soldiers forward. He drew the 1,000-year demon dagger and used it to cut open a portal. Everyone passed through and reappeared at the border of Kanda. Izuku confirmed that everyone knew the plan. Quirkless affirmed her readiness, and Jenna, Belian, Fury, Baru, Barilo, Ingrid, and Igris all pledged their support and loyalty. Izuku turned to Koreisha and asked her not to die. Koreisha smiled warmly and reassured him. She offered a brief, tender kiss before stepping into an insect portal she had created and disappearing to carry out her task. Izuku then surprised Jenna with an affectionate embrace. Jenna responded in kind, and they shared a short, heartfelt kiss before breaking and exchanging warm smiles. They steadied themselves and focused on the approaching threat, their eyes glowing with determination. Izuku declared it was time to begin, and Jenna admitted she was eager for the hunt. They advanced together, resolved to confront Antares and Alice and end the war.